have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going. If I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. Take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing all along. Take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. My ears are ringing and my eyes are blurred. It feels so absurd. Lost all control and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be
take it no more. I can't take it no more. No. Cause the world is in it killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
No more candlelight, no more candlelight is needed. No more candlelight, no more candlelight today. When the moon's right, when the moon's right, you see me. Fanning out the fire, fanning out the fire, always. Bring me out, then I can be whole now. Bring me out, just your candlelight, just your candlelight, just your candlelight, just your candlelight. I don't wanna fight, I don't wanna fight this evening. It's just on the right, it's just on the right for me. Give you all I got, give you all I got, believe me. Give you all I got, give you all I got, you'll see. Bring me out, and I can be whole now. Bring me out, just your candlelight, just your candlelight. Take it how you feel, my love. It'll only grow and get harder. You're the only light out to see. Take it how you feel, my love. It'll only grow and get harder. You're the only light out to see.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Leslie.
Good morning, good evening, and good night, no matter what part of the world you are in. Welcome to the ESL Pro League Season 22 closed qualifiers for Asia. And I think if you've already been viewing the Counter-Strike on offer today, you are in for a treat for the next few matches. As joining me is none other than a bit of a UK legend himself, Rana. It's a pleasure to have you on the cast today. Are you looking forward to Asian Counter-Strike? I don't know how versed you are in Asian Counter-Strike, but certainly tickles the taste buds, that's for sure.
I think that's a fair sentiment. UK legend, that has a nice ring to it. I like that. I wish people said that about me more often, to be honest. But Asian Counter-Strike, I find it's always a treat to see because, as you said, don't get to watch it too frequently, but when I do, I always come away a better version of myself. How are you doing today, Jim?
Yeah, look, definitely. I don't know if you come away a better version of yourself. You just feel better about yourself after some of these games. I'm doing fine. It's a different time of the day for me, much further into the afternoon than I believe it is in the sunny UK at the moment. How are you faring with the early morning wake up?
Oh, dude, I'm more of an, I'm still in my night owl stages, but I guess the one thing beats the sun. I mean, for you, heat, the British summer, prospectively, I don't think you'd even deem it a summer. But for us, sunburn if you step outside. But no, the early morning, you know what? I quite like it. Stepped outside, went for a wee walk, and I was like, I found peace.
Well, I don't know if you're going to find peace in this next match because I don't think either of these teams are going to be out for peace, let's just say, because in the close qualifiers here, it is a single elimination, so you're kind of playing for all of the marbles. There's no lower bracket, there's no second lifeline. It's just everything on the line here, and of course our two teams here are Unsettled Resentment and of course Victorious Sumus. And no messing about, the veto is pretty much bang straight down the middle of where we kind of expect the map pool to be these days. I mean, I do like Ancient, I do like Anubis, and then we head to Dust 2. We saw that before on the A stream as well. That was quite a fun match, but I don't know. How do you feel about these two maps? Obviously, we don't know a whole lot about these two teams. Obviously, Victoria Sumas have some known entities and some players, but I mean, it's quite patchy as to what we know about Unsettled Resentment.
Yeah, Unsettled Resentment, or Resentment, either way, they're, definitely like a dark horse coming into this matchup because a lot of their players very, very inexperienced, and they, the only kind of history that this core has playing together is going through the open qualifier. So they're a team that would have qualified by beating LFO 5, and I'm pretty sure they beat a Filipino team, which is also a very exciting thing because I don't think I've ever actually seen a Filipino team. So that was kind of like a first for me. But they played Ancient and Mirage. They picked into Ancient, they fared pretty well, but I think that was a matchup they were always kind of going to fare well. So if I'm not mistaken, they picked Ancient going into this one once again. But with that in mind, we're going live. You were saying it's single elimination. The road to qualifying for ESL Pro League Season 22 is long, it's windy, it's narrow, but it all starts here.
Exactly. The narrow path is the the best path, I believe. Anyway, it's just Unsettled Resentment taking early control. Laneway now filtering on into mid. It's either going to be a bust through mid connector or straight into Donut here and into this A side. Nice and easy as you go. Kind of hard to do without your head, but they do manage to soldier on through. I actually thought they would have done a little bit more damage than first suspected, but utility on for the retake is quite scarce. However, Victoria Summers are going to filter on in.
Yeah, there's no kit, but these flashbangs, they are giving the CT side quite a lot of space to work with. These kills, they do need to come in quite quickly. And right now, Unsettled Resent are just doing very well at biding their time. They did take those original engagements. And you know what? To be fair to them, they didn't go too well, so they started to back off. They started to play the primary zones of Donut and A main. And then, as I mentioned, no kit, so we kind of get to this stage where it's that deadlock of there's no time to defuse the bomb and the T side just simply survive.
That's it. They do enough. They do the dance for long enough, and I don't know. It's always tough when you're quite limited with util on the retake. That's the nature of pistol rounds too for the CT side. So nice and strong buy coming through for Unsettled Resentment. Mac 10's on point. Look at them to be quite dangerous. A momentary pause coming through too, so I feel as though we might have a bit of downtime here. Obviously too early to tell how these two teams are shaping up, but I mean, it's safe to say that both of these two teams, like they have to meet in the middle of where they play, like location-wise in the server. So I mean, I do expect some routing issues and things like that from time to time.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't even think about this to be like an issue. Obviously, you're much more well versed in this kind of conundrum because the worst we have is like the odd team from like Kazakhstan or something like that, or Kyrgyzstan sometimes play in Europe, and that'd be pretty meaty. But Russian servers in EU actually get split up from the rest of, like the Far East gets split up from the rest of Europe. So I guess we're living in luxury compared to you guys who just have to make do.
Yeah, it's the nature of the beast, isn't it? I think you said it before. Geographically challenged is probably the best way to put it. But I don't know, as a region, right? Like I think people have slept on Asia for quite a long time. And I think everybody in the region is kind of like living off that Mongols major hype, that dream. Hopefully
And it's a good dream to live up of. Like I respect it. If that's the dream you're living off, then hey, at least it is a dream. And for now, the T side, they are walking into only a 2-man setup on the B bomb site. There were previously a lot of numbers here, but Victoria Summers actually had rotated them away. And so this execute, despite it having gone straight through the ramp smoke, actually works out pretty easily against this force spy.
Yeah, just looking to save armor and what they can into the next round. There's no prospects of a serious retake on here. And, living in this economy, it's not cheap being a CT best of the time. So there is, though, Akari just going to be cutting the map. He could be proving to be quite thorny inside. They're going to be in the fight of their lives here in a second.
Well, at least no one saves for the CT side. Also, I wouldn't get to watch much of like this kind of this level of Chinese Counter-Strike, right? But one thing that I'm intrigued to see if still the same, because this is a bit of a tidbit of knowledge coming from quite a while ago. So, I don't know if you remember when last year, or was it 2 years ago now, like some European players went over to China and played. It was like 3 Chinese players and then 2 Europeans. So you had like Emmy with Tai Lu, Wings Up, you had Kriaz and Blogus, and then Rare Atom was Fuzi and Corey. So I know a few of them quite well, and the one thing they were saying to me that was like a very defining factor of Chinese Counter-Strike was just like, people don't stop moving. And so far, I'm not gonna lie, I've watched this T side, and I don't think I've seen anyone stop.
No. No,
And I
exactly.
know it's only 2 rounds though, it's only 2 rounds. But I'm just saying.
That would have been the era of like Letney or something like that, coaching.
Letney, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that actually. Yeah,
None of them worked.
no, a difference in philosophy.
Not a single one.
I think it's just it's like it's a bit of shell shock, right? I think when you first sort of get exposed to this sort of hyper aggressive, foot to the floor, finger to the W, full send Counter-Strike. But it just, for a long time, it's kind of been like that, right? Like aggressive force bars. Even if you go back into like the 1.6 series, not necessarily, I don't know, like there actually were Tyloo teams of old. We're talking like they had Tyloo GM and Tyloo CN. You had in 1.6, they were forcing Galil force buy metas. And that's just unheard of in 1.6, right? Like, force buying just wasn't sort of heavily accepted as it is now. So even back then, like Chinese Counter-Strike was just hyper aggressive, wanted as many gun rounds as possible. So I think it's actually more of a cultural approach to Counter-Strike.
You're the wealth of knowledge. Because you got the history books on me that I don't.
That's a bit of a time warp, that one.
Yeah. But this is an interesting round because obviously it's the first gun round. And so far, Untitled Resents are looking like they're in a very good position. Revan with the AWP does equalize things, and unfortunately, a Fufu in this aggressive position towards Red Room has kind of lost his timing. He was in a really nice spot 30 seconds ago because he'd slipped the net. But now he's joining up with the rest of his teammates, and they're heading towards this A bomb site, but there's 2 defenders. Razor, I was going to say, gets baited in. He doesn't, not even baited in. They just didn't even clear him. They didn't even remotely check towards him. And Victorious Summers, in a round that I don't think starts off any way what in their favor, ends up going in their way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Like sometimes you feel as though you have less time than you actually do to check and clear the site. And they made that fatal error. And it really has Unsettled Resentment unstuck in that round. That being said though, another gun round here to try and get themselves at least to continue the stretch of rounds that they've had. Respect for the left-handed models. I know we waited long enough for those to come into CS2. But
Quality of life since has been significantly better.
100%. That smoke is just unstuck. Unsettled Resentment. They really struggled to get past it, and now they're actually going to pull the plug on this A hit.
Just look how fast, though, they then move into the next kind of area of attack. Like, they instantly pull the plug, and within 10 seconds are already taking duels towards middle. This could be a very difficult round for Victorious Summers to deal with if they didn't have these advantages. But because they're sitting in a 5 versus 3, it feels like it's going to be able to be dealt with very easily, and they're just crunching towards middle. Madness boosted up with the AWP. They are getting some kills, and it will ultimately trickle down to a 1 versus 2. Bomb is on his back. And this has come out surprisingly quite fruitful for them.
Yeah, and I'm just looking too, though. He's only got a flash to sort of secure either the plant or the post plant. So he's got to firstly just win that duel. Raven, just ready for it. Revan, should I say? It's Revan the engine in B.
Not even gonna started it and was like not even gonna try. Actually, gonna rein that one back in.
That's it. Self-checking.
Yeah, gotta be aware sometimes of my limits.
Slight pause here, though. I would suspect this will give the team just some time to just chill out. Maybe even, it depends how long this goes, it could break some potential, swing of momentum. We're only in the really early stages of the match, so I don't think any momentum has been established yet. But, unsettled resentment, lack of bomb plants has really come back to bite them in those past 2 rounds.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look actually of the next step in this qualifier, and to actually break down this qualifier for ladies and gentlemen, like this is a beastie qualifier. So basically, this is the lowest round.
Yeah.
So the 4 open qualifier teams and then the 4 lowest ranked VRS teams have all been invited to this single elimination bracket round 1. If you win this, you then go play against round 2, which is effectively playing against the high seeded team. So whoever wins this matchup plays up against the Huns, which is actually a very difficult opponent. That's a team that's like properly contending for getting out of the region type level, right? Like this is a team that is actually kind of had that really big failure, I think, in qualifying for the major. But outside of that, are a team that are aiming for quite high goals. So whoever wins this, it's like going from the belly from the frying pan to the fire. The fire into frying pan?
Yeah, look, it's not a fun leap either way, is it?
No.
From one to the other, either way, you're going to be under the pump. So rough journey for whoever is trying to make it. Ember just trying to make a bit of extra cash. So MP9 looking to sing. Clouder though, it's not clear this angle could be caught out. So they're going to just try and muscle their way through. Super aggressive CT setup.
Against an eco, I kind of rate it,
Oh yeah, sets the tone.
So yeah, like this is how we are playing. But it's also interesting in itself to see that Victorious Summers are the only Indian team actually in this qualifier. Alter Ego does have an Indian player in Finn, but it is, I don't know, it's quite interesting to see this is the only Indian team, because I feel like the general narrative for Victorious Summers is that they do very well regionally. They make it far in tournaments, but they're bottlers. They always get into like kind of top 4 or the grand finals of these either LAN or online events that are hosted quite frequently in India, losing to the likes of God Rain very frequently, or even just someone else. Sorry, what just happened? Speaking about madness, live it up to his name. What?
That really was the, I don't know, just a jolt of lightning out of nowhere, right? Like dry lightning. There's nothing happening in that round. No clouds were building. And he just managed to double collat. Nice. But
I don't see that every day with a Eagle.
no. Ultimately, I mean, it could prove consequential. He's
That's a lot of damage.
it's a lot of economic damage.
And also, he did great damage in the previous round as well when they're on the rifles. So, Unsettled Resentment are genuinely in a position where, okay, sure, they're coming off the back of an eco, but their oppositions haven't built up that bank balance. And already you can see the T-side are pestering towards middle. But Revan with his AWP is still posted on a very aggressive angle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. The repercussions are they went from having 4v1 to a 2v1, having 4 players save weapons over. Yeah, that scenario will play out in future rounds. I've got no doubt. But yeah, with the player advantage wiped away now, it's interesting to see how Victorious Summers actually adjust here. They're going to give up control of A and just try and play for the retake there, I'd say. But a few tells now actually might allow them to rotate into position earlier.
plants. Confirmation the bomb's going down. Post plants aren't established for UR. Revan's done well at surviving. I was very scared with that AWP in Temple that he was going to get a little bit over aggressive and give away the 4 versus 4. He's actually got the right idea as well. This smoke should be fading any moment now. And Akari's just sitting inside of it. Oh no! Revan burst open the smoke, hasn't seen the player on the other side, so he's going to be caught lacking. And with that, everything actually just comes tumbling down. This is very reminiscent of the pistol round retake.
Yeah. Yeah, things sort of not really falling the way of Victoria. It felt as though they had the right idea. But that being said, though, there were quite a few moving pieces in that puzzle. And I don't know. It's kind of hard to filter out of Temple like that when you've got a great idea of where you're going to be coming from anyway, and then sort of resentment. They kind of had all bases covered in the post play, despite having to make those adjustments after the bomb plan went down. They have tried to force the issue, though. Victoria Sumas just buying in. So hoping to pick up something out of this round. The longer this round goes, though, if they start to bleed through utility, it will be a difficult job for them. Unsettled Resentment are quite happy to take their time, though.
First time we've seen them not just barge in somewhere. But now, I've got a feeling they're going to be forced to get going. That's a very chunky nade from Razor. And it's all, no, this is going wrong. The T side are coming out onto the A bomb site, and every single player's here. The Indian squad. You're no idea where to look, and it's also cautious from behind because their mid-prong's been executed. So they're just stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it feels like this force buy was exactly what the Doctor ordered for Victoria Summers. And they're actually primed to be keeping potentially 5 players alive.
Yeah. It's great work by Razor there as well. Just making sure he didn't over-peak, didn't overextend. His presence alone just keeping Unsettled Resentment from trying to fully enter that site. They had just far too many crossfires to dismantle at that point. Are they going to be aware of Ember? Yes, but a little bit of damage done.
Are they
Put
going?
race to be.
No, okay, they're saving, yeah. I was like, are they going to try and attempt this round?
Surely not. They're about, I'd say, 10 seconds too short. Yeah.
That's an ambitious spray. That's a 1.6 spray right there. Was it 1.6 where you could just wallbang everything?
Yeah, pretty much. You could even do damage with grenades through the wall.
There you go. See, I may be a little fledgling, but I know my I know my history.
Yeah, it certainly made cheating encounters interesting to say the least.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting. But that's a round that seriously rocks the boat early doors. I mean, this has been a very close game. Can't complain. Set round though, coming out from the T side, and Benzeme, he got the opening kill on the previous round, but he was only rewarded with a Mach 10. And unfortunately, that SMG is not going to quite cut it close range on ramp. Even though there was a Molotov down, Unsettled Resentment are able to now barge their way onto the B bomb site. Bomb planted, Ember. He was itching to get going there, itching to just come through that smoke. Doesn't. And Twinkie's been caught on a crazy timing. Oh no, he's heard him. Okay, so Twinkie's just won this round outright. Behind 2 in caves. Actually misses 1. Ember is able to get a kill because of that. They are fools. So now Twinkie, who I thought had the round in the palm of his hand, has to try and clutch up. There's a kit on Razor. He's going for the kill though. He'll drop it, but then it's Revan to clutch up the 1 versus 1. Kit collected. There's just enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, that was scrappy. That round had so many twists and turns to it. Just when you think Unsettled Resentment have done enough to hold on to it, Victoria Summers just pick up 3 kills, and suddenly it's it's on. I actually thought there was a moment there, right at the very end there, where it could have been clutched up, but just good discipline, just waiting for your teammate across your wing on that 2v1 in cave. I think that's just a great set of decision making. A lot of players there would actually just instinctively could instinctively try and wide swing. But a force
Battle
by
buddies.
Bash Brothers.
Yeah. Remember, always have your battle buddy with you. Bash Brothers, I like that. That's nice. I'm gonna add that to the dictionary.
The repertoire. That's it. Pair up and
sounds
square up.
homoerotic though. Bash Brothers. I go a bit wrong. Depends where in the world you are.
Yeah. It's
Anyways,
the
this is a
flashback,
very
bros,
similar
you gotta worry
round.
about.
This is a similar enough round. They kind of just smoke long, flash onto the bomb site, and a dream. And you know what? The hopes and dreams, they're working out.
Yeah.
That was the most simple round. There's no way that should have worked. Like, okay, with what they had at their disposal, they do exactly what they should do. But that shouldn't have been so easy. I mean, good entries from Twinkie, but nonetheless, that's very disappointing from the CT side.
I just thought we were in a bit of a time warp. Like, what year is it that the Tech 9 can just punch a hole through a B side?
You're like, what game am I watching?
Yeah.
Which iteration of Counter-Strike is this?
It's just a Rocky Horror Show-esque, you know, let's do the time warp again sort of scenario. And it's just, I don't know. Victoria Summers aren't even going to try and contest it, right? They just know that they're in damage control mode. This one's just been equal pegging so far. The city economy is not entirely in tatters. So those two save weapons are going to do a world of good. No one's really been able to wrest the momentum off one another.
Yeah, it's been an insanely back and forth game, but this feels like the most actual dominant early round result for the T side in a while. A Fufu, the man on Unsettled Resentment that you'd probably know of, played at the RMRs with Lin Vision. He's played at quite a few S-tier events actually, an ESL Pro League, and then also some regional events with Lin Vision. In his very limited career, he's done quite a lot. Now back with a more, I guess, lower level team in the region, looking to build back up to his previous fortunes. And that double opener is exactly how you're going to get there. And this is also just incredibly interesting. Like, the T side are outside A, but Twinkie's just killing them over towards B. And he was supposed to be a bait where they all... He takes contact, they then go out on A and plant the bomb. But no, he just snaps onto them in CT. And that's round over.
Yeah, yeah. So, well, you go to where it's known that you've got the site locked at least, but... Ember's going to do a little damage with the 5-7. Chances of winning the round, though, I would say are slim to none. He might be able to pick himself up a weapon, but I think they've already got... or trying to get some eyes on it. Don't think he's even going to be able to get too far away. Unless he starts to move now. Oh, look at that. Timing's working out for him.
This is best case scenario. This is actually exactly what Ember needs to do, because there's a big difficulty in the final round for the CT side of, like, what, 1900 lost bonus? 24?
Yeah, they're at the bottom of the
1900.
barrel.
Yeah. So that 5-7 being dropped over, well, so I mean, obviously the A1S is kind of like the golden equity, right? But even just being able to drop over that 5-7 to, I assume, Razor, who's got it, that means he can buy util. So it's at least someone not just buying 5-7 armor.
Yeah. They're going to throw caution into the wind in this round, I would suspect. Let's see how it... I mean, they've got MP9s, they've got 5-7s. One would suspect aggression would work best in this scenario. But it hasn't been all-out aggression from Victoria Sumis. They've got mid-control pool here for Cloudy's, just anticipating that Molotov there with the smoke. Now it's a wayward battle.
And it's working. Okay, that seemed incredibly disjointed. Felt like there was no real game plan there, and just like oh, I'm gonna throw a grenade, I'm gonna throw a flashbang here. And then they got all the kills. This feels exactly what happened in the previous low buy round that Victorious Summers won, was that Unsettled Resentment, they were then forced to just go onto the A bomb site. Guess what? There's 3 players here, and Ember's also holding the rotation away. Bomb's going to try to be planted, but that's the operative word. Zaya will pick one up with the AWP, but it looks like a game that has been incredibly close-knit will mimic that in the scoreline at the half. Zaya, unfortunately, no 1 versus 3 for him. 6-6 at the half, and going into the break, it's anyone's game.
And welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 22 closed qualifiers for Asia. In case you missed the first half, well, we were unable to separate these two teams. 6 apiece heading into the halftime break. We're now in as halftime change ends. Unsettled Resentment though. We joked about it before just off stream, but there was a double deagle headshot. It kind of sent the CT economy into a spiral, one could argue. I wonder if some moments like that are going to reappear as we head into the second.
I think we can be sure of it. That's a very tasty opening shot as well from Reverend over in A main. Whoa, okay, never mind. It was a good start from the T side to try and draw some attention, let's say, towards A main, but instead, Unsettled Resentment, they do a very nice reposition to counteract that Red Room aggression. Shots were connected, and Victorious Summers, they barely even came around the corner to get into CT.
Yeah, just Zlaya sending them to the Shadow Realm along with those Julies. That was disgusting to say the least, but it was effective. Straight into the Tech 9 buy here for Victoria Summer. So we'll see whether or not there is some glitter on the strip of alleyway here. Going to just push their way through to these smokes and try and get this plant on B, I would suspect.
Plant would be the most ideal situation, and it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to get that. Victoria Summers, I think it's fair to say, to me, didn't look like the better team in the first half. It looked like Unsettled Resentment. Victoria Summers won the pistol round, and they also won 2 force-wise. And from that, they were only able to produce 6 rounds on their CT side. So when I look at this now, it's like, okay, the Chinese squad, they've won pistol, they've won the force buy, they've done it quite cleanly. I could see this first half actually just spiraling quite heavily in their favor.
It could. And I feel like this round, I mean, there's just minimal investment, I guess, from the T side. Some Deagles and a P250 to try and ply something out. There's a single flash, but I don't know if anybody's really in a position where it's going to catch them out. Like, they're actually quite deeply set towards A. They've already found a lot of information towards B. They've got, alleyway control. So I think it's safe to say that at the moment, Unsettled Resentment are looking quite untroubled.
Yeah, you mentioned the Deagle bonanza and the just continuous absence of economy on the CT side for Victoria Summers, and now it's the adverse reaction. I'm looking at Unsettled Resent and I'm thinking, okay, they're coming to this first gun round in a very nifty position. They don't have the AWP out, sure. That's because they've all just kept on staying alive. So they're 9-6 off with also the bank balance to stow away a purchase for the next. Do we need 5 kits? Probably not. But hey ho, better safe than sorry.
No, exactly. Better than scrambling across the site with a few seconds remaining. However, see whether or not, Victoria Summers can even get the round into a post-plant scenario.
Christ. Sorry, they've just missed 2 molos already. The shelf molo actually bounced off. It didn't land. So if Unsettled Resent had actually gone for a shelf play, there wouldn't have been a molo there because it landed in the middle of mid. And I don't know if you've noticed there, but Ember's also just bounced off a molo in cave and has landed at his own feet, and he fought through it. So there's 2 instances where I'm looking at this early stage for the T side. I'm like, thank God there wasn't someone there for the CT side.
Yeah, that could have been an embarrassing scenario. But yeah, already just that sloppiness starting to creep in. That, I don't know, it always gives you that insight into whether or not a team sort of, dotted their I's, crossed their T's. Because I think at this sort of
Shadow
stage of the
spotted.
game, yeah. And a candlelight vigil.
Such an overpowered spot, man. This red room, if you can hit your shots, it's not even hard. Like, you see their shadows so early. And, I mean, okay, Benzene does amazing there, right? Like, he hits the shots, it was really clean, but it's just such an overpowered position. And I saw that from him, and I was like, that feels like the round-winning play. But nonetheless, I do agree with the sentiment that you were kind of laying down of, they didn't look great that round, but Benzene gets 2 kills, so therefore they won the round.
Yeah, look, as a CT, clearing that is like nightmare fuel. You just got so many angles that you've got to expose yourself to. And that's why like when you see players who think they've got a hunch as to where a player is, they just totally send it all in, So
especially because they were trying to retake mid, and then their main prong of the attack died, and then Benzene goes, oh right, yeah, okay, their B players are retaking mid, go B, there's only 1 player there, boom, round over.
yeah, just you could see each thread starting to pull in that round. All right. Momentary pause here, just to work through things. I think maybe working through what on earth is happening. For Victorious Summers, like what's the game plan here? They are ahead. Sorry, in economy. How do they capitalise on it? How do they close the gap? Is it just is it a similar scenario to last round? Do they insert the Splinter Cell into Red Room? Or do they try something a little bit different? This one's looking a lot faster paced from the get-go.
Oh, off we go. And he's all... Okay, Akari's just dead. If he gets a single kill here, I'll be impressed. And yeah, he doesn't. Luckily, Day has been saved by Twinkie and a Fufu. They come through with 3 apiece. And Twinkie's just charging forward. He's had massive value when the kills have been offered up for him. And now Clouder left into a 1 versus 3, chilling in this smoke. Doesn't realize, but every single player's on the other side of that and walks out into the belly of the beast, where Twinkie just actually lays down the law in this round.
Yeah. That was just good that he had, a Fufu just sitting there on his shoulder, just ready to fight as well. So you could see Victoria Summers, just once they got into that site, everybody was just trying to swing on Twinkie, but weren't up to the duel, weren't up to the task. All right, Victoria Summers back to the drawing board for them. That's a good early opener. It's going to signal straight on into A.
I like this drawing board. It's worked out. Just AWP go pick A. Bomb is coming over. Yeah, Bomb is... Okay, so the go kills worked out so far, and utility's been put down. Very precarious position Madness has put himself into. Chilling around the fog of war. Smoke fades, and yeah, he's never going to really be favored in that interaction. Unfortunately, Unsettled Resent, even though they did have... Obviously, the players over towards the A-bomb site, Victorious Summers do very well to make sure they don't rush anything. And so they get down the util, they hold the smokes as they're fading. And that's exactly the only thing you're trying to look for as a CT side on that 4 versus 5, is to try capitalize upon maybe some of the pandemonium. And they couldn't. So this back and forth game, it just continues.
Just keeps on going back and forth. Bit of a pendulum game. Regardless. I don't know, I feel like we call this a game stuck in a boot cycle.
Yeah, it just keeps on kind of like coming around the same way. Like I'm sitting here, I think I said that I feel like Unsettled Resent are looking like the more consistent team, but by large, that's splitting hairs. By large, it certainly is a bit of neither team looks better, neither team looks worse. They both just kind of, yeah.
They meet in the middle. I mean, at that point too, it does come down to individual plays, I think. So, not really having a lot of aggression in this round, Unsettled Resentment. Happy to just opt out. Maybe try and make their way through some of the utility being spent. Yeah,
at least they landed the mollo this time.
that one was a little bit more simple though, I would argue.
Exact same one. It just bounced off last time off the right wall. It was quite funny.
Yeah, it's just all those. Oh.
Ooh.
That's not the scenario.
Ambitious.
Not where you want to be caught, is it?
No, that wouldn't be the type of play that I'd be looking to go for. Issue for Unsettled Resent are in a very weird position because they've got Madness on the flank, but they also have no mid control. However, it feels like this Madness flank is going to come in before there's any worry of the B bomb site, because look, you had Madness on the flank, but if Victorious Summers had actually just gone onto the B bomb site a little bit quicker, Then Twinkie was preoccupied with middle, and then there was the 2 players that were stuck in cave. Unfortunately, when that information of the double cave setup was acquired, Victorious Summers, well, did squat all with it. They actually didn't move. And then that favored the proactive CT side.
Yeah, that's that indecision, isn't it, really? Just ultimately has them unstuck.
I think it's showing maybe a little bit of inexperience. Like, I see double cave there. Boom. Molo at the entrance of cave. Good flashes. And you've most likely got the B-bomb site.
Yeah. That's the percentage play. Right, you just play off percentages at that point. But some smokes have just got Unsettled Resentment. Just waiting out that donut aggression. Obviously now they sort of need to double back and get some eyes on towards the A site. Double donut can be ambitious as well from a CT setup. They are going to be able to get themselves out of that scenario, so. It is the B site players, though, that are looking for a bit of an information play.
Has it pulled any rotations? No, not really. Madness. Ooh. Oh, that is a very unfortunate A-hold, because loads of damage has been done, but only 1 kill actually came through from Madness and Zaya. They did get caught in maybe not the most of prettiest positions, but the bomb plant of Victorious Summers, they know at least one's on the bomb site. Unknown. Oh no, Twinkie just killed his teammate, and now it's a 1 versus 1. I mean, that was a nice shot out of the air, but to his teammate. Benzeme in the known towards Donut. Twinkie's got a smoke. Why didn't he let the smoke bloom? He taps the bomb before the smoke blooms, so it's the easiest clutch of Benzeme's life, and Twinkie, who's had a really good city side, has just thrown it all away.
Oh, dear me. And this is what we said about this, these 2 teams, right? Like, we didn't know much about them. Inexperience is what I hear and see most of out of that round. Like, there was just a lot of inexperienced plays being made.
You didn't have to kick him while they were down.
Oh, yeah. You know.
That was a hard watch from someone who's done quite well.
Yeah, that's probably the hardest pill to swallow from that round, is that up until that point, I don't know, things were looking good for Unsettled Resentment.
Yeah, that was the game right there, pretty much, I feel like.
Well, yeah, exactly. You probably would have had Victorious Summers on like a scrappy buy at best, trying to defend match point.
Yeah, because look at their purchase, and this was a round 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, who won this round? Could you look at the purchases and tell me who won?
It's similar territory to the second round sort of force buy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
T's get the plant, force buy in the second. Yeah. Bit of a waiting game.
Taking a look at where... Yeah, because Twinkie's... Even though he was the 6th T side in the last round, he's the one with the A1S, so he's kind of the most important player in this round. Unfortunately, he's out of the action over towards CT, but those B defenders have done a marvelous job. Ofufu got the opening kill in middle, Akari's got 2 on the side, and Ember's actually completely alone. I don't know what the information was, but they seemed very aware that Benzeme was over towards A. I actually don't know if I missed anything or what, but they were very aware he was not on that bomb site, so they just hunt Ember down. And this is what the 3rd or 4th CT force buy that's been won in this game, which is just insane.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the unhinged world of Asian Counter-Strike. It's like where the points are made up and the rules don't matter, I think is one way to put it. But no, they definitely Just another day, isn't it? I mean, rightfully so, you're using your third tactical timeout here for oh, dear me, for Victor Sumus. I think it's safe to say, look, there's a lot of opportunity in each and every one of these rounds. I just think that the variables in each and every one of these rounds are quite unpredictable. So, look, that being said, though, map point and a chance to take it for Unsettled Resentment. I think they'll probably feel as though they maybe were the better team anyway, and if they don't take it at this point, that could really bleed into the rest of the series. So they really want to close this out quickly, I would say.
This is their map pick, and they'll be going on to their, obviously, opponent's map pick of Anubis, but they will be starting on the T side. So there's definitely a big conversation to be had of, they finish this well, and then they go into map 2 in a pretty good position. This is a very simple execute from Victoria Summers. This is by the book. Nata here's watching. He's like, yeah, this is my execute, boys. Unfortunately, they're running through to their grave. That smoke being put down towards ramp, it's pretty hard to get through. Cloud and Ember, they are trying their best. This AK is ringing out somewhat effectively, but it's still a man disadvantage for the T side as the bomb will get planted. Molotov does miss, so does the nade. So Ember actually doesn't take too much damage. I stand corrected. That ticks very late. However, throughout all of that, it's a 1 versus 1 that a Fufu ends up winning. Arguably the most experienced player on this roster shows that and delivers a victory in their map pick.
Yeah, he had all the information he needed to as well at that point, knowing that the player was trapped behind the box in cave. It was a simple equation for a Fufu, and it is a map 1 victory for Unsettled Resentment. As I said, Victoria Summers, they certainly made Unsettled Resentment sweat throughout the duration of that match. I think it's safe to say both these two teams, it was pretty hard to separate them through the early stages. So I think they'll be glad to get out of here and reset, as we invite you to do the same. Reset before map number 2. We will be back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Map 1 was incredibly close-knit. Back and forth it went, but ultimately, UR came out on top. Victorious Summers, realistically, even though the scoreline was very close, I'm sitting here thinking that it actually wasn't a close game. They just won a pistol round and a bunch of force buys.
Yeah, it was one of those matches where, if you just look at the scoreline, and maybe you even just look at some of the stats and not analyze it round by round, you would think that on the surface, but yeah, Unsettled Resentment, I guess, have some work to do here on Anubis if they're going to get through this as victors. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more from Victorious Summers on this map. I guess we'll see. Maybe they're Anubis, proficient, and we just never knew it.
Yeah, I mean, Victorious Summit are the team we know a little bit more about, right? Because they've actually got those recorded games on HLTV from their regional leagues in India. And so by virtue, I just put them more in the driver's seat. And they're going to have to show us why I would have done that. And this pistol round, it's actually looking really, really clean so far. They do lose one player, but Razor, he does his job. He gets 3 kills with the dual Berettas, mimicking the beginning of Ancient here on Anubis.
Yeah, it's a little bit of history repeating, isn't it? It was, I don't know, I feel as though they just threw themselves to the wolves. Instance, Unsettled Resentment. Didn't even feel like they were holding weapons. That's how one way the traffic was. So we'll see whether or not they can get anything in this round. I mean, they've only got Glocks. Just looking to hopefully not feed the SMGs too much. Or the SMG, should I say. Not messing about, though, Victorious Summers. Just straight onto the M4s. Negate the utility and fight it out. Thought for a second there they might have just taken, the rattlesnake approach.
Rattlesnake as in...
Yeah, I realised after saying that I could have confused you a little bit. Because rattlesnake.
Are you talking about the player?
No, I was talking about the Glock strategy.
Oh, around the world.
Yeah.
Esque.
Holding the right click. And so when you get everybody holding the right click, it sounds like a rattlesnake.
Oh, okay.
But I realised Rattlesnake is also an epic, UK... He's a UK legend.
Yeah, that's what... Because I was like, of all people to reference, I feel like you'd maybe one of the only people to reference just on the basis of your tenure. So I was like, am I missing something? You spun me for a second. I was like, do I not know some UKCS lore? Like, I'm supposed to be Mr. UKCS.
Not much on offer here. Well then, if you know the UKCS lore, you would know easy skins, easy wins.
Of course. What was that, 2015?
Yeah. That's casting...
Bit before my time.
Dark days for Australian CS.
Is it bright days now?
Yeah, well... Depends on...
There has to be good days for there to be dark days.
That's true. I think the dark days are more often than not. We'll see. Maybe tunes will change. Roster change for FlyQuest might be the answer.
Fly win.
No longer just a quest.
Yeah, I mean, at least you guys have a hope. Let's put it. Yeah.
You got Messi.
Yeah, undeniable. It's like fantastic, and I think that does great for a scene when someone does do well. But it's very easy to then narrow in on like one person's success and like forget about how crap everything else is. But that's a conversation for another time. Regardless, Akari, he's supposed to throw some entry utility. The flashbang didn't exactly land. I'm not sure if it's making a difference though, and I'm not sure if it matters because Madness, who had a pretty good, he had some really good moments at the start of Ancient, Felt like he cooled off towards the end, but right now he's got his first 3 kills in the game, opening up that A bomb site basically single-handedly.
Yeah. It looked like, the execute was actually quite decent from Unsettled Resentment. Like those Molotovs did a decent job of just clearing and unsettling Victoria Summers, just pushing CTs out into the open for those duels. I don't think Victoria Summers, they were just so deeply set in that site that like the utility trapped them. So it's a good reply here on their first gun round. A single M4 in Clouder will be saved over. I don't know what they're going to do here. Yeah, Amber could probably force something up. They could go for a low buy, but I don't think it's worth the squeeze.
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of these T side rounds and also just how the approach is on the CT side. And I think it was very evident on Ancient, and it's already somewhat shown on Anubis, of just like, when I look at an execute, it's very obviously like the kind of bog standard, this is how you execute the A bomb site, right? Yeah. And I don't know if you noticed it on Ancient, but it was like a lot of the times, it was like, okay, this is textbook B A execute, and I don't know if that's like kind of a region thing or a level thing, but it feels very textbook Counter-Strike from both sides, where it's like very bare bones, truth be told. Yeah.
Normally, the higher you start to climb, you get those variations that are the cornerstones of playing CS at that level. But yeah, this is just that. All right, guys, we're going to get into these are the sort of strats you dry run until your fingers are numb.
Like, I know that's obviously undermining, right, a little bit, but I don't disagree. I think when I'm watching this, it's like, yeah, okay, these are the there's like very set rounds, which, to be fair to them, seem very drilled. Like it seems like we've had a few rounds where it's like, okay, everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, it's very simple, I think.
Yeah, I think at the moment, you got to learn to play chess before you play chess in 4D. You know what I mean?
This is the learning how to play chess. This is the don't want to step too far ahead.
Yeah. Also, thoughts quickly on these gun charms. I don't know.
Oh, I feel I can imagine you, as someone who's been around for maybe a little bit longer, doesn't like them or appreciate. I think I look at it and I'm like, what was it? It just looks a bit childish, and I don't know. It's just yeah.
I already had my thoughts and feelings on like effectively this generation's fidget spinner and the karambit and the butterfly, but look, yeah. I'm not opposed to gun charms, put it that way. I think it's a little less, you're less likely to get caught with that, playing around with it and cost you a round than you will with a knife out, that's for sure. Just simple set of smokes out early on, just trying to take some territory, Unsettled Resentment, but also trying to overexert themselves either. Victoria Summers are just happy to set pretty deep, actually, in both of these two sites. So, slight pinch over towards B. Could be caught out here, actually, with this pop flash.
Okay, a bit messy, and well, there's the round.
Yeah.
Round done. Twinkies put a nice little bow on it as well with that final kill towards Temple. But that B bomb site, there just may as well have been no one there. They all play 3 players individually, and Unsettled Resents just kind of make their way out, and boom, round over.
Yeah, you can even tell, like, as soon as that first domino fell, Ember's caught in 2 minds, right? He's like, do I go back and check where they're coming from, or do like E-box, or do I just watch my own back in the site? And you can see the end result. He was just another domino to fall. So Unsettled Resentment is starting to wrap their fingers around some CT economy. It'll just be a question of what they do with the M4 and the MP9 from Revan. I don't think the MP9s have too much value unless they do something maybe aggressive around him and some pistols and just anchor the site with Razor, who's looking to buy in some utility. Well, pretty much all the utility. Never mind. They're just throwing caution into the wind. MP9s and good times. Good vibes only. Tactical timeout means some structure at least.
Well, you'd hope so.
At least they may be talking about what they're about to do.
You'd also hope that as well. There could be someone at the door. But yeah, no, that's like one of the rounds on Anubis where I just look at and I'm like, ooh, that didn't seem like they were ready or have tons of experience when I look, look at a site setup like that, flash into cave where the smoke's still up and then just dry swinging. I don't know, that whole kind of like round is just, I look at it, I'm like, ooh. Ugh.
Yeah, look away now, children. Cover your eyes. Yeah. Issue with this buy for me is always going to be firepower, but I don't know, that doesn't look like they're doing anything out of the ordinary, right? Like, okay, yeah, maybe going to look to close the gap, but you put the MP9s in that position. Why are the MP9s baiting the M4?
Vibes.
We'll see.
Yeah, they're trying to make their way, I don't know, out of A, but at least prod. Late flashbang. And the A1S swung first.
Yeah, but, yeah. I mean, the A1S, I actually didn't catch it there, but at the start of the round, had the all utility. So unless he distributed it around to everybody else.
Just dies with a full belt there.
Yeah.
Potentially. But, Unsettled Resent. Ooh. Okay. Not out of the clear just yet, especially with Benzene getting one towards middle. Revan's certainly in the known, and also has the read. He's making his way through canals.
Yeah.
He's going to be beaten to this bomb site, but he's heard it. A Fufu in the known. 25 seconds. Zaya taps the bomb. Revan forces his way out. And tunnel vision slightly perhaps by that bomb tap, trying to close the ground. And a very well collected 1 versus 1 from Zaya. But overall, a round where you sit back and you wonder, how did it ever get to a 1 versus 1?
Yeah, that looked like it shouldn't have ever gone towards it, particularly after that, push into canals with the pop flash. I thought maybe they'd oversold themselves. I thought Razor was maybe the wrong one to step with the M4 first, but obviously full of confidence. So another step flash here to clear out. Deeply set, unsettled resentment are going to be relatively untroubled. So I think
this is scary a little bit early doors. I think how I'm shaping up this second map of Victorious Summers need to maybe buckle down a little bit.
Yeah, this could start to blow out if they're not careful. So it's all dependent now on what direction they decide to take with their gun rounds. Okay. Revan on that AWP. We'd like to see them maybe try and open up some avenues for him to maybe take an early peek, maybe take some early aggression, unsettled resentment. Are they going to be anticipating something like that? We'll see. I mean, a Mach 10 could certainly trouble everybody on Victorious Summers right now with that lack of head armor. Oh,
That terrifies me. It looks like there's somewhat of... I was going to say, maybe Revan setting up his teammates to fight through A main again. But unfortunately, a nade that was slightly misplaced. I mean, well, it didn't miss the nade, but wrong timing, wrong place. And Unsettled Resent, they're trying to put a fake towards the A bomb site, but Victorious Summers just have all the information. They're ahead of this missed smoke. They know exactly what the crack is. They know it's a ruse, but they're still sitting there. There's still 2 players over towards A. Cloud has just pulled util and is going to most likely get run down by this MAC-10. Not the MAC-10, but Twinkie, at least from B main. You know, still those players haven't moved from A. Benzene, no one clears jail, so he's been able to get away with 2. That feels like murder. A Fufu on the back lines, just causing chaos, and that's the name of the game for Unsettled Resented.
Yeah, it's just, you know, chicken ass taking names. Revan now. I don't know. The prospect of saving this AWP might be quite slim. He's going to get the jump on a Fufu, so let's see whether or not they manage to run him out of his now A site foxhole. He's anticipating around this corner. He's seen the shoulder. There we go. Okay. Very troubling round for Victorious Summers. I can safely say that. T economy is just starting to bloom into territory that could be quite troubling for the City side. So a tactical timeout comes on the back of it. I mean, I'm not surprised, to say the least. They recognise that they need to make some changes here, need to make some adjustments. They, honestly, are just being pulled apart by some pretty, I don't know, it's pretty basic push and pull Counter-Strike, really. Attention being taken.
Yeah.
Attention being
like even
given.
that last round, right, where like they get the information it's not A, and the players don't really move away.
Yeah, and that opens the door as well, right? Like for that B site to just be pressed. So, you know, attention being taken, and they end up being shot in the back. Like they're literally just walking through the door.
Which is crazy that like Victorious Summers have the information. And they're still being caught off guard. That was a opening duel and a half. But yeah, like on both times as well towards the B bomb site, you have Clouder, who's very much tunnel vision towards cave, but playing that quite aggressively. And seemingly very much caught off guard every time there's someone there. I don't know if it's because he doesn't expect people to be playing as fast as they are, but certainly is just not ready for people to be there. And then so I say it's towards cave, and then the site players then look towards cave and then get shot from B main. Like it's just a very silly setup. And like even this, like what's going on? Okay, madness by name, madness by nature. Running through that cave smoke was certainly a brazen option. Benzene, is he going to win the round single-handedly? Not quite, but 3 kills is certainly admirable, especially with a lot of damage onto a Fufu. But in this 2 versus 2, Unsettled Resent, they are scarpering for the hills towards that A bomb site, and no one's expecting this.
Yeah, that's great heads-up play as well to make that adjustment. They pretty much just licked, stamp, and sent it from that point on, knowing that the rotation
no hesitation.
would be deep. Yeah, the rotation's going to be deep. So they got a good chance now with that post-plant positioning. If a Fufu can pry a kill here, he sets up Slayer quite nicely.
There's no kit as well. Look at this. So Revan, he's going to at least join up with Razor. Time's ticking down though. Halfway ticked. A Fufu hasn't been cleared. And now all the focus on Zaya. Revan does at least pick up a Fufu, but it's the AWPs now up against each other, and unfortunately, There's actually
Okay.
just no time. You mentioned the deep rotations. They got this A bomb site and the bomb was over half ticked. And after those first 2 fights, yeah, round over.
Yeah, lack of kits as well, really limiting options. So they escaped around with the AWP, but I think at this point they want to start putting some rounds on the board. Unsettled Resentment are not really looking unsettled at all.
I mean, that round obviously gets a little bit more touch and go. I think that was Unsettled Resent. Oh, yeah, a bit overconfident. I think that's very fair to say with them trying to break through a cave. I wouldn't blame them. Like, it's worked pretty nicely for them in the past, so hey, may as well, right? But yeah, this B bomb site, they're going to be heading here like a broken record because, hey, don't change what ain't broke.
Oh, man.
That's...
Okay, Benzene has been a spark.
Oh, hold on.
Is he going to
No.
spark a comeback? No. I was going to say he'd been a bright spark. He'd done some damage, picked up handy multi-kill rounds. But I don't know. I feel as though the rest of Victoria Summers have kind of fallen by the wayside.
I wasn't sure if you were... This is... I don't know if this is too niche of a reference, but I wasn't sure if when you were saying benzene spark a moment, you were referencing the gas benzene that's like highly flammable.
Look, I did chemistry and physics in high school. So,
A long time ago now, is it?
so it's a long time ago now. But yeah, put it this way, I haven't had to use the periodic table in quite a period of time.
Quite a while. Oh, period of time. Good one there. My significant other is a biology teacher, so I would say every day is a school day for me.
That's it. Yeah. Supposed to be a lifelong student.
I literally am.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a lifelong student. It took me 5 years to complete year 1. Whoa.
Okay, that's a nice pick from Revan, but I do actually want to say in that previous round, that was quite a nice execute from Unsettled Resent. Like, I think I was saying how things feel very, like, by the book. That was actually quite a cool execute. There was deep smokes, a lot of util, very well placed, very, very well structured. Everyone knew what they were supposed to be doing. It was very well drilled. And this... Unfortunately, this round, it's not even necessarily the execute, but it's more the counteractive play from Victoria Summers. It all stems from that opening kill from Reverend, and Unsettled Resent, they just feel like they have to go towards A. And then when they do that, it's like, oh, they're running into a close range MP9 who then buys times for the rest of those rotations and the dynamic AWPer as well to set up over on towards A main. So not necessarily a bad round from the T side. Actually, the first round for Victoria Summers' half where I look at and I'm like, that's actually a nice round.
Yeah, I think also too, because they were somewhat unsettled as well, it meant there was weird spacing between the T's just filtering into that site. Like, there wasn't any chance for any trades. It was kind of weird. It was a very jagged entry, but you could just see the utility from Victoria Summers just perfectly playing into that. Now, City Aggression, looking to spot out. Yeah, I kind of back Benzene to be the one trying to take those jewels over maybe Clouder. Clouder hasn't had too much success in Cave. Benzene's just seemingly got a little more of a, I don't know, bit of staying power, can stay alive in this instance. Clouder's been caught out far too many times, so they've actually swapped that up. And now got Clouder just more anchored towards the side itself.
AWP's been brought over as well. This is a change up. Last time the AWPer was here, he was on the back of the bomb site, mollowed out. This time, aggressive line in towards cave, but good utility, could be difficult, and yep, it just completely splits up these two players in cave. Revan will at least get one. Clouder hasn't been cleared again.
Oh.
This is the second time this has happened. They didn't clear towards jail. They finally dispatch of him. Look at this quick flank though from Ember. Drops down in towards Canals, and now leaves Zaya in a 1 versus 2. Bomb not quite in his grasp, and ooh, gets caught on a very awkward timing there. Was holding the line, and as he moves away, Ember's able to fade away. And Razor, not quite in the known just yet. So when Zaya gets this kill, where is the final player? He seems to be obsessed with Connector. He's going to clear out Canals and is going to realize with 20 seconds left, oh, this is going to be tight. With 22 seconds, he started to run from Connector to A. And I think he's got it.
Yeah. It's got it just. Problem is, Razor wouldn't have had that audible at either. So it is the right play. Heads up. But now he was very limited in what he could do with the post plant. Razor does have some util, but so does Slayer. So let's just see how it plays out.
CT Molo, you can just get around that. Ooh. And yeah, honestly, easiest 1 versus 1 from Zaya. Like, obviously, that's a nice shot to be hitting at the end. But kind of balls of steel from Zaya there not to actually peek aggressively around that Molo, because he didn't see that the bomb was being defused or not.
Yeah. The old umbilical cords.
What?
That's what we used to call them when they introduced the when you're defusing, you can see the cords coming out. We used to call them umbilical cords. Like you're still attached.
Legendary
to the bomb.
Legendary Paul. I can impress whenever I meet an Aussie now. I can impress him with my Aussie Counter-Strike lore knowledge.
Just the Aussie niche reference.
This is a change of pace this round, though, isn't it, from Victoria Summers?
It is. And to be honest with you, I'm here for it, because now it has Unsettled Resentment having to clear corners. That being said, though, I feel as though Victoria Summers are in that position where they have to start trying different things. And now, I mean, I'm looking at the utility bleed from Victoria Summers. There's not really too much left in the tank after this.
What an interesting duel over to.
Oh, Revan could lock it down. Oh, instead he's locked up by the player at jail. Slayer though, does get that, and now has exactly the knowledge of where Ember might be. And they do the dance in the smoke.
He's done this before, though. Ember has a good idea. Ember has a good idea in the smoke, but Zaya's distanced himself. Bomb's not planted for him, but he's read Ember like a book, but he misses the shots. No! Ember has got a kit. I think he can just straight up defuse the bomb.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's going to do, but the wall bang! Madness to end off this second half. Back-to-back 1 versus 2 clutches for Zaya. And Unsettled Resentment lead 9-3.
Welcome back for the second half of Unsettled Resentment and Victorious Summers, the close qualifiers here for ESL Pro League Season 22. One of these teams will be fighting their way on in this bracket. One of them will unfortunately be calling it a day. Single elimination. And I'd say Unsettled Resentment have a clear victory path ahead of them. Unless Victorious Summers can throw a spanner in the works, and they're going to throw that spanner in the works quite quickly, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, one pistol round is just, it's donezo. And Twinkie, we saw what the Jewel Brothers could do in the first half. And Twinkie, so far, is doing well with one, but that's all he'll get. And Victorious Summers, if they win this, that's then both pistol rounds won in this map, and 3 across the series, and that's it doesn't feel great when I read those statistics and then look at the score lines.
Yeah. It doesn't. Unsettled Resentment. They're just waiting this out, aren't they, Victorious Summers? They're just... Oh, there we go. There we go. The Julies, okay.
What is going on?
Cue the Benny Hill theme song.
Do you want to give us a short rendition?
I don't know. I don't know if my voice is nasal enough for that. It could be. Catch me on the right day.
Depends how many drinks you've had.
Precisely. Or how many I haven't.
Where's the confidence levels at?
Yeah. The liquidity of my confidence. Alright, Mac 10s. Let's just see whether or not they're going to be farming. Maybe they're going to be farming some confidence.
I wonder if this game has any legs to it, because, like, naturally this map is so T-sided. But Victoria Summers, the only rounds they got on that first half was the pistol rounds, and then they had like one nice gun round, the third final round. And you know, that was a nice round where I think the AWP on Revan got an opening kill, pivoted towards A. Like, you know, it was actually a round where you look at and you're like, okay, nice. You know, can we get more of that? They didn't. So my confidence levels for Victoria Summers unfortunately are quite low, as the sole representatives from India in this qualifier for ESL Pro League, it looks like they could be on the precipice of being eliminated outright. And it's actually also a bit of a surprise to me that they are the only Indian team, because I kind of spoke about it a little bit in the first map, but they're not even the best team in India. Like, they're kind of consistently second place darlings.
Yeah, the bridesmaids. Never the bride. God's Reign hold that that title for the moment anyway. But maybe this is the
it's not even
experience
always. Like, they don't even always. It's like normally they lose to God's Reign, but like it's not even every time as well, which makes me even more confused. I'm like, who? Am I missing something?
Well, maybe this is that, you know, that level of experience that they need just to get to that, you know, to push that next level. We'll see. Monitor the situation closely.
Looks like God's Reign have kind of thrown the towel in. Don't have a roster right now on HLTV, but Unsettled Resentments, first gun round the CT side, and it's a chaotic one. They had the numbers here. They had a lot of players over towards the A bomb side. I think they were trying to go for a play through A main, and they met Victoria Summers doing the exact same thing, and it only goes one way, as the Indian squad look to keep their flawless streak on the T side.
Yeah, they got to roll on now. Twinkie just We'll try and mosey out of that site with the AK. I don't think there's, aside from Ember, it's going to be a real serious pursuit. Might be able to hold on to it. Might not. We'll see. But, I don't know, Victoria Summers have looked a lot better. I mean, there was a lot going on in that round. There was a lot of flashpoints all across the map, wasn't there? Sort of just organised chaos. A tactical timeout.
That's a very positive way of looking at it.
Key word was chaos, though.
Yeah, that's more emphasized. Chaos with a capital C.
I need to do something though. Unsettled resentment. I don't think this is going to be the round to do it. But I mean, we did see quite a few CT force buys on Ancient, and they were quite successful. This one doesn't have the full, full commitment. They've at least left something in the tank. But we'll see whether or not there's something hyper aggressive on the back of that.
Okie dokie. Thank God for Clouder. And that is a very thankful result for Victoria Summers, because we look at it, both Ember and Clouder touching distance away from being brought down. So that engagement in middle really could have gone either way.
Ooh.
And yeah, it seemed like this isn't going to be that round. You were mentioning that there was just an abundance of force buy wins on Ancient. I think Unsettled Resentment, the main reason why they won map 1 was actually because of a force buy win in the penultimate round. But Victoria Summers were the main force to be delivering the majority of those force buy rounds. Regardless, this is going to be, 4 in a row for Victoria Summers. But that first gun round, it's very hard to actually tell anything from that round, because it was a set play that just went wrong, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the wheels fell off, essentially. And they're just going to shuffle that bomb over towards the A site. Raze is just out scouting and won't find any resistance. In the meantime, Revan's just tasked with keeping them interested over towards the B side. I don't think there's going to be too much interest from Madness and Slayer anyway. I would say their interest lies in actually trying to pick up the lost weaponry. But even then, they're nowhere near it. So I think this round's just going to peter out.
Bit of damage here or there could be nice. That AK picked up is always going to be a benefit, but I've got a feeling they're not going to hold on to it. Yeah, okay.
It's done.
Clean by all things considered. This first half of Victoria Summit is the second half so far.
Certainly has been quite a transition, actually. I thought maybe they had sold themselves short in the first half, but obviously, as you said, the T-side favoured nature of Anubis is certainly being capitalised on by Victoria Summers. Stock standard play across the map.
This is the interesting round for me, because as I mentioned, it's like that first gun round, which is kind of, I don't know, you can't really tell anything from that. But this is to see if the T side have any oomph in them, and if the CT side are actually going to maintain what they were doing in that first half. And so far, it's a lot of poking and prodding from Victoria Summers. Look, like they're poking middle, they're poking A, and also B. They got no util left at like a minute 13, basically. And they haven't, by large, really got any map control because of all of that poking and prodding. Like, they've got 2 smokes, a mollo, and a few flashes at a minute, and no map control.
Yeah, nothing to show for it.
And there's 3B as well, perfectly. Oh, now it's 1B.
Never mind. Fufu.
Oh, this is scary.
He's put himself under pressure with that reload. I don't really think they're too interested seriously in the retake. I'll be honest with you, I think, you know, over exit kills anyway, preserving their own economy is probably in their best interests.
I look at many things in this round for unsettled resentment, and I'm thinking, how didn't that round, like, how does it just go so badly, so quickly? Like, Victorious Summer has no util, they have no map control, you have 3 players towards the B bomb site, and yet, Fufu's the only player to get a kill when it was 1 versus 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that one will be up there with the great mysteries of the world, right? Like the Bermuda Triangle, the
Bermuda Triangle.
Unsettled Resentment, Victorious Summers, you know, round 17 of map 2 in the closed qualifier.
Historians will write about this.
Yeah. And, you know, we're the ones to bear witness to it. The lucky few. But good aggression out of Victorious Summers just to push that, you know, the A push back into the site. I thought
Yeah, try to get Revan
peek.
with an AWP open. It's good to see the AWP being active and not just sitting on his laurels, right? Actually getting some of those opening picks, doing something, flashing in his teammates into angles, being proactive.
Yeah. That's what you like to see. And it's great too. I don't know. I've always been a fan of proactive AWPers. I mean, it is, you know, when they can open up the game like that, there we go. Okay. Slayer takes a bit of damage to pick up Clouder. That's all the way over on the other end of the map, though. So this will be the full rotation coming through.
Oh my god. Madness is gotten away with murder. To not only survive, but then pump back through the smoke with a kill. And Victorious Summers, it's looked like a pretty good second half so far on this T side. You know, it's been flawless, the money's really good. But then we take a look at round 18, and you sit back and you marvel at what was the game plan here? Like, there was the opening pick attempt with the AWP, and then what?
Yeah, these philosophers will ponder that one for years to come.
Socrates couldn't even think of an answer.
And, you know, he had a voice so sweet that, you know, bees would settle on his lips. As legend would have it. That being said, though, Unsettled Resentment edging closer towards victory. Let's just see whether or not this bombardment will net any results. Just trying to sell them on something, seeing if they can, you know, be tempted to peek, and that's exactly.
Jesus, they just nade the smoke and just kind of like swing around it at long range.
Yeah.
The kahunas on them.
Oh yeah.
No flashbang. AWP? Nah.
Can you imagine the strength required to just, you know, cart that around on the daily?
It's biblical strength. And oh, Twinkie. Oh, Ooh, it doesn't look like he's played that position before.
No.
These B holds, both sides, have been rather weak. And yet another B hold where you sit there and you just gotta sit back and wonder.
And sit back they will.
Quite literally now, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think Victoria Summers, like, just stop going A. Just stop going A.
It's just this is exactly what happened in the first half. Just like, oh, let's just go B every round.
Yeah.
What's the point of changing it up?
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, they're not even losing players. They lose like one player max.
Yeah, just focus fully on that B side. Don't mess around elsewhere. Let's just see whether or not they've got enough in them to draw level. Yeah, Unsettled Resentment have kind of been disappointing in the second half, to say the least. It really looked like they were the far better team in the first half, and that, I don't know, that coordination they had on the T side just petered away on CT.
No, you're not going straight towards B. Victoria Summers, stop trying to get map control. Just execute B.
Yeah.
They're not even playing 3 players there as well. Like, Akari is played towards middle. I mean, he has got 4 kills, so how helpful could he actually be towards B? Up for debate.
Just fodder.
Just manpower. Something I have noticed, a big thing with this game so far, is that when people throw a util, they do love to like swing out into the open and throw the util. And it kind of makes me clench sometimes, I can't lie. Also, Madness, this is a 5 versus 3, and he's gone, yeah, let me push aggressively A main by myself towards the smoke, and it works.
He's just doing it for the info, right? Like, that's every CT court in that position says that.
What's going on, man? Oh, that is a nade that is absolutely dunked onto Revum. Leaves Clouder in a 1 versus 3, and I couldn't even begin to tell you what's really happened this round.
No, that's going to take some breaking down.
And even then, I don't know if you'd come to an answer.
Yeah. Yeah, that one will be debated for a while, I would say. I think it's safe to say that this tactical timeout is going to be make or break for Victoria Simus. I mean, really, what are they realistically saying in this tactical timeout? Hey guys, we should go back to what was working. We should go back to B. That's a percentage play for me, anyway. You know, the all-knowing, the all-seeing caster. But I mean, Unsettled Resentment have never looked comfortable at B, so you know, I guess it's just a question of whether or not they're able to make those adjustments, make it work. Straight out of spawn. Nobody has the bomb though. They're leaving their options open.
Ooh, almost caught the jiggle there. Redvin's very eager to get an opening kill with his AWP. He's gone for it many a time, but I don't think he's ever actually succeeded necessarily. 3 players over here on the B bomb site. That smoke has just been chucked onto the bomb site. I almost respect it. Just like, this will land somewhere. And it does, but it gives a one-way for a Fufu and Twinkie to strike for 2. Finally, the B bomb site's holding. Twinkie triples down and a nade sails towards Reverend to not only win the round, but a B site round that gives Unsettled Resentment 12.
The weird thing for me in that entire thing was I don't know where Victoria Summers' head was at because that bomb was still in in spawn.
Oh.
They committed to that site hit and they didn't have the bomb.
They just went,
So everybody
Well,
going
grand.
into that, right? Like everybody in the back of their mind is knowing, like, okay, we've committed to this site, but we can't really commit, can we? Oh man, yeah, that might just be it. That might just be it.
I think it is, because even if you look at the economy as well, and Victoria Summers are going towards A, recipe for disaster. They've lost 3 rounds in the second half. 2 of them are when they went A. I don't think they've yet to actually win a round towards the A bomb site, but they do have the advantage of, well, no one being here. Despite Akari having full B control, they have no one on the A bomb site. A Fufu gets Clouder in middle, so it eliminates the lurk. The bomb gets planted, so it's kind of a giveaway of what's going on.
Yeah.
But Unsettled Resent, they're now going to have to reset in this 5 vs 4, and Ember's just smoked CT Spawn.
Oh no! Like Unsettled Resentment, right? Like they even know that they're weak at B, so they've over-rotated to it and left A wide open.
Just those 3 in middle. What? Okay, Twinkie should be full blind. Wasn't. This time at least will be. Time's running down, and of course, the one round where it's a low purchase, even though Unsettled Resentment get an opening kill, that's one of 2 kills they get after a very, very sloppy retake attempt.
That should have been curtains.
Yeah.
That should have been curtains. I don't understand, but then again, yeah. I mean, that flash, yeah, I actually think it landed under the lip of the stair. Weirdly enough, like, it was just one of those things. Like, if it was a HE, it would have done no damage as well. You know what I mean? One of those sort of scenarios. Like there's a paper clip on the floor that blocked the nade damage. So, we've all been there. And I think Victoria Summers are literally chasing the dragon. Again, they're going back towards A.
Oh, and Madness is being pulled out with utility, but he's able to pull back out his weapon for at least one.
A lot of damage done.
Fufu, yeah, Fufu could do the same, but as you mentioned, that damage done. But last round, that retake towards the A bomb site isn't making me hopeful as we enter a 3 vs 3 and the digits tapped in.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be weighing this up, right? Like, can we make this, or do we just full save? Do we just save 3? If we don't get a pick here as the smokes fade, do we just pull the plug?
They're going for it. Molotov not really landing. Flashbangs neither, but the bullets certainly are. Benzene tucked away in a corner. Cleared very effectively, and as Twinkie gets on the bomb, the defuse will come in. And Victoria Summit eliminated at the first stage of play, as you are now progressed through to the second round of the ESL Pro League Season 22 Asian Closed Qualifier.
Yeah, and they did it in, look, let's just say heart-stopping fashion. Safe to say that, like, if I was in-game leading that, maybe would have been weighing it up differently. But they saw an opportunity, they took it, and they now secure themselves, as you said, into that second round of play, the close qualifiers. Unfortunately for Victoria Summers, that is it. That is curtains for them. And maybe they are better for the experience. But we hope that you've been better for the experience of viewing. We've certainly enjoyed bringing these matches to you. And we hope that you'll be sticking around. There's plenty more matches on offer as we head and take you through the close qualifiers. It's been a pleasure. We hope you enjoy your morning, your evening, or your afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And we'll be catching you very, very soon.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fears, the fear. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just a number, pieces of data. Just a This is the numbers game.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right.
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
And if disappear. You can't find me, you can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 22 Asian Qualifiers. I'm Tea Time, joined by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy as we head through and figure out who the team to represent the Asian Oceanic region will be coming through these qualifiers. Of course, we've already had a couple of teams eliminated, and that's always sad, but frankly, I say that and I don't really believe it. I'm not sad about them being eliminated. Get out of here. Let's see what everyone else has to offer.
Yeah, we only have chances for one team at the very least, so it's going to be cutthroat all the way through. There's a lot of goodbyes we have to get used to, and there's no point being too caught up about it very early on. So, I mean, it's nice that we have this opportunity for teams to make it into ESL Pro League, especially when we've got teams that are, I guess, more on the upper ends of the Asian scene, actually kind of absent. We have some teams that are just, notably not in participation. Teams like FlyQuest, Tyloo, Linvision. Some of the, obviously, Linvision are directly already in ESL Pro League. Yeah. So there's definitely chances for these teams to come up, and we actually have the veto on screen as well. We have a Nuke, Dust2, and Ancient. Our matchup today is IHC versus Wings Up. Wings Up re-entering Counter-Strike and trying to roll back the years as well.
I think this is one of the cool things about seeing everything going on in Asian Counter-Strike right now. We are going to get a lot of organizations that have been flirting with Counter-Strike for quite a few years and feeling like, hey, maybe it's just not worth it. But it's like, what? Mongols made top 2 at a major? How insane is that to say? Yeah. Obviously, that's seen a resurgence in the Asian scene in terms of Mongolia. But as far as the Chinese scene is considered, Linvision also looked pretty decent. Tyloo looking pretty decent across a couple of different tournaments, actually making their mark in ESL Pro League Season 21. And it does feel like for a lot of these teams, ESL Pro League is one of the best places to go out, get international experience, and actually take a couple of series off of names that are, slightly better than you in the overall scheme of things. So yeah, I think every one of these teams that are going to be fighting for it are fighting for a lot. Of course, just a reminder for what the format is as well. We just have a straightforward double elimination bracket afterwards. Right now, we're starting off with 2 rounds of best of 3s. Depending on how the seedings work and everything, it's an odd number of teams invited. So I'm not going to bore you with all of that. The point is that from now on out, every single team that wins a match just makes it directly to the double elimination bracket. Think of this like the play-in stage, and that's what we are on right here and now for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's definitely a format in which, those opening few rounds are a little difficult, but you get that safety net later on. So it's nice that we get to sort of filter through the chaff quite early on in the tournament, especially when we've got, like I said, a few more fringe teams, some teams that are building new projects or, kind of building around cores that they had kind of tried to make work in the prior season and retained enough ranking points to receive an invite to this qualification, but also, whether or not you went through the open qualifiers is also another route that we're seeing some teams try and birth their way through. So definitely interesting. This IHC team as well, one that has been trying to kind of rebuild, and, they lent out Coolest to Chinggis Warriors, they lost Yami to the Huns, and have still tried to kind of retain some of that, some of the players, but I'm actually seeing Yami and Coolest in the server, which is, I guess, a little perplexing and confusing to me, because I actually wasn't expecting to see them here.
And Mongolia, baby, I don't try and explain it, Michael. I just try and understand it. It seems like it's going to be a quick pop out in through the vents. It's 4 players right down and under. Coolest to be leading the charge. Shinobi cops a little bit of damage in the middle of it all, but Coolest is now going to be just breaking out glasses. They've made a smooth progression to the bomb site itself, and Ronin baby's taken a goosh long range, but guess what? Flying is delivering, as he very often does. Will be running out of bullets and forced away. It's still a 4 versus 3. IHC with the bomb down. Coolest reclaims at least some of that disadvantage, but he turns away at the wrong place. Still reminds us, head on a swivel. He's got it all, and now with a double peak that could be prime, Bingo's about to be introduced to a whole lot of hurt. Sure, we'll be able to find the 1 kill in the middle of it all. Rate is alive. 1-on-1, 22 HP, no Kevlar for Bingo. This seems like a done deal, with Bingo trying to run him down. No time for the defuse. He'll get the kill, the money, and maybe some pride, but not the round.
Yeah, actually not necessary there for Rate to try and fight that at the end, but he knew Bingo had no way to win anymore just because he had to run him down at decon, didn't expect to have a kit, and it does get a little dicey. Coolest was in a couple of awkward fights, but already kind of flexing those muscles. I'm actually very kind of taken aback that Coolest and Yami are back on IHC, because this changes my perspective on how this team is going to do in this qualifier quite significantly for me. You know, Yami getting benched for the Huns was definitely something that was a little peculiar, and Coolest not, I guess, continuing with the loan on Chinggis Warriors was also a little perplexing, because these were, like, strong players on those respective rosters, and now they are working with some of their ex-teammates. This could be quite troublesome for our Wings Up that are trying to rekindle former form from, what, 2022?
Raid is one of these players who, as he gets himself a quick eco ace. Raid is one of these players that is kind of strange in the Mongolian scene, because, you know, he's one of the few that I talk to now and then, and he's always on the fence about whether he should be a professional player or not, and it's always seemed like he's had the skills. It's more just, you know, this sort of, hey, am I going to get into the best team? Am I really going to get access to the international tournaments? All of these things that have always been a very valid concern for anyone who's not a part of the top team in Asia. Up till now, it feels like. I think he's realizing that. Shinobi as well, kind of an opposite to Raid. He's 31 years old. He's always been trying to make something happen, even while working full-time jobs and the like. So it's just an interesting thing to see both of these now reuniting, like you said, with Kulas and Yami. You're right, this completely changes what this team is meant to be, and Wings Up, the pressure is all the more on for them.
Yeah, especially on players like Ronin Baby. You know, this four-man core of Wings Up from 2022 is notably missing one of the high fragging star players in Child King, who finds himself on Rare Adam these days, you know, so Ronin Baby does have some big shoes to fill.
All hail the King of Children.
Yeah, I suppose.
What a man he is.
I claim no fealty to him.
Are you not a man-child, Michael? Have you evolved?
Wait a second, when you put it like that.
Ronin Baby, the one who has tried to climb into the crown, has got a lot to do over here. Awkward angle as he's caught off on the retreat, will be able to get back, but Land doesn't have quite the same result. Ronin Baby as well falls down, tried to recover some of that space that they had already lost, but with two players down and Gas in an awkward position, it should be a free round.
Gotta say, right, you know, eco ace, sure, but very confident swings at ramp. The first player was easy, and sure he had enough teammates behind him. I think regardless, they were gonna get that entry at ramp. So, once that first domino falls, IC just barrel straight through this first buy of Wings Up. They don't even really put up much of a fight. They don't slow them down that much.
This is the weird thing about Raid, like, he's always had the skills, as he will be losing Yami elsewhere on the map. He always, like, plays these ESE Open teams. You're thinking of teams like, you know, the Cube and whatnot, which just come out and dominate ESE Open, and they're the kind of teams where you look at them and you're like, okay, you know what, if you get into Challenger League, you're going to be sick. Actually going to be like a proper top 5, top 6 contender, and maybe in a couple of seasons you'll be able to make it work. And then he just drops out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shinobi also a couple of times has done this as well, and it's like, I really want these two to succeed. Mostly, you know, for the lore, but also at the same time, how can you not want Wings Up to come through in an era of Chinese Counter-Strike's resurgence coming out, you know, finally?
Yeah, I think people do sometimes underestimate the amount of the sort of knock-on effect that can happen with teams making it to the finals of majors or even winning majors. You know, I know, for example, Mezzi, UK player, wins a major. First time a UK player has done it. You know, this is not just to glaze him, but, you know, to get onto mainstream news media and talk about esports, and there's, you know, players or there's investors that are looking at UK Counter-Strike more so now and thinking, oh, well, how can we continue this sort of success? That same sort of thing will be happening in Asia as well. And, you know, maybe it'll be centered around the Mongolian scene more so than China, but China are not going to be happy that Mongolia has not only overtaken it, but done something that they never could.
And that's why Wings Up want to make this their campaign forward. They want to make this their opportunity to fight. Maybe not quite for Pro League just yet. I mean, they're definitely not one of the favorites to make it all the way through, but even to put themselves in a position where, like, hey, we went deep in the double elimination bracket. We can actually do this maybe next time and whatnot. Wings Up, this would be a very important head for them to take as well. IHC is, all the more so with these new players, is a very impressive team. Apis, the player we've not been able to talk about so far, going down. He's unfortunately not been giving us much to talk about thus yet, but I'm sure we'll be coming to know his game. Nice nade on the Gas from Yami outside. Still hunting for the duel. Gas will retreat. Yami instead has to deal with flying coming out through the smoke.
Smokes not going to last that much longer, but they're breaking straight to this A bomb site, and Bingo just gets overwhelmed. Doesn't have any support nearby. Smoke down at main, and there's no support coming out from heaven either. Lan may... I think he toyed with the idea of actually breaching that smoke and cancelling the plant, but they found a man advantage in this after plant, and they've, considering they've got these couple of rifles, they'll give it an earnest try, I think.
Well, Coolest right now is more worried about Gas than Ronin, baby, but maybe it's flying he should have been concerned about. Raid and Shinobi P can't get one apiece, leaves Raid alive, alone, 1 versus 2. Player around the corner has an AK-47, Flying hopes to use it to his advantage, but not if he can't find a target. Raid is getting it done. 10-1, this guy, I'm telling you, is one of the lost boys of Mongolia.
Yeah, I mean, pretty free-flowing. I really did think, I mean, it came down to a 2-on-4 very briefly there, but Rate just being able to fight from the site, deal with the Heaven player, and was able to find these isolated duels at the back of the bomb site. Played position perfectly on the final 1v1 as well. You know, used the sound cues to his advantage, kind of forecast what was happening before it did, and got ahead of a duel that he didn't necessarily need to take, and so he didn't. So really well managed by Rate so far in this game. Ever since he got that ace, he's kind of just been the guy for IHC.
Bottles in the air, not fun, but hey, it's okay. Doesn't really mean too much. Wings aren't able to steal away that save round. Now the question is, can they find the full buy? First shot out from Lan, will be able to pick it up. Another one! Lan's feeling quick! And more than that, he's feeling feisty. Goes back over for a third beacon with Ronin baby to cover off. He feels comfortable. Give this man a recliner, because he is lounging.
Yeah, kicking it back. I mean, had to hit a very fast shot, took a headshot for it as well, but still stuck around. And, you know, none of these kills seemed that stressful for him. You know, first kill, easy. Second was probably the toughest of them, but you could tell IHC weren't really sure about whether or not they were going to proceed and chase him down, or whether they were going to try and search for the secondary player at ramp. They kind of got, I think, caught in the crossfire, and they didn't make a decision. And if Lan is going to be given slow peaks like that on the AWP, he's going to be loving life here on this CT side. This will be the first round of success here for Wings Up, and largely comes off of that investment.
Still on the hunt. Will lose his life for it, but doesn't mind all too much. It'll still be 3 AKs taken forward and an AWP flying. Maybe put your knife away. I think he's just barely spotted the feed, and you know what? Maybe not after time, but through the wall. Not quite as good, but hey.
Yeah, that was strange. From our perspective, it didn't even really seem like Flying saw him, but pretty sure he caught a pixel somehow.
Yeah. It's those double heel shoes that people are wearing these days. They're massive.
Yeah, I've seen them. When you take them off, it's not a good look.
One day I'll find one in my size and I will try them. I am telling you.
You're already
right
tall.
now.
You don't need
I know. But bodybuilders use PEDs, so why can't I? Ronin baby is going to be playing a much more passive angle out on ramp this time over. So if you're going to see aggression from Wings Up, it might be in towards lobby. This is a full execute on the upper side, though. Flying put under massive pressure. Flashes keep on sailing through, but the terrorists aren't coming with them. Shinobi and Yami finding one apiece, and now Flying has got to put it all up. Unfortunately, can't do so. Still, a player behind, a player in front. I'd see at risk wherever they go, and they've lost the bomb. Worst case scenario has been abated, though. Rate will be able to recover it immediately.
Yeah, and he's just going to run straight down to that B bomb site. Starts to cut sound over towards ramp, but Gas isn't even nearby enough to sort of clue in on the fact that sound has been cut. So he doesn't bite on the idea that it is the lower bomb site. But now a smoke down, the plant here for Rate. Gas will know what's up, and he will be loud about his approach down lower.
Rate's open the doors and he threatens out Gas in through double, so Gas will have to clear this one out. He has to be careful as well, because this could be a man
Yeah,
playing
Gas
around
got-
the doors.
Gas got here late as well, so it's kind of doubled the presence of Rate in the clutch.
Soccer check this angle. Surely he doesn't. Gas will, though. He's worried about the close angle, much more so than a traditional one. Rate on the off is spotted out, and Gas is able to quickly deal with him. Very nice.
Yeah, that was definitely a confidence move there from Rate. If he had simply hid in dark, he could have been in control. He could have been ramp for all Gas knew. Rate kind of doubled his presence, but then took a very open duel. And, I mean, you can hardly blame him for the way that he's been playing so far in this game, but took a risk in that 1v1, and Gas punishes him for it. So, a critical clutch, and a second round in a row here for Wings Up. As now it's down to a bit of a scrambled buy here for IHC. A couple of pistols, an AK on Rate to try and take the fight out red, and he overwhelms Gas. Even if he loses the clutch, he gets revenge outside.
That's very nice. And not only does he get the kill, he also gets control out towards lower as well. So Lan feels like he has to keep an eye line out to outside. But look at what Coolest is up to inside and through the smoke. He's gone into mini bingo.
He wanted the rifle.
I mean, forget the rifle. He's got the position. If this ends up being hit out towards the upper bomb site, that would be massive. But unfortunately, they don't have a player position to throw utility with it. Lan's been flashed off, and now it's Yami who's trying to play oversight. Lan spotted out, but Yami can't find the kill. Lan has somehow gotten away with murder. And he's watching out for a little bit more. Shinobi uses this time to start pushing into ramp room. No one is watching out for him. Everyone's more concerned about outside because they did see Rate there earlier on as well. They're assuming this is going to be a full outside setup. They're not accounting for a man in the dark, and that man is struck. Shinobi stays true to his name, picks up the AWP, and Yami pushes Bingo back. Bingo now worried about that AWP coming in from heaven, but it's not really revealed a threat just yet. Flying, spots out the head, but he can't get the kill. That's not an AK, that's the problem. Yami turning the corner, never stops spraying, still needed to keep going. Flying position hadn't actually been given over, or rather maybe not expected to have repositioned. And with 20 seconds left, Flying is in a 1 versus 2. Both players on the T side low.
Could still beat him. I mean, if he tries to go for an Astralis plant, he's trying to plant open to decon and double, and so all Flying has to do is open those doors and hound him down. Shinobi on 1 HP, but out of bullets is Flying, switching to the USP just enough, and it comes down to another sole survivor here on Wings Up, but they get 3 straight.
I mean, that is absolutely fantastic, and unfortunately, Shinobi, that's the worst rifle you could be picking up in that situation where you're going up to heaven, right? There's so many angles to deal with. Flying, it's all him. The initial damage that he's able to find on the Shinobi as well. Afterwards, taking down Yami by repositioning, putting himself out in the open in a place where Shinobi could have still hit him in the back if he peeked in.
I mean, they got themselves into a 4-on-2.
Yeah.
And then they realized as well that they need to get the bomb back, which definitely a big problem there for IHC. They were running against time as well. Just pistols this time, and it's a double main setup. Coolest able to deal with one. But there is another that safeguards that rifle. Lands AWP catching the shadows, but unable to capitalize. It's Bingo and Flying that send it straight out main. And so, just like that, Wings Up have equalized. They deal with that eco round of IHC quite handily.
And where we were praising Rate for his scoreline, I would be amiss to not point out that Flying has also very steadily crept up to 12-4 at this situation. A couple of clutches in there as well. Always did feel like Flying, Gas, and Child King were the magic combination. Flying and Child King maybe more so than Gas, but still good to see that his form hasn't dipped too much, especially when you're going out against, you know, players who at the very least have played towards the top of Asian Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Even if this team right now has not together.
There are definitely periods as well where it was like Gas and Lan, and then it's typically Gas and someone, plus Child King.
Unfortunately, IHC's rookie member in Apes isn't able to deliver quite to the lengths that you would be hoping to see. And you know what? Sometimes you don't hope to see. Sometimes you want scoreboards. And right now, Lan wants to show up on the scoreboard a couple of more times. 2 kills is all it'll be, but that's more than enough. Especially given the position.
Yeah, I mean, really not a conventional AWPing position, but managed to come away with 2, almost enough for a third. So they've got a minute left, and Coolest has found a second kill. He was low health, and Yami goes back to clear those secret steps, but Ronin Baby right behind. He hears Yami's retreat, and that full HP, he just siphoned that AWP back over to Coolest, and that is his weapon of choice. A third for Coolest, and another sole survivor. This time, it's IHC that come in with the clutch.
What the hell did Coolest just do there? He takes this really long-range duel with the AK, nice enough spray, you know what, gets the kill. Then he peeks into Mini, because he's, you know, fair enough, it's a 2 versus 4. But Coolest never has any fear whatsoever. Yami's able to trace out one more, and then Coolest finishes off the round comfortably as well. This is one of the reasons why this guy's such a wild card.
Yeah.
You know, he's always been one of those players with incredibly high talent, but it's a lack of fear that really just sets you off in a way that an Opper normally isn't attributed to have.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a variance player, but he is also the type of player that can just win you rounds as well. Win you games sometimes, but it can be feast and famine with Coolest at times.
Very nice land. Again, fantastic shot to start things off. His AWP was what gave Wings up the first round. Realistically, it should have probably given them the last as well.
This reposition from Lan is also so cheeky. Opened and closed the door behind him, escaped back to ramp, but retakes the position inside of radio, so he's still maintaining some control and some presence down lower. And they'll suspect he's ramp. These Molotovs will do nothing to stop him peering further and further into B.
Even if he can't find the kill, just being able to cordon off this access point for Apis is massive. Apis not able to come through the double doors, and now Shinobi's left alone on the bomb side. Bingo closes, distance closes, life and leaves right practically alone. Coolest will not be anywhere nearby to be able to help out in this affairs, and with Flying spotting him out, Coolest is hunting for a save. Will be firing out his gun a little bit early. Ronin Baby coming in on the flank. Coolest, another shot missed, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's 3 kills for Lan, and it'll be so easy to praise him for, I mean, getting 3 kills, but it's really just the positional play that he has in this round that wins it for Wings Up. Not only getting contact on lower, but then immediately sort of played with IHC's expectations of where he would reposition next, and you saw them completely lower their guard when it came to that lower bomb site, thinking that they could set up for vents and solid after plants inside of dark, but suddenly they felt very suffocated. It's all because of what Lan was doing and how he repositioned. So beautiful play.
This is desperation. Ronin Baby, I can't believe he's missing every
Yeah,
single
crazy.
bullet, because it really does feel like he's on the money.
He was like a quarter of a second too early on his tracking through the smoke.
Lan, in the meanwhile, all posted. If Raid is found, this will make it a little bit more of a secure late round. Lan, nice shot through the floor. Yami, put away. Now, Raid is going to be able to find the one, but Lan is again ready for the refrag. He will be flashed and smoked off, so cannot be the first point of contact to go back into the bomb side. CTs have an advantage, but it feels like a 3 versus 3 more than anything else. Lan right now only trying to keep them distracted. Grenade will certainly help with that. Apest finds his first and second frag of the game. Critical kills as well for the IHCT side, but Flying's not done with this round just yet. He'll pick up Apest back to a 1-on-2. Now just the 1-on-1. Shinobi's AWP. Flying has the smoke, he has the kit, but he doesn't have very much time. Shinobi misses the shot. He can't light it up with the tech 9 either. This is disaster, but barely abated. IHC. By the skin of my teeth, forget theirs.
Oh my goodness, he was so close to coming away with that defuse. I mean, that was his only play. He was running out of time as well to stick it. And for those Tech 9 shots to be so close, and yet just far enough away that it gave him that glimmer of hope. It is a real nail-biter finish there for IHC. 6 on this T side already. That's more than enough moving into that second half. But they'll want more, and they'll try and pick up the pace immediately over on A. Flying, I mean, no one is ready for this whatsoever. Bingo, Gas, Flying, all just hit the deck immediately. And just like that, the round will be done. A 7th round for IHC as we move into that second half.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back again with the second half in just a bit, guys. A new face for IHC and a very good-looking Wings up, if I'm being honest, in the first half. Unfortunately, Wings being steamrolled in the first few rounds certainly didn't help. They're not able to close out the advantage they were looking for on that CT side. Now IHC, however, have to deliver, and not just through one-man hero performances.
Yeah, I mean, flying has been fairly consistent throughout, but really I think the difference maker has been land so far in the rounds that Wings up have been able to win, and the flying has been able to close some rounds, get some kills in the middle. But it's really the openers of land that sprung them into advantages, and that'll be difficult to muster on this T side. Yami, first kill and contact over at main, but they know about Ronin Baby up close and personal, trying to close the gap towards Hell as well.
Shinobi's going to be locked out, and he tries to retreat back instead, but it's flying. Nice shot from Shinobi. Switches out for his dead man's USP. And Ronin Baby's all alone, was given job of containment, now given job of, oh god, please win us this round.
Yeah, Coolest has control of the bomb over at Secret, so you can see the other two CTs are trying their best to relocate and link up with him somehow and provide support outside. Ronin will have to make his journey this direction, so when he goes for this fight, there will be three that look to greet him. Not much of a hope in this. I mean, you can just see them toying with these peaks. Shinobi just constantly running back and forth and keeping tabs on Ronin.
Well, eventually he's going to get a shot. No, never mind.
Or have a shot hit on him, I guess.
Either way. Unfortunately, Wings Up losing out on that mini smoke is somewhat consequential, even if it feels like it's not, because it ends up being a 1-for-1. They were really hoping to heavily route back into Hell and through it, so even losing that first player out through staggers them a little bit more. Shinobi gets more time, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Good couple of kills from him.
I assume it was supposed to be a waterfall smoke, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd hope so.
Yeah, it looked like that should have been the case.
No force buys out from Wings Up, and they will be eaten good, actually. Wow, that's a meal.
Yeah, why are there apples on top of this marshmallow?
Well, it's all about making up a little bit of money for the CTs. They have got 4 MP9s, to be frank, so if you're not picking up quite a few kills with these, then it does feel like it's not worth it. You actually probably are happy to see Apes go down. And yeah, all in all, reasonably successful round, but whatever.
Now, Flying still got a kill on a Glock, so he might be the best player alive.
Or dead.
Oh, we'll see how this round goes. Full AKs now for Wings Up. Of course, Lan is one of those AWPers that, you know, depending on the map, will AWP on T sides. I don't imagine that will be too prevalent here on Nuke. I mean, it's something that we see even fall out of favor massively in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, so...
That's just because everyone wants to be like, woo. Speaking of, Ronin, baby, gets himself naded down to oblivion. Gas not feeling too good either, and he is gone. Thank you very much, IHC, for a basketball break in the middle of our Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they're hitting a lot of these HEs. I mean, from the way they dealt with those Glocks, and now chasing down Gas as well. Good info being relayed over to Shinobi there.
Flying?
Oh, wow.
Nice adjustment.
really
Rate's also been a decent enough hand.
Yeah, I really thought Flying's gun was actually going to obscure Rate on that peak, but I'm surprised he comes away with that duel, with all that considered.
T-side still have a lot of access across the map, right? With outside control being established, CTs have receded. They're trying to regain in through lobby, but that's what Flying is waiting for. He's expecting this play to be made, and with the spacing the way it is, this could very well be 2 kills going his way if Yami isn't careful. He's very far removed from Apest, and he will actually end up finding Flying kind of snoozing at the wheel. It is a 1 versus 3. Not really any damage being dealt out to IHC either, so it feels like it's more difficult than not. Finger's got nowhere to go either, and in fact goes through the smoke to find Yami, re-navigating back over towards the A-bomb set. He's been loud with it, so they have every clue of what exactly is going on. Kulis is going to have to wait before he comes out. He's waiting for the bomb to be planted, and as he hears that, Apis will find Bingo, turning around, hunting for Kulis, and take him down.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Lovely little soundbait, just to make that 2v1 feel even more difficult in the clutch there for Bingo. Donkey's one direction and then peeked from the other. So sometimes you can't just keep it as simple as that. Just has to be well communicated about what your teammate is going to do and what you're expected to do in response. IHC seem to be pretty on the ball with some of that. I mean, the way that they were constructing some of their T-side rounds, the way that they were freezing and waiting for some of the flanks or pincer maneuvers. It's been rather nice to see, actually. I wasn't expecting it to hit the ground running, even if they're playing with old teammates. But against the Tech-9s, they are completely shutting down any hopes here for Wings Up. Not even a chance at a plant, no entries, not a lick of damage done to these CTs so far. And Bingo's the only shot they've got.
B-I-N-G-O. Oh well.
Yeah, and a real oh no for Wings Up. Haven't been able to get around since transitioning to this T side. Of course, you know, losing the pistol, the first gun round. This will put you in this situation, especially as you came in with a 5-7 deficit. But this round, it is fully do or die.
It's felt like that in a few of these situations, yeah. Wings Up have come through in a couple of very good 1 versus 1s, 1 versus 2s, and made it work. Let's see whether maybe they can, at the very least, force it down to a state where IHC are feeling uncomfortable. So far, this CT side has been pretty unbothered.
Really like the mix-up here as well with how they're approaching outside. Shinobi already starting towards the top side of the secret steps and just overwhelming Gas, not expecting him to be up close and personal like this. Wings Up never toyed with that as a position, didn't start anyone's secret steps, whether that was from a ramp rotate or from a simple outside cross. But Shinobi already mixing it up and make it very difficult for Wings Up to get any space outside.
Shinobi's going to be getting aggressive, and this is where he could be found out. That's the advantage reclaimed. 3 players still on and outside, and Kulis, oh my god, he's going to find them looking away. Still doesn't get the kill. Ronin, baby, overruns, and not just once, but twice. What a set of frags. And where I was talking about bringing it close at the very least, the CTs feel like it slipped out and away through their fingers. This isn't all she wrote for them. Of course, they still have a big lead, but they're not going to be saving too many players over here either, and that puts them in a difficult situation for the next round should they lose, as far as their money is concerned.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed with the way this round ended up playing out. I mean, Shinobi's position didn't need to be re-navigated in that manner. I mean, he still had teammates on that top side. He had another player that was outer. I understand wanting to clear outer, but you know, he had Coolest not too far behind him, kind of playing from garage credit. That could have also supported him on his fights towards outside. Instead, he tried to cross to main. That's a little strange to me, because you could very easily rotate to the A-bomb site via safer means in the vent, but that was that first domino to fall, and it felt like everyone else was trying to play catch-up on IHC to try and service that next barrier into the lower side, and they ended up just being another headshot offered.
Yeah, it really felt like it was just a bad read or something, where they've expected that, oh, hey, we've got this kill, this lurker who's trying to go in across these outside smokes, right? Maybe this is just, they're setting up for an execute, guys. Shinobi start coming back and start playing for mini or something, right? It feels like a bad call, and, you know, catch up, like you said, afterwards. So IHC, let's see whether or not they can, you know, come back from that. Again, first round out for Wings Up isn't the biggest of deals. The question is, can IHC make it their only round?
It was an important piece of the puzzle. I mean, that gun round, if had they lost, IHC just simply closed the map, most likely. So
it's a place you need to start, if nothing else. Wings Up once again playing a very slow defaulty style. We're going to see a nade to pop open the smoke, and Gas has been found once again. He's not feeling too good about this one. Shinobi and Yami take some HE damage, but Flying, what is he up to? He's going into Rate, who's just destroyed them in that push through the smoke. Not a chance given up. Ronin Baby all alone, and just as precarious as the last round was, I'm going to be honest, this feels no different. Ronin Baby tagged up and soon to be bagged as well. He's gonna be able to at least make a fight of things, but all he ends up being is a highlight reel for Rate that's now extended by one more kill.
Yeah, I'm really quite confused by that as well. I mean, for the smoke blow by Coolest as well was late. Gas actually made the cross to red. Coolest would not have seen him, but Gas ran back to look at the breach in the smoke and kind of offered up himself to Coolest, which is maybe a little perplexing. Maybe it's a 50-50 duel as well, but you know, the AWP is going to have the advantage at a range like that as well. And then the walk through the smoke, very odd. Shinobi outside, very aggressive, and they were holding for this, but it's Gas that actually deals with him. Lan missing his AWP shot, but they get an entry.
Yami didn't even throw a flashbang for Shinobi over there. They would have all been fully blinded. Kind of surprising, but now he has to make up for it.
Why throw a flash if you don't necessarily need it? He just didn't know he needed it until it was too late.
Well, he's dead, so...
yeah, hence the too late part.
Yeah. Well, flash overhead will not be blinding Yami. He's able to move past it. Back to credit he goes, but he's being circled around from both angles. Doesn't realize it. Ronin's had a burner of a T side so far, but he wants to extend that side a little longer. 3 versus 5 for the CTs. Rate hoping that he can use his hot hand to better use, but Gas has already found a teammate. Lan misses a shot, gives him another chance. Ronin Baby continues to dominate everyone he's looking at. Forget the scoreline in the entire game. I want to see what this guy's T-side rating is going to be.
Yeah, what is with these youthful names and Chinese Counter-Strike? Jam Young, Child King, Ronin Baby.
Somebody.
Well.
Someone.
Trash.
There you go, fair enough. To be fair, one of the most useful names in the Chinese scene is also one of the oldest players for me, where it's just like Summer. Like in my head, I hear Summer, I'm like, yeah, that's like a 17-year-old kid getting ready to bring the heat.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Buddy? Why are you going towards them if you're not going to shoot them?
Okay, a couple of questions. Why are you playing Trigger Discipline with an AWP? Was he gonna knife him? And then second off, there's just no reason to do that actually. Also, if you're gonna play Trigger Discipline, look for the second guy.
Maybe that's what he was doing when he's moving forward.
Yeah.
Maybe I can hunt down the second man.
Other players didn't feel that way, at least.
Well, it's IHC who are now stressed out about their money, but they do still have the comfort of the fact that their backs are against the wall is slightly made better by the fact that it's a cushioned wall. You are 12-7. You're 1 round away from winning.
Yeah, and for Coolest, it's inconsequential. He still has that AWP, one of the stronger weapons they employ in this round, but it's the 2 SMGs that actually trade 1-for-1 at door, just trying to challenge around the edge of the smoke. So Shinobi's upgraded himself into an AWP, but Ronin has gone quite far towards Hell. Right, yeah, good check to clear it.
Bingo's going to be able to make the crossover with the bomb at the very least, and I don't think Rate will have heard him making that progression through.
Yeah, too far away.
Yeah, Bingo made noise, but distance is all that matters, and Shinobi doesn't have any distance despite being with the AWP flying. Comes close to hug him, receives a bullet to the chest instead. That's not very nice, but doesn't feel very nice to be down 2 versus 4 when your opponent is on map point. IHC on the verge of closing out their round and their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this still and think, okay, lower bomb site, absolutely no defense. Wings Up will have no idea about that. And the fact they have 0 smokes is going to make it very difficult to feel comfortable in getting a plant on this lower side. A Molotov down to those vents to slow down a possible rotate, but they have to commit both bodies into the site just to make sure that it's all clear.
Coolest hears him coming up, or rather coming close to Raid, so at least they've got information about where Gas should be. Raid's going to be having the fight taken to him, though. Gas takes him down, and now Coolest feels like he can't really recover this site. With the AWP, Coolest is going to be a non-factor unless they take down Gas first and foremost. This backstab is just not going to be happening. Player on top of the silo, and it's been a distraction long enough that Coolest still gets a kill. Bingo as well gets taken down by Offest, and it will be 13 for IHC. Chaotic in the end, but still a very nice debut for this new roster as they top out their own map pick with a quick win. We've got Dust 2 coming up next, guys. Don't go anywhere. IHC are not through to the double elimination bracket just quite yet. We're going to see whether they can be after a break.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. Just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really find my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just another piece of data. Just This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground.
A single spot of ESL Pro League Season 22 at the line for the Asian region. These teams are fighting for it. Currently, we have Wings Up versus IHC contending to get into the double elimination bracket. The winner of this series moves forward into the main tournament. IHC already up a map on their own map pick of Nuke. They fared out quite nicely. I'm tea time, and I'm joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy.
Yeah, did a great job of, finding themselves in a lot of advantages and actually overwhelming Wings Up in a fair few number of rounds. Even if they were coming out, I think, worse for wear in terms of clutching, the fact that Wings Up were barely squeaking through some of these rounds was, I think, a little bit indicative of some of the troubles that they faced on that map. So we move into a Dust 2, I believe, here for Wings Up. So it's something that they have been sort of leaning into since the rebirth of this roster. It's maybe a little bit of a stray away from the core of what was Dog Evil, the core that was acquired for this Wings Up project, to bring all the boys back together, so to speak, under this brand. They were leaning more to maps like Anubis, for example, or maybe even, I think, an Ancient as well, and even toying with the idea of Train, but not something that I think IHC were... Or actually, no, not Train. They was mainly Anubis and Ancient. Yeah. Train is actually their permaban, I apologize. But they didn't exactly have the option for Anubis. IHC don't like to play that map. Ancient's kind of familiar territory for both of them, so leading with that Dust 2. And maybe it'll be something that they can actually benefit from as well, with the fact that they bring in players like Yami and Coolest, where, in a vacuum, if you put them on a map where it's a lot more flat terrain and hitting shots, both those players are great at doing so, but it's really not even really been about them. I mean, Raid had a fantastic nuke.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Raid can do over here on Dust 2 as well. Shinobi too, I've seen some shenanigans from him. He's a player who's... I mean, this sounds weird, but I will always remember Shinobi as a bit of an Ancient specialist, which might become relevant going into map number 3, especially on the T side. It's always felt like Shinobi's a player who plays with such little fear when he's rushing down middle and whatnot. And it feels like this is the kind of thing that, translates nicely onto Dust 2 as well in a lot of places. He's the kind of guy who I do want, taking aggressive control and a lurk if he's going to be there, even fighting out first if he needs to.
Sure.
It's enjoyable to watch him, but I will say Wings Up recently have actually played Dust 2 against Rare Atom. It's one of the few maps that they've actually beat them out on. Bingo and Ronin Baby were the ones who came out very heavily on top statistically. And listen, I know that's just one map and whatnot, but it is cool to see Ronin Baby as well coming into his own. I think on the T side of Nuke, we saw a couple of really good rounds from him. It just was this overall performance that was a bit lacking. The CT side saw him being exploited more often than not, and when you went to the T side, there felt like there was more for him to do in the server.
Yeah, and it's definitely colored by the fact that this 4-man core of Wings Up that they're bringing back into the fold, they're missing a Child King, and so Ronin Baby is supposed to sort of supplement that. Maybe we saw some glimpses on that T side, but one of the great things about Child King is actually just how good he can be on CT as well. So if that's something that we note as a deficit for Ronin Baby, perhaps, or one of the potential growing pains for him, maybe, but it's something that should be sort of acclimatized to quite quickly, I'd imagine, especially as they play tougher and tougher opponents. IHC, I think, is a very good sort of starting test, especially with the amount of players that actually kind of can control a game on this IHC roster. It will put a lot more stress on Ronin Baby to perform and learn quite quickly.
The LAN versus Coolest dynamic is also going to be a fun one, right? LAN obviously looking like he was picking off some very good starting frags, and then even in the mid-round, like you mentioned, positioning was very good and whatnot. Coolest, on the other hand, we didn't really feel like we got to see the most out of his AWP, and sure, part of that was the way that IHC was playing, sort of, with a lot of it being centered around what Rate was getting done, what, Yami was getting done in a few of these situations. Sure, Coolest with the rifle was also a big factor, but it'll be fun to see that on Dust 2 coming through. Overall, though, as sort of first impressions, Michael, what are you thinking about this IHC lineup so far? Obviously, bringing together a lot of familiar faces, but, just off the nuke that we just saw, what are your thoughts?
I'm just not sure that they've had enough time really, because I wasn't expecting them to play with this version of the team. I mean, Coolest and Yami being available was certainly something that I thought, you know, a Mongolian team in the circuit should probably look to pick up those talents. And for both of them to land on the same roster, you know, they're both, I think, players that do demand a little bit of space. So it's something that they'll have to sort of acclimate to. Maybe this is a bit too early to say, but I think that, I mean, if Rate can be not even the best player on the team, but, you know, a supplement to players like Yami, who I expect to be a more consistent force, alongside players like Coolest, like I think this team can be actually quite a force to be reckoned with, which is kind of strange to think about when, you know, the Huns, I think most people would categorize them, you know, when they had the likes of Yami, to be one of the top teams in the region, and then Coolest when he was on Chinggis Warriors, another team that kind of had some upset potential. But now both of these factors that were a big part of the reason why both of those rosters were successful are on the same team. It does make the Mongolian circuit, I think, it gets shaken up quite a bit if this is to be maintained.
I'm also very excited to see, I mean, speaking of the Mongolian circuit, later on this very stream, we're going to be covering the Huns. I'm excited to see who their fifth is going to be, right, in this situation where obviously they don't have Yami over there anymore and whatnot, so it'll be interesting. I'm also been watching out for this Mongolian shuffle that feels like it's been a long time coming. And, you know, with all of the things that happen with Atox and whatnot, it does feel like it's been accelerated because the second place spot is all the more available for the taking. And that second place spot is going to be all the more valuable with, you know, the Mongols already being invited to literally everything. Now it feels like if you put together the second best team in Mongolia, it'll still be able to compete with the best Asian teams, with the best Chinese teams, and especially going into things like qualifiers and whatnot. I mean, what with a couple of other tournaments coming nearby, which have had a lot of teams declining invitations, we are going to see your Lin Visions, your Tai Lus playing at these tournaments and getting a chance to break into the top 16 of the VRS, where towards the second half of the season, sure, maybe not for the major and whatnot, but it does feel like there are going to be places for maybe like a PGL event here or there to qualify to, you know, these events that have qualifiers that aren't necessarily the highest tier, but those are the kinds of places where, you know, very often we see Asian teams make breakthroughs. I mean, it's what the ESL Challenger Melbourne, which obviously is where Wings Up did everything, and well, Wings Up have done nothing over here in the Bist round so far. They found one kill. It's been ready to be taken down. With the B-bomb side is where things are taking place. IHC will be thrust into the action just as much as we are, though, as Gas has pushed forward and picked up a frag. Bingo out in middle, already collecting on one player who's trying to reclaim territory. Yami up top, turns around. Good position, not a good shot. Ronin Baby's able to get the adjustment. And Opus, who had a struggle bill of a game in the previous map, is unfortunately going to be still living in the same little town.
Yeah, well, yeah, we were properly thrust into the action there, weren't we? So, I mean, a quick collapse on B, but some questionable angles and positions ending up in that post plant. I mean, actually getting that bomb down, but Coolest was still sectioned off at the top side of the tunnels. Actually couldn't relink with his teammates, but also chose an angle that didn't give him really a fair fight either. So when it ended up in that 3-on-3, I mean, it really did feel as though it wouldn't be Bingo that actually was the most important piece, but he kept them from taking doors control and actually pushing out from those tunnels, out from the B site. Focusing on those tunnels. Lovely shot from Yami. Just caught a glimpse of Lan kind of playing with fire. Scouts down mid will succeed. Even used the decoy to try and, I think, bait out an attempt.
Yeah, cool. I didn't clock that one until you pointed it out, but yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's not to say that this round is not still in contention. Gas is hoping to start peeking out with Bingo nearby. And with Gas finding the one kill, it's all about the Tech 9 closing the distance. Gas will be watching out for that scout, knows that is the man looking for him. Raid good for one. Gas on the reload was pushed into the corner, and Ronin Baby in from behind. Still has multiple players to deal with. 2 already down, but number 3 is where the trouble starts flying. Has the head armor necessary for this kill, and he could have been taken down even despite that. This is a scary round.
Yeah, they definitely knew that Rate was dinged, but the fact he was able to get 3 kills, I mean, that's a lot of damage done to the Wings Up economy, and it actually puts IHC in this precarious spot where they can actually justify buying here. It will be Rate that invests into an AK, doesn't have head armor, but It won't be a full investment by the rest of the squad, just hoping that Rate can serve as the crowbar in this round. Got a forward play here from Ronin Baby, has support from Gas at distance, so he should be first contact, while Ronin Baby can close the gap with that MP9.
Well, Ronin Baby continues to desolate out everyone in front of him. And listen, it's not quite the full eco, but Coolest and Shinobi on almost an eco have managed to get a couple of kills with the P250. AK-47 that was recovered has now been given over. Yami, the one to wield it, still dangerous. And more dangerous is the fact that the bomb is on the ground in a way where you cannot recover it. Shinobi now being chased down. They know he's the player without the AK. They know that could still end up letting the bomb be picked up by Yami. And Yami's cornered in. He's waiting for this peek to come through. Shinobi's also trying to play on the call. He almost lines him up. Yami's got a jumping MP9 that he's already dealt with. Deagle now out. Peeks into flying. Damage is good. It's given Shinobi a chance, but that chance is swiftly taken away. Flying Peeks behind a smoke that he himself has thrown in one more 1v1. 1v2 really, that goes the way of Wings Up.
Yeah, CT economy is really hurt, but yet they're still able to afford up that AWP on LAN. Dropped over by Rodin Baby, of course, getting a couple of kills on that MP9, certainly helping him to afford that. But actually a pretty solid buy here for Wings Up, but it's not like they can't have their money broken should IHC succeed in what is a full investment here.
Flying's been kneecapped by that grenade.
Well, maybe he needs the handicap, given that he's come away with 2 clutches in rounds where it probably shouldn't have come down to a 1v1.
I don't know if taking away 40 of his HP is enough to handicap Flying Michael. This is a dangerous man.
Even if he's kneecapped, he's flying.
It's true. You don't need your legs for that one. Lan, however, needs his hands. And he has to make sure that they do not fail and falter in this position. No flashbangs is certainly not going to help. Almost a flick that connects, and Lana is going to be out of there. HEs and Molotovs, and a boost for Yami. It is not going to be finding too much, actually, for Apest, perhaps.
Yeah, very cute idea. They almost caught Lan on the bomb site, but it's kind of a swing and a miss. They didn't want to linger and give Lan time to sort of readjust around the top side of that smoke, so they don't stick around to find out.
These smokes are finishing up in about 4 seconds or so, Michael, and they're going to be forced to progress forward into an AWP with no flashes, no molly on the ramp, nothing like that. Lan is just going to be picking you apart. Ronin Baby as well gets his one out in middle, and with this, the bees may have crossed into the site, but planting the bomb is going to be impossible. Bingo and Ronin Baby end up being the hidden Vipers.
I think that's what's always really impressed me about Lan, is that he is willing to be aggressive, but he's also one of those players, when he knows that he's got teammates nearby, he actually frequently doesn't overplay his hand. You know, he understood that he'd taken a couple of re-swings, he wasn't finding the kills he needed to, and that other players could contribute, and so he kind of waited until Bingo found the kill on the cross before he even took another look back in, and even then had a teammate right behind him as well. Very well contained here by Wings Up so far in the CT effort, even if it has come very, very close against some of these more scrambled buys. Cool idea, but entry on B means that there is ground to be taken. Shinobi does get himself into the bomb site. His teammates are getting incendiaried off, but they run straight through it. And it's Shinobi that puts some pressure in from window as well. Man advantage here for IHC as they punch in those digits. HE right on the top of the planter, but Shinobi runs down Ronin Baby. Makes it a 4-on-2.
Yami's getting ready to come in from behind in this 2 versus 4. Wings Up have been coming out on top in every single clutch, but this time they're not going to even have that opportunity. Gas was hoping to find a couple of quick kills with his earlier ally, but Ronin Baby being taken down over there by Shinobi does seem to be the kill that decides the game. Bingo was watching out for what could have been a potential flank to come in through middle as well later on, but even if Yami had just got into CT, he would have likely been able to get the frag. So, unfortunately, that one kill on Ronin Baby makes it so you cannot retake the site.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well that Ronin decided to make that play. Sure, they're a man down, but they knew that Shinobi was close window. He would have been actually close enough to have even heard if he dropped, but maybe comms are getting cluttered. Teammates screaming, he's peeking window. But he kind of just lackadaisically threw that nade and tried to hard swing, only to get sort of drive-by'd by Shinobi. Yeah, that one entry really just threw the whole round off kilter there for Wings Up. They've been going for this short and lower aggression, and it does mean that there will be resources taken away from elsewhere on the map, because so frequently you'll see CTs start with, you know, player that has the long spawn, take long control. They'll, you know, if you're not doubling up on short, you're kind of separating and making sure that you're fighting at that longhouse. And so it does mean that B player can sometimes be left on an island.
CTs are on the verge of a serious gut punch. They've gone for 3 M4s with no utility to back them up, so you are going to be watching out for Flying and Gas to be throwing a lot of their util. Kind of sucks when you're the MP9. You're the one who wants to be a sacrificial piece, but there's 3 M4s down mid, now 2 M4s down mid. One of them finds space in upper tunnels. That'll be Lan, and he's going to find out that the T side has relegated control, receded backwards. They just want to stay alive.
They definitely know that he's in the lower tunnels, so it'll be a very cautious approach here from IHC, but while Lan is in those lower tunnels, there's kind of no other ground being gained here by IHC. They're not conceding one spot and taking long or taking one of the extremities. In fact, Wings Up will be allowed to clear the upper tunnels completely. It's actually Yami on short that takes contact, and he just deals with Gas.
He knows Lan is still over here, but he's turned around. Ronin Baby is what he's worried about, rightfully so. Lan, auto jump in the end will not matter. Lineup! Shinobi almost getting the kill through the door, but he doesn't realize Ronin Baby's moved past it, and Ronin
How does he get
comes out on top with a beautiful long-range M4A1 headshot. Now, there are smokes to cross over. Will Raid wait for it to be used? Coolest is not nearby enough to deploy it, so Raid actually had already used one. My bad. Bomb is in Coolest's hands, though, so this round isn't fully over. Ronin Baby, already one hero shot. When he's already put the cape on, might as well continue flying. We have Coolest. Oh, no. Just didn't have the HP to make that deal work. 2 rounds on the board for IHC, and Wings Up have been fully reset.
Yeah, that's part of the consequence of so many of these rounds coming so close, is that consistent buying was going to be strained somewhere down the stretch. So, a couple of rounds here for IHC. Thought it was a little strange that Rate was taking all that space at long and Coolest was still hovering around those long doors, but actually served to his benefit when, you know, Flying is expecting them to double up. Coolest did have time to play with, and so used that to great effect. Made it impossible for Ronin Baby to win the round, or for Wings Up to somehow come through in the 2v2.
I'm surprised a little bit that Wings aren't force playing over here. Even now, I mean, next round you're not going to have the either to be up for Lan unless you get a kill in this one, and even then naked opping is never fun and whatnot. So yeah, kind of surprised. That's fine. They're also very good with rifles, and they'll have enough for the M4s, smokes and flashes if they want that.
I do really like the adjustment here from IHC. They've been largely, I think, trying to neglect the tunnels, considering it's been such a focal point for Wings Up in the early stages of this map. So this time it is just a largely long-centered approach. Lan, good kill. Gas actually getting a second through that smoke. And it comes down to a momentary man advantage. These weapons are irretrievable. Players are low as well here on Wings.
Flying is going to get this one. Oh my
Shinobi's
god.
so late. Oh my god. Yep. They just completely swarm him. And they don't actually see Bingo. The clear from Yami to spawn. They don't know he's close.
Yami needs to use his Molotov and fast. There's an HE that's already been sent over. Now both these players are bumping into each other. Bingo coming in from behind. This is Worst case scenario 10 times over. Wings Up have their economy reset. They're on full USPs, a dualies, and a flashbang. I mean...
Yeah. Yeah, that's not great.
God.
That's really not good. I mean, it is kind of their own fault. I mean, they had an imperfect long cross smoke, and when they did eventually attempt the cross, they actually tried to take the fights and spam them through the smokes instead of just making the venture. Had they just crossed, those USPs are not likely to kill you just on the journey. So they put the wind in the sails of Wings Up, even if Flying got crossed, or got tagged on the cross to B. Land being very aggressive towards that long house. And Right making some steps on short, so Land will be aware. There will be a volley of util sent his way. Once again, the map will feel a little restricted here for IHC, but at the very least, they have short.
At the very least, they don't have full USPs against them.
Yeah,
They had a 100% losing rate so far in this round. Other than this game.
I was going to say in this round.
No.
They've been winning all their pistols, really. Well, not the dust, not this one on dust, but...
Well, we do have a lot of map control actually given up to them in middle. Ronan has to be careful of ahead. He's been a very sharp shot, as you can see evidenced by the 10 and 5, but if you end up losing a quick kill here or there, or you try and rotate a bit too early, that becomes problematic. He peeks out, his head's gone. Shinobi trades headshots, and with the AK always comes out on top. Turns around to find a Land who's just missed an op shot of his own, and now he's got a great position. He just second guesses himself, but that won't stop the bomb site from being taken over and mid control still being there, as Rate never left.
Yeah, I mean, great round for Shinobi. I mean, those kills matter a whole lot. Ronan kind of improperly reacted to what happened in the window. He got spotted. He sees a player swinging out wide, and he tried to challenge, tried to take the heads up 1v1, and Shinobi was able to adjust. Shinobi less so double guessing himself as he went to the B doors, but I think just as he turned away, he saw Gas, who is attempting to save this AWP. But they did not buy into IHC's fake, yet they still fell foul to that pesky mid B. Yeah, I think Ronan that is one of those positions where if you're not fighting wide enough that you can actually take a duel if they swing wide, you'll see a lot of players actually just drop
off.
Yeah. And maybe the backside player is throwing flashes over the door so that they can, think about re-swinging from the window, or...
Like, transitioning from an info peak into a fighting peak is very difficult.
Yeah.
That's just all there is to it. Tactical use from Wings Up. They have realized that, yes, they have the lead, but it could be one that slips away from them very quickly. They've been bolstered by that USP round massively, so IHC will also be able to take this time to breathe and figure out, hey, can we change something up? Of course, this being a newer team, you would expect them to have some difficulties in their map pool. Dust 2 might be one of them early on, even if it's one of those maps where you think, hey, no, everyone knows how to play Dust 2. Yeah,
everyone knows how to play Dust 2, but do you really know how to play Dust 2? There will be less mistakes given over. There will be a lot more exchanging of control. But they've seen the adaptations of Wings Up. They're starting to focus less on these short and lower fights. And so IHC actually starting with 2 towards lower, 1 upper, as long and short became the priority now for Wings Up. You see the double short play being lined up here by Gas and Bingo. This little high-low setup.
no one's contesting it from the T side, though. Coolest is the only one who keeps an eye down middle, consistently flying after using his full utility set. Abandoned B, so you have to watch out for what IHC is up to. If Flying dies over here, that means the B-bomb set is up for grabs. The only way they reclaim it is with a quick push through short, and that's covered off by Coolest. The problem is Coolest also has the bomb. So inevitably, he will have to start moving away, Opest. Buddy, what's going on over here? Raid and Opest both get aggressive at the most inopportune times. Ronin Baby's been given B control once again. And with the mid-smoke being blown, rather blooming, before... Rather than peeking before it blooms, I've lost all my words, and IT have lost all their duels.
Yeah, I mean, they had absolutely no idea that B was completely open, and you can hardly blame them. I mean, an incredibly committed call here from Wings Up, and great reactions after the fact. Once they lost flying, like you said, the best thing that they could do, given where their manpower was distributed, was that they get aggressive off the short, and it immediately found them into equalizing kills, and threw IHC and kind of into a frenzy. They weren't sure where they should go next and what fight they should take. Should they focus on trading? Is there space somewhere on the map? And they come to these realizations too late. They find themselves in a deficit.
Oh, baby, yes, please.
That's the second kill they found on a cross.
And with the second player. Last time it was Yami with the scout. Coolest on the AWP, Lurk Smoke out for the T side as well, so Ronin Baby will have a lot more of his resources committed to B, also asking for multiple rotations. IHC have at least played out the first part of this round very well with what they have. Lan alone on the A-bomb side, but IHC are going to be very slow in actually bringing the contention towards him in particular.
It's a 3B gamble stack, so if Lan cannot succeed in sort of whittling down the numbers and transitioning his spots on A, this will be a save call here for Wings Up. It's incredibly likely, but if they go B, they find themselves in a trap.
I think they might be walking into it. They smell the cheese. But are they the cat or the mouse? Yami misses out on his jump. I think Lan should have heard that one. Smoke up behind him. Lan is playing from up front. He'll have a space to move back into after picking up that kill. And the smoke still has about 15 more seconds on it. So IHC start to be funneled back to B.
Yeah, the fact he gets that kill is going to send them straight into this stacked bomb site.
Shinobi's at the very least going to be able to recover a rifle. They're going to the site looking for fair fights, but Gas is not giving it to them. Ronin Baby comes in from behind. Made noise, but it won't be registered. Coolest finds him, looks at him. Ronin Baby still gets the kill. Coolest is missing everything. Lan comes in from behind as well. IHC have these rounds in the palm of their hand, even when they're making the quote-unquote wrong call. But they're just missing shots.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, they're 3 on B. And you just have this one player flying back and forth between, you know, fighting upper tunnels to swinging the B doors. Again, IHC just seem to get flustered by the amount of pressure that Wings are willing to throw once they understand what's coming their way. They're sort of meeting them at the gates instead of allowing them in. And it's throwing IHC a little off kilter. 7 rounds already on the CT side, and likely to be more to reside on this B bomb site. Flying sees that smoke and immediately starts sending a hail of bullets into that tunnel, but he's now trapped. Dink to the back of the bomb site and soon to be overwhelmed, but he manages another. Support flashes as well, providing him a little bit more time.
Nades.
And yeah, a whole load of nades. Lan sends it in with the AWP and just completely runs them down. Gas is tired of it. He puts an end to the chaos, but Lan got the kills.
This is the most Wings Up round I've ever seen play.
What is going on?
Lan hopping through with the AWP to run after ecos, getting 2 no-scopes, and then being shot in the back of his head by Gas.
I just can't believe it.
This is Chinese Counter-Strike at its finest. I don't want my Tai Lus and my Lin Visions. I want Wings, and I want them to be up.
IHC were probably feeling pretty good about how things went on Nuke, and then these types of rounds are happening to them on Dust, and they're just thinking, where did it all go wrong?
Well, if they're really thinking that, I can tell them. A couple of rounds that really could have gone either way.
They've definitely had their chances.
Those pesky USBs. Still, 4 rounds on the board would be something you can work with, but not if you're losing out numbers like this. Opest, unfortunately, continuing his form from Nuke, not really a factor And the game so far outside of heavily helping out Wings Up in their statistical journey. Yami, nice kill. Gas has been taken down. Land missing the shot reveals his presence, and inside the Molotov, he's forced to pull out the 5-7. Bingo around the corner has been a tough man to find, but Wraith's already crossed over. Flashbang dodge. Fight taken to Bingo, and Bingo taken down. The bomb can be planted. The flank will be late. Coolest. Might miss the timing, but that all depends on how fast Ronin Baby can activate, because flying's not going without him.
It's crazy to see Coolest activate so late, because, yeah, this kill for long actually could be a massive difference maker. It's a straight 2-on-2 on the site.
And Ronin Baby's found it. Coolest now has to accelerate. Flying will not be able to get the kill regardless of the advantage. Shinobi on the bomb site, still not visible, still not spotted. Ronin Baby's got the wrong read. He thinks it's going to be on short, but still, shots being missed. Shinobi almost whiffs it. 4 rounds on the board. IHC find bare minimum as we head to a break for the second half. A fantastic half for Wings Up comes off the back of IHC struggling in rounds where maybe they should not have. Still, Wings will be looking to close out this map and head to Ancient as a decider on the road to ESL Pro League Season 22.
Yeah, definitely got a feel for them a little bit, because if they went A, they felt the wrath of Land's AWP, and if they went B, Ronin Baby was having a hell of a half himself, so both bomb sites were pretty well guarded. See if IHC can have something like that show up for them on their defense.
Well, Lopez was certainly praying to have a better performance. Unfortunately, he's been struggling ever since Nuke, topping out the half on a 3-10 scoreline on the T side. Hardly ideal.
Yeah, I'd hardly say topping out.
Well, you know, it's better than his new performance.
In
the first half.
There is room for improvement, that is for sure. Smoke, Dooley's up close, but instantly deleted past the smoke. It's Wraith that gets a double, but it may not be enough. They just get swarmed. Wraith gets 3, and it's now all 1-on-2 here for Yami.
And he's watched out for. Gas is worried. Yami, sure he was concerned about the possibility, but it doesn't matter. Matt, I feel bad for Alpes here, to be very honest. He just got shot through the smoke when he deploys the smoke immediately afterwards. Ronin Baby, who's been on a heater consistently, Raid then turns on with 3 instant USP kills, and they still lose a round.
Yeah, it could be one of the problems with playing close like that is Wings just started spamming that close range angle even as the smoke bloomed in their face, so they were likely to do damage to him, but for it to be an instant headshot, yeah, that's really unfortunate for him. The aggro play here for Yami.
Well, he's been met by Lan. It's happened a couple of times.
The punishment is immediate.
Wings are determined to head into the A-bomb site, although that determination may be quickly revised.
I mean, especially with Coolest pushing all the way through to the upper and getting it deep there, they can feel more confident in having 3 players at A, but a cheeky boost for Gas to see above the smoke. I was supposed to slow Wings up down. Gas still on this boost, and you can see Shinobi is very cautious about getting information that way. Flash does not connect. The jiggle from Gas is so well timed. It's picking them to pieces.
Yeah. If there's one thing I've learned is that in Asian Counter-Strike, the teams that are good at dealing with anti-force spies and anti-ecos generally end up being the ones who progress the farthest.
Sure. Oh, well, Coolest is a free kill here for Lan.
Yeah, that's what you thought.
Steals it away. That's just rude. Flying would not have looked. He wouldn't have looked that way if Lan hadn't called it. Well, this is looking pretty dire here for IHC. Didn't have the greatest first half. Didn't win the pistol. And couldn't really get anything going off of the force spy either. Wings will just want to take it in stride as they look forward to the last map in the series. Should they be able to close, Ancient will be our decider.
All the meanwhile, there is a bit of a duel coming out from Yami's Deagle out in A long. Habes, sorry buddy. I don't think you're finding a kill over here.
Yeah, I can't expect much from this round when it's P2K's USPs and, what, 1 Deagle? I'm trying to be aggressive on short, but they've already got all the kills they need to feel safe and confident in taking B. But they don't even get into a position where they can even really threaten a plant. They just bulldoze right through those pistols. This will be the last stand here for IHC on Dust. I want to see if they're going to find a proactive approach that can be disruptive. It's what really started to spark that CT side for Wings Up. They were constantly aggressing in the lower tunnels, and then as they started to lose rounds, they found new areas to target.
Unfortunately, IHC's proactivity will be limited to utility being dumped out into long early on. Wings Up, who had shown no presence there, will be looking to target out towards the B-bomb site. Smokes will be exchanged at right about the perfect time. Apis is in the great position. No flashbangs to dump him down. Double kill found, and Lan unfortunately delivers the same. A huge amount of damage certainly going to be helped. LVC should have every advantage going into this retake over on the B-bomb site. Bomb will be planted. Smokes and Molotovs at the ready. Wings Up have utility to work with, yes, but there's still a chance of IHC going through them. Without the kits, they're certainly feeling tempted to do so. Lan waits and wonders behind the car when his first duel is going to come. Bingo's not been found. Some damage, yes, but it's not enough. Yami still pursuing the one healthy man. Ronin Baby still performing in the corner. 2 kills found, and Lan alone is hoping for 3. Rate will be right back onto the defuse. He'll not have the time. Barely just. Might make it, though.
Oh my god, it's so close. Yeah, he's got it. He has got it. It really didn't feel like it should come as close as that when all the health was so low on Wings Up in that after plant. The flashes were good there from Rate, but they just could not wrangle the kills on the player at car. Lan was bobbing and weaving and taking all the attention, but his teammates just did not have any health to trade. You know, if any of those players is full HP on the site itself, I actually don't think IHC come away with that round. But that's the first piece of the puzzle. It didn't really serve Wings Up any good on the first map in Nuke, but they found success themselves. And I'm not sure it'll do much good for IHC either. Cool is dealt with, and a trade for Raids, but it's only one. Damage is significant onto Ronin, but there's no follow-up util here from Yami. In fact, he's just spamming smokes, and he finds flying in his entirety.
That's one way to pick up a kill.
Ronin survives on 1 HP.
Which seems to be the trend, honestly. Ronin being low and still getting at least one more kill out has been a consistent factor. Gas, position is good. Kills are better. Double found as Yami's just not able to get the trade. Versus 3 for Shinobi. Long range with the MP9, surprisingly enough, is going to be able to find the kill. Picks up a M4 and a kit. And it's time to go to work. An HE grenade out towards Car would have been beautiful. Obviously, we know that he doesn't. And while the bomb is being planted, he'll go for the jumping. Damn, spots out the legs. He's got information on the one, but continuing to go for the jump spot again and again certainly isn't going to help.
Yeah, I love that Lan was just not scared of that whatsoever. As soon as he saw that there were these couple attempts to jump shot him, just mounts the box and forces the fight CT. It's a way to lose the round when Ronin is 1 health, but especially with that A1S, sending so many bullets into that fight, he would have had to hit a really nice shot onto Lan, given the extra elevation. The 1 round of success for IHC on the 1 survivor is but a blip on the radar. Lan, long spawn, tried to take the fight, and it's an MP9 that will hope to run him down. Just get very close to those doors over at long, but you can see the hesitation. Bomb thrown over to that AWP while Bingo just keeps them at bay. Man advantage and some weakened players here for IHC for what is likely to be the last round of Dust 2.
The way things are going, it doesn't feel like Wings Up have any intention to lose. Feels like the story of Nuke has been completely flipped on its head as Ancient is written. Best hoping to find the magical eraser. I've heard about that one once upon a time. You know the eraser that can erase friends? Oh my god, it's so cool. It doesn't exist, Pest. I'm sorry to break your heart.
Oh, what?
I'm sorry to break Coolest' internet connection. It's going to be 13 for Wings Up as Yami's taken down. Ancient around the corner, anticlimactic, but Wings showing us exactly what they're made of. Can they maintain in that map 3? Let's find out after a break.
go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
Angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way,
A tale of two maps in Nuke and Dust 2. Nuke being IAT's pick, quickly cleaned up 13-7. Dust 2, Wings Up never gave them a chance. ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifiers for Asia continue. I'm tea time, joined by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy. Map number 3 is coming up, Michael. It is Ancient as the decider.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a logical decider between these two squads, but kind of hard to call. You're absolutely right to sort of label it as a tale of two maps, just because it seemed to be quite convincing for either party that won their map pick in the series. So, I mean, Wings Up did seem very in control, kind of from start to finish, on that Dust 2. I guess, actually at the start, it was maybe a bit in contention, with the flying clutches having to be won sort of back-to-back rounds, but past that, they had some great ideas, and they executed on them quite well. So, knife round won by Wings Up, which I imagine will see them start on that CT side. You know, Ancient is definitely a great map as well for these players that can be more aggressive, and, you know, we like to see players like Rate, for example, stepping up, but Shinobi is someone that you highlighted as being sort of maybe a specialist on this map as well. So yeah, they'll be tested on that T side, I imagine, first.
It's just weird because Shinobi, every time I've seen him play like an ESE Open especially, he just, on Ancient, has no regard for his own safety at all. Right? He'll ask for flashes, and, you know, and obviously this stuff is more visible in Open, where, you know, maybe not everyone's at the same level, maybe not everyone has the same experience, but he'll ask for flashes. They'll never show up. Someone's clearly called him, hey, I threw my flash wrong, and he still just pushes forward and takes the duels into a place where he knows it's probably going to be 1v2.
Yeah, sometimes all you need to see is that the flashbang is being thrown in the chat to gain the confidence necessary to swing. You know, even if it's messed up, gotta commit to the bit. At least then, the death is not your fault. You're still following the plan.
If you've been told, hey, I missed the flash.
Yeah, but I was already moving on the assumption that you hit the flash, so really, who's at fault here?
You sound, this is so funny, you sound like Wild Deity when I was coaching him right now, which is the worst thing I can say to you. Oh, God.
Listen, you can communicate it, but, you know, there's all this delay from hearing it to processing it to actioning it in the server
to
as well.
accepting it being a reality as well, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
And to Shinobi's credit, very often he would still push in and get those kills, right? That's why I say he's an Ancient specialist, because it does feel like every angle that he's fighting into, he's also very good at anticipating enemy utility. He's also very good at making sure that, hey, he's going to find that gap when someone's turning around and the like. So, yeah. Look, I'm making it sound out like he's dumb, but that's not what I mean at all. I mean that regardless of the situation he's in, he feels like he's got a good enough read in the game to get hyper aggressive. And I don't mean in like the last 45 seconds of the round. I mean like early on, first 45, which is where a lot of players who we commend for having a good read on things, you know, your Nikos, your Ropses and whatnot. Maybe Nico's an exception, but you know, these are players who sort of acclimatize into a round. They sponge up all the information and then they strike. Shinobi just comes into it seemingly having, you know, drank from the fountain of knowledge, and sometimes it's poison, but sometimes it's actually there.
He's a man of sheer focus and sheer will. When he wants to do something, he'll do it, I guess.
A Shinobi, if you will.
Is that what they do?
I don't know, man. I'm actually Googling Shinobi etymology right now.
I doubt that's...
It comes from the Japanese verb shinobu, which means to endure, to bear, to hide, or to conceal oneself. So he is enduring through all of it, concealing himself towards these entries, and then striking.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a lot of concealment, to be honest, from the way you just, you know, the picture you were painting earlier.
He is concealing himself from the wider Mongolian Tier 1 scene, and then striking.
It's like, you know, we had this team when we covered not too long ago, Ninja.
Yeah.
That, you know, said, like, they were great at taking fights and playing separately, almost like Ninja. And, you know, it just didn't feel like they did a lot of very ninja-like things, you know? They weren't particularly sneaky. sure they were taking fights individually, but that didn't really feel like a positive actually. So I feel like we're falling into the same trap. It's kind of like Happy. It didn't really seem like he was that enthused a lot of the time.
So while I've been looking for etymology around the word shinobi, I've also found that apparently shinobi does not mean a person necessarily. It can also be like a tiger hiding in a bush, right? Like that's still like kind of a shinobi. Right, obviously the shinobi, sort of became ninjas eventually, and that was sort of what the entire mythology is. So maybe this is just a 31-year-old tiger who's waiting, much like Hastika was, to suddenly jump into the top tier of Asian Counter-Strike with this IHC roster.
Yeah, maybe if he's able to find these crazy lurk timings. Still, Hastika's greatest accomplishment was somehow flanking the A bomb site so consistently on Ancient. Yeah, I don't know how he managed it, but it was still something to be feared, I guess.
Yeah,
maybe he can channel that.
Good time.
He's going up in the years, Shinobi. He's not getting any younger, so he's got to transition his game somehow. But he's still, he's been doing a solid job so far in this matchup. I think the problem is that Wings Up just have so many pieces that are looking strong. I don't even really think there's a considerable weak link. Bingo so far has not maybe had the greatest of performances, but he's been very much a supplementary piece on some of the mid aggressions or I guess mid-round aggressions that Wings Up have been throwing. So it's at least cute to know that Wings Up have the extra dynamic of having all these different pieces pop off.
Well, listen, guys, we've been told off for looking up etymology on broadcast, so we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back very soon with more etymology and, more importantly, more Counter-Strike.
Words.
And we're back. I know I promised you more etymology, and I am here to deliver. Michael is here to deliver about the Counter-Strike, though. We're back with the ESL Pro League Season 22 Asian Qualifiers. Michael, Yumi Cassidy on the microphone with me. I am Tea Time. And we're going to be heading back into map number 3 between Wings Up and IHC.
Yeah, both teams winning their map picks quite handily, so we're expecting a pretty strong showing from both here on Ancient. Familiar territory round picks, tip of teams, but IHC star on that their Wings on the knife. Already a very spread effort as well here on this T-side pistol. Some probing from Yami, and he finds the kill in middle, so already throwing this wings up defense off balance. Flying will have less support coming his way. In fact, he's left on a complete island. Smoke that blooms deep into spawn. And so they'll be completely siphoned from the site. They don't even really put up a fight.
It's all going to have to come in through the B ledge, and Gas is the one to hold down to middle just to make sure there aren't any lurkers. That was a threat that IHC tried to establish unsuccessfully. So on Dust 2, Yami! Oh my god, he's looking good. Bingo does at least make short work of him, and Alpes to take that 1 versus 1 against Flying. Not an easy player to find, not an easy man to take down, and Alpes will still deliver. Shinobi in the meanwhile finds 2 of his own, and it is a largely clean round out from IHC.
Yeah, good information gathering by that forward position inside of Cave by Apest. You know, heard the reposition to ramp. And it called for everyone to swing from the side as well, just to make sure that they got the trade at the very least. So, I'd say we're pretty much in full control. Good shots from Yami, found the opening in middle, and then also helped slow down the potential ramp flank with that nice quick flick shot. Even if it was probably more flashy than it needed to be, it's still flashy. It's still impressive.
Well, smoke out of the mouth of donut. That Molotov is not where it's supposed to be. And IHC, who struggled against the USPs and Dust 2, are certainly not setting themselves up for success over here. Bingo! Holding down the line. It is going to be an immediate pushback.
They should,
on this T side.
As soon as they got smoked and then they got hit by a flash immediately afterwards, I think most teams would cancel from that. They knew that they were going to be moving into a pretty reinforced bomb site, and that they'd missed the potential timing to spring into A. So, you know, a lot of things went wrong, but they'll redivert their attentions. Man spotted deep red and smoked off, takes some damage, but won't stick around to find out whether or not they're committing close to him or not.
Gas on the jiggle. Now, about to be flanked out from the other side. One that he had held down before, but the timing of the CT smoke is excellent. It also sets up for Flying to come in from behind. Flying decides to play passive. He's playing from inside Cheetah, but he could really cut off... he could cut off a lot. Land takes off ahead. Flying gets 1. Almost lines up the second. Can't get the running spray working, but Lan's repositioned all in the meanwhile. Will they be checking this corner? They will not be. Lan somehow gets another. They're back to a 2 versus 2, but the good thing for IHC is that the CT side doesn't have the ability to recover weapons. Yami out at the ready, AK-47 nestled away. Nice headshot from Gas. Will also be giving him the AK to play around. Now, he doesn't have a kit, so Coolest will have some advantages, but this bomb isn't planted perfectly to stop it from being fully ninjaed. Spam damage. Line up slightly harder the further away it is. Gas is not able to find Coolest, though, who's just not betting on it. Still gets the kill. He'll have the time. The 10-second timer hadn't started just quite yet. Michael, this is absurd.
Oh, Coolest just didn't believe it. He did not believe that Gas wasn't sticking it, and there's just enough time for Gas on the defuse. Yeah, I mean, he gets ahead of himself there. I mean, he's anticipating a full 10-second stick, but because he played so safe inside of Cave, at that point, you know, repositioning to ramp actually probably was the better play for him. But he jumps the gun, and it's another one of these close 1v1s. Wings up coming away with the force bide. It's on Gas's clutch. Oh, there's been so many heartbreaking rounds for IHC so far this series. Even on Nuke, they were losing a lot of these close clutches. Didn't deter them from winning the map, but...
Yeah. But they were winning. Or getting into difficult positions.
Wings up clutch count must be very high.
And it doesn't look like it's going to be stopping anytime soon, Michael. This is how they'll be playing.
I want to say it's like 7-2 or something like that.
I won't even pretend to be keeping track of it. Gas is going to be a little bit lonely for hey. He can be run down, ask for help, and it'll come in time to avenge him. But Ronan's still in a difficult spot, keeps the spray going, but running out of bullets knew he had to... What? How does Alpes get that? He's had more than a difficult. He's had an impossibly tumultuous start on both Nuke and Dust2.
Yeah, but Bingo's not had a great showing either this series, so it's a battle from the bottom.
The grenade could be a difference maker if he wants to deploy it. Wings up. Clutches have been going on their side more often than not, but Bingo's just not got the read. Arpist is able to turn around, get the angle peek, makes noise, reveals position. Round is over already. 10-second time has gone off, and Bingo getting the kill will not matter. Maybe he can save an AK, even that's a maybe. All those skits out in the middle, he sees them, he wonders what could have been.
Yeah, that is a bit of a crying shame there for Wings Up. I mean, that should have been a kill every day of the week there for Flying. Apest was not expecting him, did not forecast that, didn't anticipate it whatsoever, and was still able to adjust and get himself into a 1v1 where he had so much time to reposition that it just chewed off too much of the clock there for Bingo. So, very back and forth at the start of the decider. Fast play for Shinobi does not work. Bingo even scaling up, still gets traded. And Coolest will go out swinging further. Yami and Apest converge. And that pincer on middle is enough to deal with any presence there from Wings Up. Last remaining defense is over at B, but the bomb's dropped outside the door, so they have to fight this.
Flying can still make this work. He's got information about a player in the Cheetah. Arpest will be turned around. He's never going to be checking for this angle. Never in a million years. Now, the first kill found. Yami is fortunately right then and there retreating backwards to provide reinforcement. So I'd see get through the scary bits, at least most of them. And they will reset Wings Up again.
I'm also a little surprised he went for that first kill on ledge when he knew that there was a player inside of cave, and once he recognized that gap, if they were going to try and plant on B, he would have been in an impossible position for them to anticipate. But wanted his kill, and it doesn't work out for him. First full eco we see in this game so far. And it's gone. Nicely handled. Very pacey versus those pistols. They knew exactly what they were up against and worked that to their advantage. Guess I'm a little saddened to see that LAN cannot afford even a glass cannon AWP.
It kind of does suck, yeah. He's been a very impressive
$100.
Got a very impressive shot with it on both Dust2 and Nuke.
Especially on those CT sides.
And as we get deeper into these CT sides, the only way that he's going to be able to afford one is through success and retakes. It is a quick takeover on A site, and Gas has been shot down through the smoke. Yami, the one to deliver the killing blow. Coolest, still uninvolved on the kill feed, is going to be struggling to find involvement over here in this round either. He's playing all the way from the back of the site. Lance found one. Yami closing the distance for another kill. Shinobi's there to back him up. And as Lan and Flying are going to soon discover they've got no path of retreat, Lan is still fighting in through the smoke. Coolest and Shinobi are the ones left alive. If Lan gets this kill immediately, he can make this into multiple 1v1s, but when the CT side never bought a kit to start with in this round, he doesn't have a chance anymore.
Yeah, forced to run. Coolest will try and hunt him down, and Lan will instead decapitate him. So no survivors here for IHC, but a perfect call. Immediately ran into that A-bomb site completely vacant. It was a 3 mid start for Wings Up, and they realized they were deeply out of position. Once all the smokes had bloomed, they hear the steps just a little too late as they reposition inside of Donut. And played off each other quite well. You know, even with Gas trying to spam the plant, they knew exactly the position they had to spam back to get that kill. They doubled up inside of Temple. Flashes for mid, a lot of missed shots on that MAC-10, but there's Yami right behind to make sure that that weapon is not retrieved. Things don't get out of control. Ronin undressed by that smoke, but the 5-7 still deals with Shinobi.
Ronin seems to be the one guy on Wings Up who looks even better when he is in a state of questionable breath, I guess. Be it low HP, be it being popped up in a smoke when he's got only a pistol to work with.
I always knew the Ronin bested the Shinobi.
He has done so a couple of times so far, that's true, but I have to ask you, who is still the coolest? Bingo, we found him. Comes in for another chance, but Coolest will still shut him down. First 2 kills on the scoreboard, but IHC have not needed him so far. Yami, the performance he has delivered has been nothing short of impeccable.
Yeah, it's certainly helping. I mean, the entries that he's getting, or at least the trade kills at a bare minimum, has, I mean, really just served to IHC's favor. He's controlling so much of the map in these early stages of the round that Wings Up are constantly having to react, and they're attempting to find gaps on the extremities as well, but those are still being held pretty steadfast by IHC. There's nothing to really make them uncomfortable so far. Most uncomfortable round was against that Force Buy when they tried to go for an A exec and they got smoked. It's the only round that Wings Up have pulled together, and that still came down to a clutch. But here's that LAN AWP. This is where things could change.
Gas is not going to be able to do too much out with the spam damage, and LAN doesn't feel like he's going to be given anything. The B-bomb side is not going to be contested unless it's a flank to come in through Apest and Yami. Yami's been using Apest as his personal valet in a lot of ways. Hey, you go park the car and I'll come join you. Soon after, Bingo continues to push forward. This is the 2-man T-side setup. This is going to be advantage to T's, but not if they don't get the first kill. Yami tries to swing to negate, but he's only able to find one. At the very least, it did force LAN to start re-navigating back towards Cheetah. That's where, unless Kulas comes very late in the round, no one should be trespassing on this T side. A player who has already crossed is Ronin Baby. Not made a single hint of noise. Rate continues forward. LAN turns around, kill for kill, and Ronin Baby is the one to trade. It's still a 3 versus 2, but time is really what's giving CTs an advantage of a hair. Kulas is the one with the utility. Shinobi the one with the bomb. And although the smoke is down, Kulas tries to peek before it blooms, which gives Wings Up their second round. Very nicely done from Ronin Baby, all across the map.
Yeah, and good understanding there from Wings as well, that B-bomb site was being crept into. You know, they called LAN back at the right time just to draw attention away, because rotates were coming. Ronin's position was pretty deep, pretty hard to clear as a T without, you know, the extra smokes or utility that can make you feel comfortable on an exec like that. And so Ronin's position was kind of baited for with all of the presence there from the rotates. IHC do take some aggressive mid-control rather early. Apes taking the brunt of the damage down to 3 HP, but he's on a Mach 10, so he's going to continue pushing forward off of that information, try to get deeper control. He hears the rotate of LAN as well, outside of Red Room. But Ronin's in a real hot spot, able to play just ahead of the Molotovs, but getting spammed. Yami doesn't realize that he's connecting on those shots. Oh my god. Apest has a free kill for sure on this A-bomb site, so he's calling his teammates back, and with the kill that Coolest gets as well, they just completely lose control of that side of the map.
Wings will have to save over here, but if LAN can get the first kill, the bomb is the one that is at risk. Shinobi realizes that as well, slows it down. No longer seems like there's a way for them to get back to the bomb site, not with where Coolest is standing. They should have an idea of it as well, and with flying being collected upon, LAN is left alone. He can't recede, he knows it as well, but as he keeps on getting tagged down, what option does he have to proceed? It has to be a fight out. First with Shinobi, then with Coolest, and well, he'll win the first one. Apis will not be presenting another opportunity. Coolest around the corner, gets the better of him. And LAN, who only had the AWP for 2 rounds, will quickly be losing it. And Baby doesn't spot out Yami. Still will be able to make up for that initial error.
Yeah, well maintained there from Coolest. From his kill inside of Donut, kind of alongside the Apes flank, just gave so much room to capitalize on that A site. IHC carved a path, and they find themselves at a 7th already on this T side. It is kind of strange that we have these two AWPers that, you know, Coolest kind of lurks and kind of lingers a lot more than some other AWPers do, and Lan almost serves as like an anchor as well with his AWP. So, you know, we're so used to seeing the AWP be like this dynamic, constantly moving, pick-based style, but these are two very unconventional AWPers from that particular archetype. Good kill from Raid. But they've lost their teammate over at Elbow.
And
it's going to be all on Flying.
He's in a very difficult position for them to deal with. Shinobi's the one with the bomb. Shinobi's not going to turn around for this one afterwards. Flying has every opportunity to take the bomb down. He doesn't turn. He doesn't turn. Flying, what could have been a freebie, a gift, a present, has now been sent back to the shop. Raid and Yami kept the receipts, and they're more than happy to cash out as a result of it. 8th round pretty much guaranteed, and Flying only has one option: get the hell away and hope that Lan can win you a round afterwards with this AWP.
Nice kill. That will secure his exit. Yeah, a real chance there for Flying to have stopped IHC from making the round work. Because Shinobi dies on ramp. That's the bomb. I'm sure there was a smoke available there for IHC. They probably would have been able to retrieve it during that, but they would have been under a lot more pressure, knowing that they were being encroached on from all sides. It's real chaos here for Wings Up, and I'm in a way a little surprised we haven't seen timeouts called by them, just to try and find an adaptation, something that they can make work. Because they're frequently losing the fight for middle. They've been trying to play more conservative inside of the sites, but even the rounds that's happened, we saw the round Apes flanks them at Donut. There are clear gaps here on this CT side so far. Bingo almost burned to death.
Yeah. What have we taken down? IHC, with just one more round, can be incredibly happy with this campaign. The way things have been going, I'm not quite sure how well it'll transition into the CT side. So you want to have that cushion just in case. Sort like Wings Up have been short on players who can frag. And I think anyone and their mothers would know. Opportunity lost, but a good flashbang for the CTs to try and peek forward. Actually, it's a team flash from the T side, but Flying doesn't realize it. Yami, what a kill. Feels like I'm saying that more often than not. His headshots have been impeccable. Shinobi and Coolest will be the ones to top out this cake. It's all ice. It's ready to eat. 9 on the board, pretty much guaranteed. Yami, being careful about a push through the smoke, will not be able to finish things off. He loses out on the bullets. The bomb not planted yet, but they spot out where Gas is, and that should be all she wrote. Incendiary from Gas goes a bit too deep. He knows he could be flanked from any side at this point. Shinobi will put him to bed.
I'm gonna be quite blunt here. I really don't know what Ronin's doing, swinging from cave like that when his teammate is ID'd that they can be coming up ramp. You know, Ronin almost, just really shouldn't have swung in that manner when his teammate was kind of spotted short, but also didn't commit to the fight on short. It got messy. I think the Wings Up players are looking a little disjointed communications-wise. Rates killing teammates himself, actually, but finds the double in mid, so makes up for that at least. Keeps that B-bomb site very vacant. There was a lurk smoke thrown by IHC at the start of the round, but heavy presence in middle, so they want to reacquire it, and it's Ronin that strikes back.
What?
Coolest. A good trade, but Raid is still nearby, and not springing to life just yet.
I don't think he wants to spring to life, Michael.
Yeah, the bomb is down, though, so he's going to have to try and make a move.
It's either him or Yami to come in from middle, and Yami decides to be the one to lead the charge. Flying, spotted out. Raid really needed to peek earlier on. Flying's double gives them 3. Is it enough? Doesn't feel like it, but we'll wait for that second up before we make the call. Off to a break. We'll be back very soon.
talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
A magical half coming through from Yami, if I'm being perfectly honest. The entries this guy was getting were pretty, but Wings Up at the very least, the end of it all, are able to save some face. Can they save their chances, though, from the ESL Pro League Season 22 Asian Qualifiers?
Yeah, the worst part is that when Yami wasn't getting kills, Coolest was, or Rate was, or Shinobi was. There's, you know, he was the main catalyst, but the rest of the squad were able to contribute in meaningful ways as well in that half. Wings Up need to wake up in this second, and they'll do so quite well by calling into an empty A bomb site.
Ronan Baby started off strong, flying continues. That is exactly what you want to see. And with the flank already set up for success, Lan doesn't quite get the kill, but he does put Yami in a world of trouble. Makes him think, makes him guess, makes him hop, makes him dead. Coolest gives Ronan Baby some of the same fate. 2 versus 4, right with the kid. This has to be some crazy shots. And look, Bingo does walk into a bullet, but I don't think Coolest will have quite the same luck.
There is a kit drop spawn. If he's playing for exits, I am officially angry. He's playing for exits. Sensational.
They know you don't have the kit, buddy. It's on the ground. Like, man.
It's just... I'd rather you save the armor at that point. Very confusing.
You know my views on this, Michael. I don't need to express them again. Yeah, hate to see it.
Yeah, I really do.
Well, it's
he also disconnected before the round was over in Dust 2, but you know, these are small demerits that are racking up. You either try and win the round, or you try and go for damage. Sitting and doing nothing is not a play on a pistol round. Not in my eyes. Maybe I'm a Puritan. Gotta do it for the love of the game.
You're just one of those old people out on the yard saying, back in my day, we used to actually cry for clutches.
I am getting old man yells at clouds.
To be fair, I think you've always been a little bit like that. Flying, taken down by the USBs, and Lan will be here to clean things up regardless. 4 players kept alive. Pretty good round from Wings Up. This is exactly the start you want to see. And for IHC, they will not be able to afford out the AWP going into their first fight. They will also not be able to afford a kit unless Arpest has been relegated to it, which I wouldn't hate. Actually, Shinobi goes back to the MP9, yeah. Please do buy one, though.
He should buy one. He didn't.
Bro, I don't know what to say. Like, Michael, bring out the old man energy, Michael.
I mean, he's got an MP9, so in a way I kind of get it, but also, that could still matter. Someone can pick it up in the late round. Or maybe they don't need it, because they're just going to hold their bomb sites. Coolest in a tucked position on the A site, and he's really hoping that Shinobi can provide some attention and take some attention away, but he's cool, but not completely immune to fire. Flames do force him out, but he clears a main in the meanwhile. And Wings Up have made their intentions clear in mid instead. This will be a slow roll. Nade is really well timed. There's solid damage onto Gas and Ronin. Makes them susceptible to one-shot headshots. Hell, even with the MP9, things can go poorly. And Lan has trickled down to 46 health as well.
And with a double
high-low setup.
Best and Rate. Rate just takes them all. Seems to be a trend so far for Ancient, but hey, if it's gonna give you rounds, why not? Rate continues forward, hunting for his second ace of the series. Would be nice to find, but Shinobi's likely gonna have to take that one away from him. Or is he? It is the way of the Shinobi to allow your brother to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, got the info, knew where he was, and Rate was in hot pursuit. 2 aces in the series, like you said. One was against a full eco. This, a full buy. So far more impressive. Set up for success with his double setup alongside Apest inside of Cave. Beautiful stuff, really.
Yeah.
And a real surprise, honestly. Like, I've been with you, and that Rate has kind of been, maybe a forgotten about talent within the Mongolian scene to a certain degree, but I still wasn't expecting this. Not with Yami and Coolest coming into the fray. I was expecting him to sort of lag behind those players, but he's been a forerunner. It's been quite an impressive showing. Well, A main seems to be the call here for Wings Up. Timely smoke from Shinobi, but just as they start to break their way in, Shinobi takes the fight. Rate there to reinforce, and just as there's some action, Rate is there to answer the call. Both him and Shinobi couple up for 4. And Flying was too far away to make up for any lost ground. Bomb is dropped on top of tree, if I'm reading that right. So he's gonna have to mount his way up. And that will be very difficult and now impossible. Takes the dink. Spray will not connect. They're shooting bullets around him like Ali G. And finally Shinobi connects on the headshot. So 3 kills for Shinobi. Rate's reinforcements does lock down that A site. Wings are looking a little flat. And again, I sort of prompt this question. What has happened to Wings Up? There's no timeouts being called. I'm seeing, disjointed communications in how they're going to play off each other. I'm just a little confused by what Wings Up are offering in this map, considering things were going so well on Dust.
Yeah.
And now it just looks like a completely different team.
It does feel like map to map we are getting, a lot of individuals who are showing up. Sure, right, Lan and Ronin Baby are still getting funky on the dance floor, fair enough. But everyone else, it feels like they're just listening to different music.
Yeah, but seriously, where are these timeouts? I don't think Wings Up have called one.
Well, you'd really wish.
Or if they have, maybe I
think they called one in the first half.
Yeah, maybe?
Yeah. Well, right now with the full Glock round, it is maybe a bit of a mental timeout. At least they've been put in a timeout. They're down 5 to 12. Go to the corner, the quiet seat. IHC now 1 round away from qualifying to the main bracket stage for the ESL Pro League Season 22 Asian Qualifier. Now we're going to be looking...
Oh. Yeah, they better have something cooked up for this round. I need to see something.
I hope so. Oh, Gas, fantastic shot, but Yami is just coming out and destroying them all. Feels like they weren't even looking at him. Flying will at the very least be able to come over and get 1 in response, but all in the meanwhile, you look out towards what Raid is up to. He is pushing forward, Apest nearby. Yami and Apes left alone, 2 versus 2. Yami already having delivered 3 kills. He's maybe hoping for an ace of his own, and Apes is certainly helping. Now, should know where Yami is. He's not expecting Lan around the corner, though, so that information disadvantage will give Wings Up another T-side round.
Yeah, also just kind of perfect timing there for Wings Up. I mean, Apis kind of clears elbow, then takes this fight onto ledge, and is, you know, doesn't get is kind of unable to relay that information to Yami, who's trying to force 1v1s in that fight. So it does work out. It was a fast play in through mid. This time Lan gets bombarded by Util. Down to 38. Gas was not too far behind him. Took some damage, and Ronin's actually the first to fall. Just trying to show some presence over towards B. Not an ideal start. Walking wounded.
Yeah.
Our Wings Up.
Coolest. Will collect on flying immediately as well. When they were walking wounded, some of them are no longer walking at all. Yami, an incendiary that feels late, but it will segment one player off at the very least. That's Lan, who's still watching out for Yami to cross back. Apes, in the meanwhile, will force Lan to turn his crosshair away and finishes things off as well. 13-6, IHC find their place in the double elimination bracket of the back of a spankingly good performance from Rate and Yami. Michael, this is a good look from the Mongolian side.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, coming into today, especially not with the information that, you know, Coolest and Yami were going to play with this roster, I thought this was going to be kind of a layup for Wings Up, given that the gang was getting back together. You know, these are high fragging players that they had on their team, but Rate and Yami, I mean, really just dominated here on Ancient, and to be honest, I think Rate is almost certainly that sort of series MVP, just so consistent from map to map. And really being a driving force. I wasn't expecting him to be as aggressive as he was on some of those CT rounds. Even in the poor performance on Dust 2 for this squad, it seemed like Rate was kind of the one that you could look to for a bit of inspiration at times. So, I mean, a really great performance from him, considering the other stars that are on this roster with him. He actually shone the brightest.
Well, this isn't the only Mongolian team that will be debuting with its new-ish lineup. We've got the Huns versus Unsettled Resentment coming up next on this stream. It'll be in the 5th player for the Huns finally being revealed. Who's it going to be? Well, we're going to find out after a break. Unsettled Resentment on the other side, looking to fight up into that double elimination bracket. In the meanwhile, it's ESL, guys, so you know how things go. Check out our A, C, and D streams for all of the rest of the results. We've also got Semper Fi versus Alter Ego going on right now, House Pets versus Fengda, and Chinga's Warriors versus Change the Games. Who will be making it all the way through in the first part of round 2? Find out on the other streams. Otherwise, come back here in about 20 minutes after this break.
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
And if can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes.
Won't take it no more. Can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the world is saying it killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
No more candlelight, no more candlelight, it's needed. No more candlelight, no more candlelight today. When the moon's right, when the moon's right, you see me. Fanning out the fire, fanning out the fire, always. Bring me out, then I can be whole now. Bring me out, with just your candlelight, just
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
Angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way,
And we are back. Apologies, there was a few delays getting this match started. It is the Huns versus Unsettled Resentment. A couple of unfamiliar names, I think, for most people viewing as Asia enthusiasts for the Unsettled Resentment squad. More familiar we will be with the Huns, who have had some questions about who their roster would be filled out by, and the answer will be Score, which does make this Huns roster very, very scary. First map in the pool is Ancient, and Unsettled Resentment starting on this T side. Twinkle's already found that final piece in Score, and straight away, a man advantage and a gap that opens up straight through mid. Unsettled Resentment will make their way straight to that A bomb site after throwing some util over at B. They get there ahead of the rotate, and Nine's cut down. Bartak taken through the smoke. Cobra Zero, last man standing.
1 on 5's never fun, is it? But maybe he can at least give us some good shots. Obviously, a player who we've all been kind of keeping our eyes out on to maybe be one of the futures of Mongolia. But right now, he doesn't have a future in this round.
Yeah, everyone ended up empty-handed there on the side of the Huns. But what do you make of Score coming back to the Huns?
I saw the announcement while we were waiting for the series to begin as well, Michael. And honestly, it's kind of cool, right? Score obviously initially leaving the Mongols or being removed from the Mongols. One or the other, that's one of the few where it felt like, oh my god, this team is just going to be dead.
IHC at the time, right?
Yes, of course. You know, nowadays known as the Mongols. But it's cool to see him come back, and he's going to be coming up with his head held high. He's had a nice little resurgence as well. You like to see the Huns project with a man as talismanic as him. Of course, you're looking at Nine, you're looking at Bartek. These players are also very, very recognized in the old school of Asian Counter-Strike, but Score really was the guy with Blitz, so it does feel like, hey, the prodigal son is returning at least to the Huns, and let's see whether he can return to the top of Asia.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy to see the heights that the Mongols have reached when Score was removed, for example, everyone was questioning why. He was the best player on the team at the time. And they've rebuilt and gotten even better somehow. So, in some ways, Score, I imagine, will be extra motivated alongside players like Nine, who were kind of in similar boats, where they were influential pieces and then suddenly discarded for greener pastures.
Yeah. Pastures that maybe people didn't know existed in the very beginning, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the same vibe that we get for players like Zeralt and Cobra Zero. Obviously, the Huns are coming through with a very interesting mix of both experience and veterancy, as well as a lot of youth in it, regardless of everything, right? You're looking at Nine and Bartek. Bartek maybe not quite a veteran in the traditional sense, considering how young he is, but obviously has had a lot of years in the Asian Counter-Strike scene. Nine leading the team. Score then comes in as this hopefully veteran star player as well, who should be yield reliable, and then you just really need Zeralt and Cobra Zero, one of the two, to show up to have like a very threatening team. Now though, their threats will be limited.
Yeah, well, they've not proven to be any threat at all so far. Yet to find a kill is anyone on the side of the Huns. Unsettled Resentment are one of our open qualifier teams, so we are going to be far less familiar with the faces. Afufu is probably the most recognizable of them. And even with this investment, the Huns go and find the opener, only to lose 2 right back over at B, so little pathway carved out. Nine, good kill to find, because that will stop the pace of Unsettled Resentment, who have very little time to get that bomb down and re-navigate to a vacant A bomb site.
Well, Score's not really got a chance over here either. Full knife out, and where it felt like the Huns had actually given themselves a pathway to success, they unfortunately end up falling elsewhere. Nine all alone, still looking to commit to the clutch 1 on 3. Now he's probably going to be flanked up as well. Heard the Molotov, but still continues going forward. And it will be 3 alive, 3-0. Unsettled Resentment are looking, honestly, really good at starting this one up.
Yeah, solid. I mean, maybe a little bit of a sleepy start for the Huns, but Unsettled Resentment, I mean, that round gets a little hairy. I mean, down to the last second before they punched in that plant, and it was a very last-minute decision to re-divert that bomb away from the B site. They're kind of probing all sides of the map, and the Huns were, I think, a little caught off by the fact that UR were not so decisive, and not really that... I guess they just didn't pull themselves together. There was no coalescence of the T-side players.
Bartek on the 5-7 not able to find the initial kill of the peak scores. MP9 does pay fruit. Bartek gets opportunity number 2. But at the end of the day, it is a Rot with the actual threat. That threat soon to be neutralized. Cornered in with his HP low. 9 at the back of the bomb site remains silent. The USP certainly conducive to that. Bomb not planted yet. You get a little bit of fear from Akari coming through, but Akari is now starting to get aggressive again. Recognizes where 9 is coming through. I almost called him Yine for some reason, but hey. Quick rotation back over towards the B-bomb site. T's are putting themselves at risk. Madness could have gone down there to the MP9.
Yeah, really like that decision there from UR as well. They get stifled, stalled. They threw smokes over on that A site. All of them would have dissipated by the time they ended up in that 2v2 and just decided to fight for CT control. Because trying to get a plant on that A side when you can't sort of aggress into Donut or can't secure spawn or palace. Just too many avenues to get shot or spammed while you're punching in that plant. So they fought forward and they succeed. Bartek take it down to 1 HP, but does a lot of damage down the way in mid. Slayer to one-shot territory.
Well, the game player's been having so far, I think he's not overly uncomfortable in this position. Dons are looking to re-aggress down middle. It'll be Cobra Zero who's sent forward. Unfortunately, still on the MP9. It isn't the weapon you want if you're playing retake on mid, so he instead nestles in. It's a late round cubby that he will just try and fight for control over. And be a fast rotating point. Actually, sorry. I have completely misread the map. That is score. Numbers can be weird when they end in 6.
Yeah. More peculiar the way the numbering is gone. But nice forward play down to B lane, but they're trying to bounce back and forth on the aggro. Oh dear. They're flubbing their util, and so now they go into the meat grinder. Cobra Zero takes attention. Zeralta able to go 1 for 1 as well, but they breach past the initial line of defense. It's 9 that actually sits on the back of the site, but he's reloading out in the open, and UR need to get a move on. They're going to start making their pounce into B.
Good flashes to lean forward. It's the bomb on Madness's back, so he has to be careful in taking these aggressive fights, but he now knows that he can't plant any longer. 9 receives back into the cubby off Cheetah. Madness only good for the 1 before 9 can just spam him away. Honestly, there were some really good flashes on Unsettled Resentment over there, but they were torn in between whether to plant or whether to fight for space. 2 of their players stay remaining behind, and Madness with the bomb, who might have just been trying to get cubby control to be fair, but he was just a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, just even the fact, though, that the Huns had these 2 MP9s that were dancing back and forth, the fact that they delayed long enough that 9 could rotate and get into position. By the time that UR decide on making it up the ramp, there's more than just 9 they have to deal with in defense of that B site, so important to have that forward play. The Fufu, nice punishment to score, trying to play around the red smoke. And once again, mid will be taken by the T's. Dons were able to counteract that by some forward play over at B, but this time Zeralta will walk straight into his demise, trying to do more of the same.
I wouldn't hate it if the Huns just set themselves up for a gamble stack over here, but Bartek is certainly considering whether he can go out in middle and reclaim an advantage. Now, the problem is he is expecting there to be maybe 1 player at most. So when he's given the call over that, hey, we actually have cleared out a lot of BLA, and the lurker isn't here. He's probably not in Cheetah either. Be very careful. I'm surprised the 9's going to keep on aggressing forward. I know you can always look to pincer over here into middle, but this is never a round that you're going to be fighting in.
Important kill, though, for Bartek. Retain some control over to Donut, and UR will want to try and dislodge him in some capacity, because as they set up for after plants, if they don't contest Donut or have something to siphon him off, because they have no util, they play safer in the post plants, and there are smokes and Molotovs available here for the Huns.
Well, they still will have a lot of space to cross over, and the Incendiary there isn't an easily displaced player, but a Fufu being taken down is certainly useful. Slayer pushed away by the Molly, but it'll be running out in a second or two. Botnik takes that time, perfectly done. Twinkle still keeps Slayer alive. Slayer is the one who has to stop the defuse, will barely be able to do so, and Botnik no longer has a chance in this round, nor to save this rifle. He knows both are going to be gone. No, maybe he does live. No, never mind. Ancient doesn't care.
Yeah, always gets the better of you at some point. Yeah, I mean, he could have actually recovered that kit and tried to stick it again, but, I mean, 2 angles where he was just going to get shot at for and had to sort of dance around a hail of bullets, and you can't move on that defuse. So, yeah, not a high chance, but him not being able to save as well is not going to help. I have to say, I did question the way that UR were playing that post plant, but I love that they had that flash ready to go so that they could swing from Brokey and be a little bit more aggressive out from Temple.
Yeah. One of the cool things about what UR has been doing largely is that there's a few places where I'm with you, Michael. Maybe not the best of places to put yourself, or maybe not the best of fights to take sometimes, but they're very clearly all on the same page at the very least, right? There's no second guessing, like, oh my god, no, maybe we should be playing back over here. Why are you peeking? No, it's all together. It's a flooding river pretty much, and you are going to get a little bit swept up in it.
Maybe bar that one round where the bomb was in cave at like 18 seconds and hoofed it to A. That's maybe the one exception to what you're saying, but I'm with you.
Just a bit.
Because they were very spread out.
Hans will be pulling out the Hero M4. Score to wield. What a shot from Zeralt. His Deagle is a little bit reputable. Generally good for the one. Okay.
He just had to look for more.
I'm open to the taps, Michael. I would like to give this message out to the Counter-Strike community. It might not be the best way to get kills every time, but I'm open to it.
I mean, at range like that, 100%. Taps all day. Especially in CS2. I feel like there's so few people that have the, even just like the burst properly figured out. Oh, they almost lined up on Ram. Good first kill there from Cobra. Timing solid as well to take another swing at it. 4-on-2, but it could be momentary. Cobra is completely locked in position, but he buys time, and the SMG of Bartak does deliver a Fufu down to 3 HP, and that MP9 is trying to hound him down. It'll be the flank from Score that eventually puts it to rest. It's on a low buy, and that one hero rifle does have a contribution to add, but it's largely due to some solid deagle work here from the Huns. They got them advantages.
It's rounds like this which really just remind you how incredibly important it is to be using all of your utility versus teams like the Huns, right? Just maybe don't use Molotovs and stuff to stop rushes even. Those end up being a bit more predictable. Save your incendiaries for just breaking in onto a bomb site. These deagles will take your head off, especially if they're feeling confident against a team that, you know, on paper, Unsubtle Resentment is worse than the Huns in pretty much every way.
It's also, I mean, you can do a full exec against pistols, and it can work, and it probably will work. But it's also, it can leave you vulnerable. I know why teams avoid it, but the margin for error is much lower on something like a deagle if they're going to take those sort of distance fights. I guess knowing your opponent is really where I'm going with this, and how they're going to react to smokes. Are they going to run through them, or are they going to try and challenge? But by playing a slower jiggle style game, it kind of leads into nice quick headshots. Now you have had a row of success here on this T side, but taking a save here. Lose a couple of rounds, especially losing one to a low buy is certainly not going to help.
Score will be more than happy to collect on the Eagles. Is it just me, or do the doors look more plain than normal?
I think that might just be you.
Maybe it's the textures thing. Well, anyhow, it is a.
Oh no, you're right.
You see what I mean? It looks really plain on the right.
There is no texture. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no grain to that door.
It's just like that. There's no laminate there. They haven't polished it. They haven't finished it. Who the hell did the architecture for this thing?
It's like it's made out of plastic.
Yeah. You know the fake wood that you see that people use on, like, I don't know, stovetops and stuff?
Yeah, no, but some of that's quite convincing. This door ain't even close to that.
Well, it's also, this is also pixels, so. But yeah, strange.
For some reason, it's giving me like Roblox door vibes, which is
A little bit. Maybe it's just the graphics setting, and I'm just used to the highest settings at all times whenever I'm watching CS. But yeah.
But it's funny because you point that out, and it's just surely there would be other textures that are also affected by it, and I ain't seeing it.
This is the I really want FPS mode. Well, that's not fun. Bartek's been shanked in the bank.
I'm sure he'd like some HP.
Well, maybe a little bit more texture on his HP bar. But hey, HE grenade for Zerol to be able to take the initial peek. Will not spot anyone out. Immediately backs off. Moonwalks into middle. Always news also got a little bit of smooth criminal in him.
I hate that you've pointed that out to me now, because I'm looking at a bunch of the wood around the map, and it's
weird, isn't it?
There's no grain on any of the wood.
Look at this.
That's confusing.
Yeah. It's really weird. I thought maybe it's an update I missed or something.
Even orange has no...
Yeah.
This is strange.
I'm telling you, Michael, it's just we're used to watching CS at higher texture levels. But hey, Avuvu's found Cobra Zera and taken him down. Whoa. Score is also going to be pushing back into Sheeta, but he's given over sound cues, so they do have ideas that there should be at least 2 players here. Okay. Madness is hoping to flank in from behind.
These bricks are also a weird texture, but this fight inside of Cave is going to matter a lot. Twinkle has to try and keep them contained or find 1 kill, but he just fails his fight. And that could spur the Huns on for this retake.
Avuvu's still in a very good position, though. He wished he had a flashbang to help himself out, but he's hoping 9 will have his crosshair moved off. Not like that, though. 9 missing every shot offered up to him, and even dies in his process of retreating back. Leaves Score alone, 1 versus 2. No kit ready, no time, and he knows it's all over.
Yeah, impossible at that point. Well managed in the end there from Unsettled Resentment. Nice that they were able to play forward over on long. And the fact that they traded enough to close is ultimately what wins them the round. Also, I'm noticing it, like, I swear I'm noticing it more and more.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've just, like, unlocked my third eye, but what is wrong with... We're playing on, like,
1.6.
I don't know. It's
Gaze
like
into Counter-Strike 1.7,
it's like
my
we're
friend.
on a tester version of the map or something.
Well, Cobra has fallen in the meanwhile, while we are all, a little bit perplexed. Zerold will also be able to come in from behind. Madness taken down. Makes a bomb defuse a little bit easier if you want to go for this retake, but in a 3 versus 4 with the money for the Huns where it is, there is no chance.
Look at the B-bomb site, man.
Yeah,
this is crazy.
It is kind of nuts.
It looks like a marshmallow.
You mean kind of delicious? I agree. That B-bomb site was chewed up, smoked up, and had with the boys.
Yeah. Put that B-bomb site in a s'more.
Yum, yum, yum. The boxes are just...
You know what's so mad? I'm actually going to go back through this VOD and check if it's been like this from the start of the map. Because I swear, like, every round that goes by, I notice a new wall or something that's degraded somehow.
I just hope this isn't happening for the players.
Oh, it's just... I don't know, it's so trippy.
Just imagine, why'd you miss your smoke? Bro, what do you mean? There's no marks on my wall.
Yeah, I'm supposed to line up with this 1 dot, but there are no dots.
This is like the freshest paint coat I've ever seen. Fufu found out immediately as he's looking for a kill in middle. Nine's able to get one of his few op frags so far, and with the flashbang forward, Score should have had the better of Madness, but the jump removed a lot of that initial accuracy. Unsettled Resentment continue to dominate the map, though it might be a 3 versus 3, but look at how much control they have over taking over this B bomb site. Nine's hoping to reclaim some of it as he goes back over with the AWP. Fair bit of noise made. Akari is hoping to bait, rather Nine is hoping to bait Akari into this peak, but Akari is going to be much more patient. He's given the call over to his teammates. Hey, guys, let's not go here. The floor, oh, you're right, Michael. The floors were not like this before. That looks like Valorant floors.
That's why I swear it's just every round we're losing detail. It's like I'm aging in real time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, is this what like aging is like? It's like, well, my knees are gone now. My wrist isn't working that well,
and my textures are less detailed. Normal gamer aging, I suppose.
Oh.
This is a great decision though for UR.
Yeah,
they're gonna try and make their way into the A bomb site, and they'll find it oddly vacant. I mean, Bartak's concerned that there could have been a timing hit, so he plays extremely safe. They're now trying to apply some pressure. Has to wait for his teammates to get into position, however.
He's made a lot of noise about temple control, so at the very least, Unsettled Resentment are going to have a good idea. They're playing triple donut in, which can be dangerous if there are smokes still left for the CT side. And look at what you have. There's 2 smokes and an incendiary. This will be incredibly difficult, so you can already see why Akari is repositioning to come in from behind. Akari has made noise, but it doesn't matter. Nine can't land the shot. He's been struggling with a few of these. A deep incendiary certainly going to be helping, but as Cobra Zera is trying to make his way over, the problem is there's no one overhead to defuse at all. They're trying to line up in through the boxes. They barely get the kill as soon as the incendiary extinguishes, and with that, it's another round for Unsettled Resentment.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really great job of just whittling down the numbers. This is another position where the Huns kind of wish they had more kits or just kits in general. You know, they get themselves into a position where they actually get into a defuse using a deep incendiary, and if they had a kit, they actually pull off the full defuse. So it does feel like it is coming down to some of these slimmer margins, but these mid to late round repositions from Unsettled Resentment, where they're kind of stopping, pausing, and just reassessing the situation is working wonders for them so far on this T side. The Huns have not been able to get out ahead of it, and they're not doing well enough in the early stages of a round to reap rewards or prevent UR from making these types of moves. This aggressive push down lane is a great way to instigate, though. Having so many SMGs and upgrading via Cobra Zero, they find an advantage where UR don't actually have map control that they can counteract with. And they made a lot of noise. Score has heard this rotate.
Score's going to be able to push forward if he really wants to, but at the same time, I think the more pressing problem is that they're expecting that to happen. Slayer watching out with the AK, excellent off angle as well, and that's what brings it back to a 4 versus 4. Madness has opportunity to strike as well. Remember, with Cobra Zera now taking a lot more care about what's going on in the middle, Madness has a window where he can start pushing forward. Unsettled Resentment as well are going to be looking to retake middle with the bomb. So that's a bit of a riskier play, but Cobra Zera has just had his head swept off cleanly.
I really do have to wonder. I mean, Score heard them rotate through spawn over towards main, and his teammate flashed for him at elbow. He knew that they were there and that they would have heard the flash. The fact that he kept pushing is perplexing to me, and the fact that Cobra is also just in like a totally isolated angle. They were asking for trouble, and Unsettled Resentment have, well, delivered it.
Baltic's going to think about going through the smoke, but that thought is interrupted very rudely. The Huns might have had an advantage and an upgrade early on, Michael, but it doesn't look like they're going to be getting another round. It should be 9-3 over here with Zerol dying. 9 on a MP9. Probably doesn't have much to do over here other than just show coolest. Hey, if you can't win a round, you at least fight it. Comes in from behind, picks up a quick kill, traded away. 9-3 Unsettled Resentment at the turn of the half, looking incredibly good. But we have to go to a break before we can move into the second. Can they finish off in the same style?
That it's saying is true. It's a war
for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just another piece of data. Just This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another number,
Right back into things we go. The Huns are down, and they're not just down by a little, they're down by a lot in their road to the ESL Pro League. And well, listen, if things keep going this way, the road will not be leading them anywhere. I'm T-Time by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we continue on with the Asian Qualifiers for EPL Season 22.
Yeah, it's been quite a surprise to see that the scoreline is as one-sided as it is, but they've been punishing the Huns for playing pretty sporadically and pretty separately. Making some good mid-round decisions as well. Afufu, good info over on A main. We'll call over some reinforcements as well. Madness, right there behind him, has a flash that he can deploy from spawn as well, should Afufu want to fight out from Donut.
Flash is a little bit early, unfortunately. He really thought that they would be coming out initially. And now they don't have a flashbang to push through the smoke, so Madness has to do it manually. Doesn't quite work over here. This is not a car. The Huns are looking a little bit lost on the bomb side. They weren't expecting to have this many players alive for the retake, or rather the post-blunt. But now they've found their footing. Zara, Afufu's been knocked down. Scorers are one to find the kill, and easy peasy, unsettled resentment have been dealt with in that picture.
Oh my god, there was a real chance that they actually weren't dealt with. Nice attempt there from Ikari, a couple of kills, and certainly making the Huns a little less comfortable, considering it was a pretty easy, breezy T-side pistol to start.
We'll forget about that. And the Huns will also just be looking to remember winning ways. Full USPs out from Unsettled Resentment. We have already seen how difficult it can be to move past these sometimes. In the last series, Dash 2 was not great in that way. Twinkle. There, and Afufu been taken down. Twinkle is going to be able to find himself just the one.
I swear I'm losing my mind that like every...
It is actually so funny. Like, especially if you look at Donut. Because
Yeah,
donut
yeah,
looks
yeah.
like you know the pillars protruding. It looks like if you watched Avatar: The Last Airbender on a really bad television. That's what donut looks like. It's just the worst bossing say ever.
What's hilarious is if this is your first game of CS2 you've ever watched, you're thinking like, wow, some of the walls are so detailed, but then others are just, what's going on here?
Is this game in beta? Cobra's out of the open is a line in the open. He's not feeling too happy about it. But at the very least, he's found good position onto the ledge. Madness, difficult angle where he is just AD spamming. A smoke blooms as the CTs were hoping to fight back in from Donut and middle. But the resmoke from the T side are good. They're well timed. Both sides have been largely neglected in favor of middle from UR, and UR are going to benefit from that neglect of the bomb sites.
Yeah, very cool idea of boosting around that smoke as well. I mean, it catches the Huns off completely.
What is that corner?
Well, there's a lot of presence being mounted over towards that A side. I mean, a lot of smokes that are down. Some are actually thrown by the CTs just to stop the Huns from feeling confident. Nice patience there from Score. Catches Akari investigating over on that B side. Bomb is yet to make a real commitment, however.
It'll take its time to start to make its way over, and Unsettled Resentment will be able to clear out middle. In the meanwhile, Slayer, in fact, is pushed forward. He doesn't go all the way in through the ledge, otherwise this could have been an elimination on the bomb carrier potentially earlier on. Twinkle. He's going to be waiting, however, for anyone to make a mistake and start to climb in too long. Now, Score finding Slayer certainly helpful, but Twinkle gets the backstab while a Fufu had traded from earlier on. You bring it back to a 1 versus 3 for 9, who's really been struggling so far. This round it felt like he was given a lifeline, but unfortunately he can't swim to shore even using it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a difficult clutch to pull through, especially when there were 2 inside of Cave. If it was just 1 and he was able to sort of dictate the fights around the entrance, as well as, you know, the spam on the bomb from the wood wall, there was, I think, more of a chance, but couldn't succeed in the double kill that was necessary to make that round at least a little interesting there for the Huns. Even if they got themselves into good positions, they didn't retain them for very long. Or, yeah, there was just difficulties here for the Huns, I think, throughout this map.
The Huns are looking to make me accelerate out on towards the B-bomb, so it's hard to do considering the 9 has an AWP and you've left Bartek in to middle watching out for any potential pushes. It really gives you a 3-man force versus another 3. A little bit of help from utility to be thrown, I'm sure, but 9's actually found Twinkle on the jump spot. Not too long, flashbang through. A Fufu is trying to use it for a quick headshot, but instead he's the one receiving it. Akari is the only one to get a frag from the CT side.
Well, at least keeps them honest here on the potential B plant. Cobra will want to prevent himself from getting spammed. So leave himself open to long. That's why teammates have to come up ramp to support him. 1-for-1 trade. 9 finds the kill on the orb, but Madness right behind. Cobra able to escape from actually that planter position and Score flanking inside of Cave. It's now Cobra that will look to hound down Madness as he thought about the save, but will be unsuccessful in doing so. A 6th round here for the Huns. They find the vulnerable site, even with all of that pesky presence by that MP9. The entries from ramp were just a little too much for UR to compensate for. I have a theory that
I like it already.
I have a theory that the textures are degrading more every round that there are decals or bullets put into them.
So you just shoot the paint off.
Like that that orange wood wall was just fixed.
Yeah.
So is this one inside of Cave, actually.
That's true.
In fact, it looks all fixed.
Well, theory proven wrong immediately.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the Huns are looking better, because they know they only look better when Counter-Strike itself looks better. Well, Maybe
The texture's back.
change
Maybe the Huns are too.
I was trying to think of a funny word with textured, but I can't. So, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there's definitely been some slimy moves from Unsettled Resentment in that first half. These mid-round pauses and the mid to late round rotations they were pulling off definitely kept the Huns on their toes, but it's hard to say that the Huns don't have, on average, the stronger shooters, at least from what we know, the reputations that these players hold. There's more to their credit than you are offer us up, but they've been shooting quite well. This open qualifier Chinese team.
I will say, both these teams' logos would make 6 stickers.
See, I'm getting Metasport / Apogee vibes from...
Yo, why are you making me Google this? I know Metasport the team, but I do not remember their logo.
It's just green and black. But you know,
okay.
similar sort of badge.
Nah, I don't know.
But it is a... I mean, it's a pretty official
I
looking
just think
badge.
red in general just looks sick on stickers.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Long road to get to that, though.
Yeah, and red doesn't look good on HLTV scores, so people better start fragging soon. The Huns have certainly stepped up. Fufu, however, makes sure that Cobra Zero will step down from that position. Madness right back over towards the A-bomb set he goes. It's going to be a foster play for the Huns to try and penetrate into the site of Fufu. In through the smoke has already found one, and as Madness is traversing around the corner, he'll find the better of Bartek. In doing so, sets himself up for even more. Well, he won't be needed. A Fufu is somehow just dominating here and now. Game's so good, you got to take a picture. That's what the situation is.
It's, I mean, they just get absolutely stuffed. Whilst the opener inside of middle. Nice kills from 9 at the very least. This would be a 1-on-5, but he can't pull it off. So they are able to escape from that Molotov and deal with the ult. 11th round for UR. And only a couple more to go. This is their map pick in the series. They opted for Ancient. Certainly understand why with how well they were doing on that T side. They can't allow the Huns to gain confidence now. Because the confident Huns, I don't think you stand much of a chance.
I don't know how confident the Huns can feel when they're 2 rounds away from losing, but hopefully they're not focusing on that. Hopefully they're focusing on their name tags. As a reminder, Zerwalt, a player who has been lauded and applauded. Very often at the same time. He's really looking to put a little bit more pressure out into Rashida. Now there is the problem of jump spotting if Akari is repositioning. That's always a concern, but it's not a shot you see land very often. Akari is feeling sharp though. Impeccable aim and anticipation.
Yeah, I just love that he's kind of pre-aiming that position as well, given that he had Twinkle right behind him watching the smoke. So no sense both of them looking at the smoke, one of them's testing for the jump spot, and yeah, they're punishing the Huns for trying to get away with these info plays. Timing almost looked good there for Akari to swing back sight, but man is trying to cause a distraction. But who's getting baited into who? Gore tries his move inside of Cave, but it's a 2-man setup. Nice link up with Akari once again. Twinkle does get his upgrade. And the Huns are just a little flat here on this first map. Not to say that Unsettled Resentment are doing a fantastic job.
They really are. And sure, you can give all the caveats, hey, this is their map pick, etc., but the Huns likes Ancient, right? This is not a map that they are not comfortable with being a decider, occasionally picking up themselves and whatnot as well. So Unsettled Resentment, the fact that they're doing this well is certainly concerning for any Mongolian fans tuning in. And it's concerning that Slayer continues to perform as well. Cobra Zera taken down. Slayer has not been moved off of his position, so he can hold on to A almost completely alone. Madness pushes through his own smoke to reface back out in Donut. The Roth's been found, the lineup is there, and sure, eventually there's a trade. But it's not particularly good one. 4 versus 2, 9 and score. You'd think this was IHC again, but unfortunately, unlike those times, it feels like a win versus a Chinese team is less than guaranteed. Score holding down the line as the Fufu will be pushing forward. Twinkle's taking him down, 9 alone. It is all said and done, all finished off unless 9-speed 250 can come alive. He recovers an AWP, but by the time he even scopes in, the round will be over. 13-7, Unsettled Resentment take their map pick away. Can they make this a full upset on Inferno? Let's find out after a break.
can feel it, that this is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Back into things we go with the Asian qualifiers of ESL Pro League Season 22. If you've not been tuned in for the rest of the series, I hate to break it to you, the Huns are down a map, and I hated to break it to you because I didn't expect that, but my god, Unsettled Resentment has been looking good. I'm 3 times joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we take you through the rest of the Asian qualifiers, at least for today.
Yeah, definitely some surprises, the fact that we've ended up in this position. I mean, sure, the map pick of Unsettled Resentment coming into this series was Ancient, and so, you know, you'd definitely give them some credit that way, but like you were talking about earlier, the Huns are not exactly unfamiliar with that map. In fact, it's probably one of the more successful maps they have in the pool, so for this to have turned on its head so quickly is a little unsettling, perhaps, for the Huns, but we currently sit in the single elimination side of the bracket, the, I guess, play-in stage for this part of the qualifier, and, you know, a win here would then create a safety net moving into that double elimination side of the bracket. Both teams are vying for that opportunity. Unsettled Resentment are just one notch closer to that than the Huns are.
This is a live round. Right, okay. Sorry, I get confused when I can't see.
Yeah. We are live.
We're going to have only Zlaya out over towards the A-bomb side, as it is going to be a very heavily B-sided lean for the CTs. Unsettled Resentment reading into this setup correctly. But they will only have one player actually here and ready to receive from inside the site itself. 2 of them are back in CT spawn, so if it ends up being a CT spawn smoke for the T side to start pushing forward, it will have to be smoke penetration. Which, harder to do. I think there is a disconnect? No, there isn't it. Sorry, okay. Never mind. The scoreboard was wrong. There is not one player inside CT spawn. Okay, we're fine. Smoke's now down at the front of the bomb side. This actually might end up working out for the CT. Schleier's found 1 in the meanwhile. He's going to actually make it 2. And as he continues on fighting away, he knows it's all about just getting 1 more kill if he can. He's more than done his job, but you know what? He's always been an overachiever, so he'll be slightly disappointed about this one. Akari can't find the planter through the smoke, but they will have church control.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and play forward as well. Zeralte is closing in on that gap. And there will be a fast reaction from Bartak should there be contact here from Zeralte.
In goes Twinkle. First kill found. It's going to be a very slow peek up from Bartek. He's not feeling confident about this at all. Just taking his time with it. And you can see why that confidence might not be there. Akari needs to sit down on the defuse. 9 is coming in from behind. They're not going to be expecting this whatsoever. But as they turn around, 9 gets the instant headshot. Twinkie's trade is insufficient. The lack of the kid is what will get them, but man, that was not a comfortable round for the Huns.
Yeah, I mean, far from it, and at first I was a little curious as to why 9 had repositioned in that manner, especially when him and Bartak effectively had this crossfire as they were coming out to coffins, but with 9 kind of leaving him to fend for himself, he actually makes a play that Unsettled Resentment do not anticipate whatsoever. Especially with it being a backside plant, had he tried to play from spawn, that would have been his best hard cover, but also could have allowed the defuse in its entirety, so definitely a little nervy, but 9 likes to arrive just on time.
Hopefully he can perform a little bit better this time as well. Last game over wasn't quite the smoothest for him. He started picking things up towards the tail end of things, but it never felt like he was really bringing in massive amounts of impact. Unfortunately.
Kind of how it was for a lot of the players.
Yeah, unfortunately it felt that way for a lot of them outside of that one pretty damn good deagle round.
Even then, that wasn't, you know, one player that dominated. It was just kind of, yeah, a good deagle kill here on one player and another on somebody else, so...
If the Huns start showing me multiple players getting 1 kill around, Michael, I think I might be okay with that.
Uh-oh. That smoke looked a little funky just now, but seems all good. Open bomb site. And the Huns will capitalize completely. It's a full save here for Unsettled Resentment. Just a couple of upgraded pistols, but nothing further. Nothing more than the kills they found in the round gone by.
Madness is gone. And Bartek's got an idea about what's going on over here. It'll be a deacon on the other side of things. It is flirting with him, looking through the windows. It is very romantic. It reminds you of the 1960s. Back when you still had people flirting through terraces.
No, you went straight to like Romeo and Juliet or something.
1960s. Romeo and Juliet is what 1960s.
Well, I know, but that's the only romance I could think of. Beckoning from a balcony.
I could see you beckoning from a balcony.
I'm glad that makes one of us.
Yeah. You've got it in you, Michael. Hopefully someone beckons back as well. They're not just hurriedly rushing away from you.
Otherwise, that's just harassment, isn't it? Like, can this guy actually stop hollering at people?
I don't actually think who would be on the balcony. Yeah. Makes a lot more sense the other way around. Afufu, however, is witnessing his player being completely stuck in the middle. Madness will be assisted by an incendiary. Without incendiary is no assistance at all. There isn't a flashbang, but the grenade is certainly helpful. It actually gets a good bit of damage. And Unsettled Resentment recede. Just a reminder, by the way, Huns have saved up a little bit on 9. He's on just a Tech 9. Shouldn't be too much a factor, but let's see if it comes into play or not.
I mean, they know for certain that one of these players is low in the B-bomb site. Score would have been able to get confirmation on that when he was boosted on that half wall. So he knows that there's a kill that can be found quite easily, but they don't look to topple that weakened man. Instead of reasserting themselves into boards brackets, and with the time running low, they're going to pull the pin on what looks to be an A-side split.
Split's going to be taking its time, though, and with 35 seconds, it won't be easy. Huns are running out of utility. This will be straight crossfires that they're running through. Neither team has utility. It is going to be a mow-down. But as they are stalling even further, Slayer's critical kill is going to be everything. They wait for his ult to come in from the side. Double from Twinkie, and that's what gives them the advantage. 9. Remember that tech I talked about? Well, all he's able to replace it with is a FAMAS. Madness and Afufu will decide to play together. Madness is low, likely to be baited. 9 goes back to pit. He's going to be spotted and caught. Out in the open.
Yeah. Didn't make up his mind quite quick enough. Had actually a small window where he could have escaped into mini pit had he so desired, but able to collect their thoughts in time. Unsettled Resentment double swinging and guaranteeing that frag goes their way. I mean, really nice job there from Twinkle. I mean, just the fact he's able to get 2 in that scenario, you know, not only getting the trade on the player walking through the smoke, but also the adjustment on the elevated truck angle. It's far more than you really could have asked for him. But delivered the goods. And a first rifle round where, yeah, sure, that Tech 9 didn't really have too much of an influence in terms of how the round played out. But also, 9, I imagine, wasn't being as aggressive as he might have been had he had a rifle in his play, or in his possession.
Bartek will miss out the timing where he could have tried to punish Twinkle's aggression through. That flashbang, of course, makes it particularly precarious. Madness receives a grenade. Madness receives a death. The Huns are expecting there to be 3 players out towards the B-bomb side. Unsettled Resentment aren't even in a position to truly rotate back. Yeah, going to be right now, that's the move. Now, they don't know it, but will they make it? Nice delay from Afufu. He's going to realize that this is going to be likely a rotation called over. CTs maintain position out towards A.
The thing is, the CTs are effectively gamble stacking here. I mean, they're leaving Afufu, and if he dies, then the round is done. They will not try for a retake.
I like this from Afufu. He repositions back into the bomb site when they see the deep smoke out towards long to come through. Afufu's putting it all on himself. He knows that if it ends up being A, he's not going to be able to help regardless. But with 20 seconds left, if Molotovs aren't thrown, and at least not onto his position, he could be overlooked. There's 15 seconds, Score spots him out, but he doesn't quite spray for long enough. Afufu can't get the kill though. And where he was banking on himself, picking up maybe a multi, he can't even get the one.
Yeah, I mean, Score was already wounded as well, so only 1 bullet connecting, and then the fact that Score was able to sort of tuck his head away just gave Score enough time readjust and find the frag he needed to. So not a single casualty here for the Huns, breaking past just as Unsettled Resentment get on the board. The Mongolian squad answer right back. I was a little fearful for the Huns there. They had found an opening over at B, they get stalled by some of the util, and as they're resetting towards brackets, they don't actually go as far as they did in one of the prior rounds on the what I called sort of the A split. I thought there'd be more presence from long, but they didn't linger, they didn't mess around, they just reset, threw some good util onto B, and overwhelmed what was the sole defender. So there will be some weapons saved over at the very least here for UR. But the Huns will be quite satisfied that they walked into the weaker side.
Yeah. Okay, Twinkie has... So is it Twinkle or Twinkie, by the way?
I mean, you know, it's strange that they're both ones, and in my brain I think it's one's an I and one's an L.
Yeah.
So I guess Twinkie. We'll just go with Twinkie.
Okay.
He's a snack now.
He's been playing like 1-2 at times. 18 and 13 on Ancient, leading out the scoreboard. Is watching and worried about a player pushing in through that mid smoke. Huns certainly do have the members who I wouldn't put it past. But look at this reset. They've not really got anything at all. Slayer is going to be traded, but guess what? Akari is right there behind him, and Zerot is not expecting it at all. These double staggered MP9 peaks, they work very nicely.
Yeah, now playing into a double pit position. So even if they deal with the first, you'd imagine Akari takes contact. They would likely overlook the secondary player should they proceed on A, but they're re-navigating back towards Banana.
Great timing on that smoke, though, and you're not going to have a flashbang to run through this one. Madness is perfectly positioned. As long as he stays behind this, the only way he dies is if Cobra Zera ends up popping this one. Oh, but what a boost from Score!
Yeah, good call.
I found the one more way. Fufu looking to delay out the plant rather than delay the progression. He's going to still be maintaining control out towards Graveyard. Now the lack of visibility internally will certainly not help. He's being spammed right back as well. A 3-on-3 retake with a kit, yes, but no utility recovered. I thought there might be some of that in library that was earlier on picked up, but apparently not doing enough. If Fufu stays alive, barely just against the HE grenade. Great post-plant positions from the Huns. Getting back onto the bomb side is going to be a real tricky position. If Akari keeps hitting shots like that, maybe not. Twinkle right behind gets another dink. It's just not enough, and these CTs are underperforming on their duels.
I think there was more than enough reason to actually just call that one off. I mean, you lost control of the B-bomb site. They didn't have exactly the most amount of resources. It did seem as though I think a lot more teams would make the decision to save there. But you are wanting to give it an honest try, and they do not reap the rewards for it. So they do commit to a half buy in the round to follow. Some pistols, an MP9. But again, they will be strapped for utility, so expect them to make some dry, aggressive moves. Based on the way that they're playing right now, we're going to clear mid in the next 10 seconds. Well, they're going to have to, because, I mean, their teammate on B is under a lot of scrutiny.
Whoa! That's not fun. Shot right through the smoke. Yeah. Well, it's kind of a gimme at this point, and as long as they can get away with the AK-47, Unsettled Resentment don't have to hate everything about it. But it does feel like they are letting things slip away from them a bit massively. So, 1-5 down now. What is the game plan? So far, Banana contentions have been few and far in between. We've not really seen any proper fight being taken in Banana. CTs have largely been putting 3 out in A. I wouldn't be surprised if Unsettled Resentment want to try and change that.
It's also just, I mean, so far from what we've seen. I mean, the playstyle was very sort of start-stop, a little bit of, you know, independent aggression, sometimes double pushes from UR on Ancient, and, you know, translating that into Inferno. This is a map where, you know, you can make these more aggro 1-2 combos work, you know, whether that's in the apartments or, you know, players being aggressive into second middle, or, you know, I think there's a number of ways you can facilitate that sort of forward play. It's maybe a little surprising to me that at the start of this game, it's been rather static, very passive positions being held. And bar the round where they have a half buy, they've not really gone for these sort of doubling crossfires. So that might be why they called a timeout. Maybe try to set themselves up for success in the rounds to come. But the Huns have been kind of loving the fact that they've just been able to kind of work the map, do so without many major road bumps, road bumps, and just been able to go for a full execs in the late round. Even if they're a little strapped for util sometimes, they make it work.
Will be peeking forward. Flashbang is fantastic, and there's that banana contention that comes through, but it's all solitary. Unsettled Resentment won't really even be able to sell the idea that there was 3 players here. It feels like the Huns are still getting ready to contend, but even with just the 2, somehow the CTs came out on top.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that Madness sticks around to find out whether he can lock things down over at B. Nice clear and pre-fire there from Bartak. Came out swinging, Twinkie just did not react. So back to an even keel.
This is still looking so difficult for Huns to be able to actually make a decision on where to go. Very often the B-bomb side has been left alone with just the 1 player though, so that's what they'll gamble on. Hey, we'll stay here. Every single time we've actually ended up going into B, it's been this one guy they've left to defend. They never stack here. This time Akari starts to make his way over, sure, and if Huns are taking their time, then that call, which would have been also very right, has suddenly turned around. There is AWP is all that's been left to defend. There is a single flashbang available. If Madness can just avoid that, maybe there's a big difference to be made. Well, he peeks out and he just gets taken down. Seems preemptive. Akari's also not ready to push through the smoke and go for any sort of double swings over there either. So Unsettled Resentment, again, will lose out on this B-bomb site, despite this time even getting an early advantage.
An understandable decision to save here for UR. Akari wanted to do his best to bait and hope that they expected that solo B player would be inside of spawn, but it still wasn't enough to draw attention. Madness was hoping to find easy frags. Instead, he was the final line of defense. And once he ended up empty-handed, there was no incentive for a retake attempt. So once again, the Huns kind of grouped themselves up. This B-bomb side has been a real victim so far. The A plays have... Well, there's only really been one proper A play, and that's a round that the Huns did not win. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep going B. 6-1. Seems to be working quite well so far.
Oh. Well, there's a change-up. Cobra Zero taking down Slayer. Another advantage out on Banana. Let's see whether he wants to stay here. Largely, we've seen Rifler has been left behind. It's been, I think it was a Fufu once? No, Akari once, and then Madness a couple of others. Madness has been struggling. He's only killed in the last round versus the repeat through the smoke on Banana. Molotov under shelter. Twinkie's out of here. Cheek grenade. Doesn't really do any damage, neither does a Fufu spam, so Twinkie waits for the flashbang to come through! What a beautiful set of 2! That's exactly what you needed, and as the smoke blooms, 9 will be gray screened. He barely gets away with his life, and the Huns might be argued. And they should consider the save this time over.
We've got some money built up, but yeah, I mean, especially now that 9's gone, bomb under CT possession. Not a lot that Bartek can do, aside from hope that he can find a bit more damage. They don't even try and play around that bomb. Circumventing it, going deeper into second middle, and completely cutting off his exit. So, really well handled here from UR. The aggression there from Twinkie, and the spray control, immaculate. They got Molotov'd off, but after that Molly expired, they just decided,
yeah,
we could just keep going. We just fight back. And they did so rather swimmingly.
Good to see. I like the fact that they're keeping Slayer out over towards the B-bomb side as well, again, early on. You know, just boast the op there, make up for the weak link in whatever ways you can. Madness clearly isn't having the best of games, and that's fine, but you have to make up for it. Incendiary used by Madness, not Magnus. Carlson's on over here in the server. The flashbang would certainly help. Slayer peeks out from behind it, doesn't really do much, and Madness has been able to at least get away to safety, but in that safety, he'll only be good for the one kill. It's a Fufu coming in from behind, who's actually harassing them away. It's through the smoke where the bomb carrier could still be taken down. He's barely living underneath the incendiary. Zeralt dodges the flames, but can he dodge the spam? A Fufu is lined up, but he can't quite get it right. The H is good, though. The bomb won't be planted. And where the Huns felt like acceleration was the key, they've now lost control over the package. These smokes will be coming down soon. Score makes plenty of noise going forward, and now he's worried about a push from CT. The flash comes in instead. Bartek dodges, gets them both! What a performance on the defense coming out from Bartek!
Man, back-to-back rounds when the spray control is right on point. First it's Twinkie, this time it's Bartek, and that one was far more impressive. I mean, headshot angles, especially when those CTs come out crouching from coffins. First kill took a while, but the second was near instant, and Unsettled Resentment, I think, did a lot of things right in that instance. They had a man advantage. They heard that plant coming in, and they wanted to force that duel and swarm them. But the Huns simply shot their way out of a really dire-looking circumstance. It is another successful B finish, but that one was far less convincing than some of the rounds gone by. I think what is nice to see from UR as this squad that come through in our open qualifier and, you know, have names that are definitely less reputable is that they are still playing with a bravado, a confidence to them. They're taking risks.
Playing with intent, they're not just letting the game come to them.
Yep.
Well, that intent's been declared. Slayer, early kill into the deep incendiary, will be separating Cobra Zera from the rest of the pack. Cobra Zera tries to move forward. Madness is actually playing from inside Coffin, and as he tries to move outside of it, it's another time where he's just been exploited. Slayer misses his opportunity with the grenade popping open the smoke. He really could have just taken one more down. Instead, we find ourselves in a 4 versus 4 retake where Unsettled Resentment are once again going to be looking for a passageway in through CT and Coffin alone. Flashes are ready for the T side, and as they will be sailing through, the flash will blind out the players out towards Coffin. 9 can just recede back. Second flash will be Mini. He gets spotted out, but there's just no way to make this crossover. 9 misses the shot. Maybe that's the way. No, it's not. Cobra Zera finds 2 more, makes it a triple. And as the CTs are finding out that they've got more backs than fronts, they just keep getting shot in the back from everywhere.
What's a little confusing there is that they had smokes there on Unsettled Resentment. If they wanted to properly go for that retake, surely you try and section something off. I mean, there's so many Ts, there's so many after plant positions that they can play in that kind of not sectioning off the site in any meaningful way kind of sets yourself up for failure. You know, there's a reason we use smokes on executes as a T side when you're going 4-on-2 on a bomb site is you want to try and make your fights a little bit more selective. They were just hoping that the Huns gave them duels, and sure, there were a couple of duels offered up, but they didn't make their lives easier by attempting that retake and sort of managing it in that way. And so the Huns, again, are not put in a position where they're that uncomfortable. They're swinging off each other. One takes contact, the other is ready to swing. Good stalling util. Very level-headed, I felt like, in that after plant. And you are coming into the last round of the half, have to dive in with... Wait, nope, sorry. Penultimate round of the half. Go in with a half buy. MP9s and a 5-7 available. Timely smoke from Twinkie. There's a nade for his troubles.
Well. I'm not sure how you fight your way out of this one for the CT side, but it does feel like they've got a good crossfire in the middle. Does Huns even want to contest it, though? You can already see Zerold is starting to creep forward into balcony. He's wondering about whether there is a backstab available to him. On the meanwhile, the Huns are exploring other avenues on the map as well. So far, it felt like their best friend has been Madness. They just keep on going to his house. But you know what they say. Friendship ended with Magnus. Now Twinkie is my best friend. I've seen that one. They say that a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the relationship is. But the A-bomb site, as much as Madness has been getting all the attention, will be the final destination. Cleared out. Good lurk from Zerold. Not only getting the 2 kills that he needed, one in the apartments, one to the site, but even through these flashes that sort of feigned a fallback. And they just take the space, they hear the rotate. There's absolutely no problems. So there will be an attempt to hunt here for the Huns, but outside of Resentment, we're always going to have a buy in the following round. Even if they had fully forced in this, they would have been able to pull together FAMASs at a minimum, MP9s, kits, full belts. But now, an AK has been donated.
Good man. Really believes in charity.
Slayer may have missed his chance to pick it up though.
That's the problem with charity. Sometimes it goes wasted. Madness and Akari will be allowed to save their MP9s. They have money to buy in the next round regardless, and considering it is the last round of the half, I would not hate it if they just abandoned those saved weapons. Armor will be useful enough. And that's exactly what will happen.
I am just honestly surprised we've not seen, deep banana control plays from Unsettled Resentment. We've not seen, mid-aggro plays. Instead, it's the Huns that are dictating the flow of the game, and this time it looked like they wanted to go for a pace change, but they get hit by too many flashes in their attempt to run up mid that they just cancel immediately.
Apupu's also been spammed down to high heavens and killed by his own teammate. That's never fun, and neither is that. Madness shot through the smoke. His score will avenge 9. I don't know why you'd be avenging him. 9 already managed to kind of get a kill, but hey. An eye for an eye and all that good jazz. Freezelayer has his chance of a hair to make this a successful B-bomb side defense. It's something we haven't really seen much, if any, of. And Cobra Zero will start to make his way forward. It'll be a straight-up aim duel versus an AWP, never fun, but with the pre-fires, he will reveal his position, making it even less so. There's a timer on this one, but Slayer misses his shot. And now suddenly the timer feels like it is on his neck instead. Nice flick, adjustment is great. And with Cobra Zero on the other side, getting a quick kill, he's trying to pursue through. He'll find the backstab as well. Still looking for the duel. Cobra might just do it. 10 rounds for the Huns as they top it out with another triple on this B-bomb side. As we go to a break before that second half, can Unsettled Resentment do anything on this map? We're going to have to wait to find out. The action will continue, and I believe the Huns are hoping it continues in their favor. It felt that way for most of the first half, even in positions where Unsettled Resentment were able to find some sort of winning ways in the early stages of the round. Huns would just come through with a great play in the end. Spray control, 1v3s, whatever you want, they would have it.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid half, and what a way to close that half by Cobra as well, to have clutched that round back from the jaws of defeat. The 10-2 half is really quite considerable, considering Unsettled Resentment seem to get everything flowing for them on Ancient.
Nine will not be able to find the train that is already getting ready to choo-choo away. It's out on Banana, but he's going to be looking to find some fruit instead, and honestly, good kill to get. It almost starts to rotate the Huns over, but they quickly realize, oh wait, no, this is not where the action is taking place. Bartek finds himself a single kill before he's forced away by the ghost. The bomb can be planted, but in doing so, Fufu's also been lost, so there all he's going to do is guarantee money. Madness isn't even close by. He's still playing the B side. You're not the anchor anymore, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, just not a chance. Everybody getting whittled down. I mean, some fantastic kills from 9, being very proactive in this round. But even with them missing that timing of the players coming out of the apartments, the fact that Bartek's able to get that first kill, stagger them as they're looking to capitalize on what is a largely vacant A-bomb site. They just don't retain enough players to even consider an afterplant. Madness, like you said, was still on his lurk at B and ended up empty-handed. So no casualties for the Huns on that pistol. And to be honest, this Inferno has been pretty open and shut. They abused that B-bomb site that whole half. I don't imagine Unsettled Resentment are going to find as much of a weakness.
Score is wanting to fight.
Deep flash.
Okay, I felt like it was perfect until it wasn't.
It was good, but the flash actually went almost too deep.
And right now, if Fufu's going a little bit too deep into the B-bomb side, the Huns are realizing this round is losable, and it might very well already be lost.
I mean, you're really expecting more from Cobra there when he's against SMGs and a couple of pistols. Didn't even really necessarily have to fight that far forward. Provided no extra time for his teammates to rotate. No safety net could be in place, and so this is a full save for the Huns. They lose 2 entries at B, and it's off of their own aggressions that Unsettled Resentment get those openings. Yeah, it's almost a shame because, you know, Score seemed like he was lined up to basically get 2 free kills. The flash was near perfect, but because the flash went a little too deep, the player sat at the mopeds at the bottom of the stairs was completely... I mean, he just wasn't affected by the flash at all.
Yeah. What could have been ends up being the 3rd round for Unsettled Resentment. It doesn't mean that Huns don't come into this one with a punch. Their save will certainly guarantee that. But they get a chance to swing. 2 players out towards that B-bomb site. Might be quickly given some companies. Rolt is making his way over. It is going to be... I don't even know what tag player there. 89 damage. Today, Cobra Zera is going to find a man inside the flames and now push into the smoke himself. Utility is his friend and so is Score. Cobra Zera with the USB pushes out, finds Madness, double dinks him. And Unsettled Resentment get sent packing.
Yeah, I mean, that's... borderline disrespectful the way that all played out. I mean, the util was perfect. They were going to get a kill regardless of whether the MP9 sprung into action over at logs, but the fact that they're dancing back and forth inside the smoke, there's just chaos in the comms there for Unsettled Resentment. They know that there's one nearby to that mouth to bottom B, but then there was extra support right behind it as well. they get absolutely rinsed, demolished by the two players that definitely struggled on the hold last time. That didn't happen twice in a row.
They decided that, hey, both of us just won't hold. We'll just push instead.
Well, they also got the deep smoke down as well.
Yeah.
They wanted to play close, and it's kind of on UR for trying to play ahead of it.
Again, a fair bit of damage in through middle. Madness is not feeling good at all. And, well, now he's not feeling anything, which might be better, honestly. 3 versus 5 now down to 2 on Cellar. Resentment know that their campaign in Inferno is already over. It's all a matter of a couple more kills. It'll be leaving Mirage as the decider, and with the way Huns are taking maps control, with the way they are taking kills, with the way they are winning rounds that they have no right to be, I cannot imagine Mirage looking like a good prospect for Unsettled Resentment. Can they turn their headspace and their gameplay around by map number 3? Let's find out after a break.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going in my time.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifiers for the Asian region. We've got the Huns going up against Unsettled Resentment, and both teams might have some Unsettled Resentment. It's 1-1. Both teams taking their own map picks. Huns looking incredibly convincing on Inferno, a little bit less so on Ancient. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, coming in onto Mirage, what are we thinking?
I mean, I just wasn't really that impressed with Unsettled Resentment, unfortunately, on Inferno. The things that were really working for them on Ancient, in terms of, finding mid-round adjustments, finding gaps, vulnerabilities, that felt like they had Ancient down pat, and they were running circles round the Huns, but on Inferno, they just couldn't get anything jump-started. Now, I'd say Mirage is more conducive to that type of play style as well, but given the absolute rocking they received in Map 2, I'd be very surprised if the Huns don't continue with their winning ways, but let's see if Unsettled Resentment can do it.
Well, Matt starts off incredibly well, finding a kill on the score. He did have his difficult times over on Inferno. The question is whether he can turn this into a trend for Mirage. Smokes are slightly awkward. There is one for jungle, none for top connector. It is used for bottom connector instead. In fact, and the T's will have options to start retreating into connector if they want to. Take that fight up against 9. It'll be 3 players back out towards stairs. Slayer has already found 9. And all in the meanwhile, a 3 versus 5 now for the Huns. No kits either. If they're even present, they'll be all the way out in middle. So effectively, this will have to be a kitless defuse. Nice shot from Cobrazera. He's had a few great late round moments, and now he's hoping to have another one in this retake. Bartek, quick kill found. Cobrazera has found another kill, and there you have it. It's all falling apart. Madness, the one who started things off, will have to end them as well. He'll be able to do so with the help of the time. A quick quad kill, and Madness will help secure.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work there from Madness, but the shots came out very rapidly there for the Huns. There was a chance at it. First, I mean, the key kill to securing that round for Madness was stopping Cobrazera from hounding him down at ramp. As soon as he dealt with that, there was just zero chance that Bartek could continue to stick the defuse there. But Madness went from, you know, taking space initially to then regressing and actually holding things down for that late round moment. Nice little combination of start and finish. Now it is just USPs, standard issue pistols rather, for the Huns. And they will stick together as a pack. Spotted all 5 in window. They make the rotate to B, and there are players that are trying to make their way out. They're taking a lot of damage as well, so the bomb is here, but it's being called away. They still have an out towards connector, should they so choose.
It depends on how fast the Huns can rotate over. Unsettled Resentment will just be going in through their own smokes. It's all about damage at this stage. Bartek might even want to discard the thought of saving the AK. I think even just fighting for more damage over here is actually valuable. If you can bring Unsettled Resentment down to about 2 players, it would be big. But they are now rejigging and going back to B.
Yeah, they went B with the bomb, they went underpass the connector, and then realized that, hey guys, B is now completely silent. So the bomb is making its way back that direction. It was all a ruse. And once again, the Huns have been hoodwinked.
Bartek will be able to, at the very least, go back with a, you know... I don't know what they call them with you, but with us, they call them a doggy pack. Before you were really young and you went to, like, a birthday party, sometimes moms would just leave, like, a couple of bits of candy and whatnot and just, hey, you can take this home with you, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you had like leftover food, that's what you would, you know, that's a term for it.
Fair enough. Well, he's going to be leaving with a doggy bag, which is quite deadly. Wow. His doggy bag has rabies.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to keep fighting, and yeah, now that he's lost his teammate on the site, it should just be about preservation of this AK. It's the highest value weapon that was brought forward, and it will be yoinked by Bartek. Still 2 rounds straight here for Unsettled Resentment, because they're only up against USP, so the damage, I mean, quite good there from the Huns, all things considered.
Yeah, Bartek's able to afford up the AWP as well because of it. So, yeah, nice to see. Nine will be able to pull out the kit as well as a full belt of utility. A couple of flashes dropped over to Bartek as a compensation for his donation. Grenade is going to be doing absolutely nothing, but Akari's already started to move his way over. Playing back boxes with the Mac-10 is never fun. It's a difficult angle to make work. Fufu is going to be coming in to pair up later on through underpass. But now it is about trying to push Akari away. He takes his time in pulling out the smoke. Will be taking a lot of damage with it as well. A deep Molotov, but I don't think that's actually landed all the way out into window, so you still have a player watching out. Madness inside the A-bomb site, has to be careful that Bartek doesn't swing out on him, and even if Bartek doesn't, Cobrazera and Score certainly will. Bartek still unable to make anyone stop crossing over, but at least he's able to give information. Now Zleya finds Cobrazera, by the Score, Cobrazera turns around and finds Akari, who'd been out in middle for oh so very long, and that leaves Unsettled Resentment out on an island that they've managed to swim their way out of as well. They have found land. Can they be steady-footed on it? A shaky shot from 9 will make things easier.
Yeah, definitely had a chance at that, and it seems a little unfortunate, but I'm pretty sure Bartek also alt-tabbed inside of spawn. So it went from a significant man advantage here for the Huns, but it was just a momentary glimpse as they get chewed down to now hoping Zeralt can clutch things back. Still yet to get a kill, but he needs 2 here to save face.
Well, he's found the first one. And with the smoke in his hand, he's not quite got the idea of where Twinkle is likely to be. Twinkle, who has already found 3 kills in the round, is hoping for a quad. It is multiple quad kills in 3 rounds. First round was Madness, now Twinkle to assist them in that 3-0 start.
Yeah, I mean, it really just felt as though the round was developing so nicely for the Hunt, and then not only do they lose a player in jungle, but then Bartak alt tabs while his teammate's setting up a flash for him to start swinging. It just breaks down so quickly, and it's pretty unfortunate timing for that to have happened, but something Unsettled Resentment can only take in stride, and they did more than just stride with it. Leapt right over him.
Boing. I'd like to imagine sound effects for this.
So much so you vocalized it.
Yeah.
It's manifesting.
Make the world you want to hear. That's what I will say.
You can't make silence, though. That's just an absence of things.
You can make someone shut up.
There's also an absence of a window smoke, but it may not matter. They just run straight up connector. Zeralta does not hit a shot on that dig.
Zeralta had an opportunity to make them silent, but clearly doesn't really manage to make it manifest quite as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real fighter's chance, but...
Oh, God. It's okay, Zeralta actually has a pretty good deagle. Very often pulls off some great rounds with it. This was just not one of them. And a clean round again from Unsettled Resentment. They are managing to start building up economy. Some economy. And 9 all alone. He doesn't get a kill up ahead. This is an absolute disaster of a round coming through from the Huns. They will have enough money to buy. Naturally, that is to be expected. But now all of those 1 versus 1s that were coming together start to matter a little bit less.
Yeah, just need score 9 to start getting some kills. I mean, when I saw score was on this roster, I just thought immediately that there was just going to be more firepower on the team, and I think that's still true, but he does have to deliver on that promise. Nine as well, hoping to breach the scoreboard with this second row of the AWP.
Full execute in the meanwhile coming out for the T side. They are wanting to contact in through Palace, not through A main. It's going to be a late hit from main and a missed shot from 9. Deep Molotov will force him further away. No more opportunities to be given up. The bomb can be planted, but it's not making its way over. The kill through the smoke found by Zeralta is going to be good. The kill after a smoke pop will be even better. Now the bomb could have been prevented if it was slightly earlier, but they missed that timing. Now they have to play with the retake, and that retake is coming over unless a Fufu picks up a double, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, really nice brace on those smokes. You saw how it slowed them down. I mean, they're setting up for so much utility. The exec from UR was actually really on point. I mean, you could tell with the way the utility was so in sync that it's something that they have dry run a bunch. But even with them getting all that space, once the smoke started to get blown open, they get a little nervy, and they go for a pretty open plant. They try to plant opposite side default while all those smokes are up, and they get totally undressed. Even if they get that plant down, it stops you from having actual presence in the site itself, and then the Huns only had to focus on after plants.
A lot of mid-presence this time over, and if Unsettled Resentment go for anything similar to the last round, it will be tough to make it work. 9 is missing out on the grenade to pop open through the smoke. And now the A side being attacked, they've already lost out Bartek. That CT defender that was also important in keeping a hold of things in the last round is now gone, but CT's not been fully penetrated. Twinkle on low HP doesn't feel comfortable trying to make a go for it, but he does feel comfortable fighting. A Fufu even gets a backstab. It's only just the one, but it's enough to dissuade the Huns from fighting any further. Surely you don't fight here. Surely. In a 2 versus 4, when you're smoked off, score. Get the hell out of there.
Well, he has heard you. And he is retreating. I'm a little scared for the Huns here. As much as there are moments to be impressed, we also cannot shy away from the fact that the Huns are massive favorites coming into this series. And sure, you know, towards the end of that last season, or towards the end of this year's season, it did feel as though the Huns were deteriorating towards the tail end. I think, you know, we had these moments where there were discussions about crisis of confidence, you know, sort of a spiral down. But with the way that they've changed the roster, kind of hoping that would be less of a case, you know, kind of a clean slate, a fresh start. But for an open qualifier team built of a lot of players that most people will not have heard of.
I've not heard of most of them.
Yeah, I know. Me either. Aside from a Fufu, that's about as far as I go. And that's because he was on Lin Vision.
Yeah. And after that, everyone who I asked said, "Afu who?" Well, apparently, the ones who are putting the Huns to the test. That's who. And the question now is, Michael, are the Huns just going to be that top Asian team who just gets beaten by underdogs?
Yeah.
Is that what their legacy is going to be in 2025?
That would be quite tragic.
Re-smoke back out towards the B apartments. Madness might still want to go through this one. He is certainly thinking about it. Asks for players to come over, and with Slayer finding that long-range duel. Cobras are taken down with the help of Akari. Score as well eliminated. The CTs are once again being left to save. 9 is posted onto this connector angle, so if Afufu tries to make a move happen to hunt a few players down, he will likely fall, but it's probably worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Even if he can't afford it himself, he has teammates that do have some reserve cash. Actually not finding that hard to get it, so it's maybe a little surprising.
I've won a lot of gun rounds so far, Michael.
Yeah, what's 1 or 2 more?
Yeah. I would like a tactical for the Huns right now.
I'll be honest, I think they just fight aggro top mid. They're playing inside of sites and they're losing to the exec, they're losing to the entry, and it's actually kind of wild to see that is happening so consistently so far. And one of the issues has definitely been the fact that they have to constantly serve in fear of middle. See, Twinkle, I think, is also expecting some sort of adaptation to happen on the mid control. Doesn't play as far forward, doesn't play to those top mid boxes. But the Huns are still very much flying blind as to whether or not that is where he presides.
It's going to be a reset of smokes out in towards middle. It is to try and threaten out control from mid being the primary area of focus, but now with Slayer being spotted out on the AWP, it's time to go. It's Molotovs to start things off. Flashes will be catching them late. Score picks up the 1. There's no lurkers, but he's expecting it. In that expectation, loses his life. Cobra, no different. 3 on 2, and Afufu might be low, but Bartek can't come out through the window. He's revealed position as well. Late round player will be Zeralta. He's going to be the difference maker. He's found the first kill, traded away too fast. Afufu will be found, and Slayer's AWP needs kill number 3. He resets back to get right. Excellent reposition. All he has to do is wait, but he takes it to them real fast. Slayer looking fantastic. 7 and 3. An aggressive T-side up, you love to see it.
Yeah, it's nice to see that Slayer is not only, you know, for the most part, I mean, he is playing quite positionally in terms of what fight he's taking at the start of rounds, or whether or not, you know, in these mid-round moments he's taking, you know, bold or brazen peaks. But when it comes to these sort of more chaotic circumstances, he's hitting some really fast shots. It's making it very hard to sort of play in the chaos, where, especially in rounds where the Huns are trying to pick up the pace or keep them their opponents on their toes. Players like Slayer are doing a great job of sort of quickly punishing that, especially when he's got that open hand. It's kind of a revelation for me that there's another AWPer to pay attention to in this Chinese region. Did not have Slayer on the radar, but he will be added
To the list of prospects. We will be watching your career with great interest. Once again, full neglect on mid from the T side. They have said, hey, we've done enough. We're not going here anymore. You are inevitably going to have to fight this. And sure, they might be wrong, to be honest, but not by too much.
No call from the jump here for UR. A couple of rounds where they've set up immediately for an execute or gone for heavy mid control. This time simply spread out and search for clues. See if there's anything different, if there's going to be an adaptation by that CT side to actually dictate the flow of combat. But it will come to no avail. A minute chewed off the clock. And a reset to ramp. 9's AWP already holding the line.
If anyone's right for a forward, 9's been missing a few opportunities. This is no different. Two players already crossing in now. A shot being missed. Bartek at least can compensate.
Wow.
Compensates twice over. What could have been disaster ends up being consecutive 1 versus 1s by Mazinho's older brother.
I mean, 20 seconds to save when they know exactly where he is. The problem is, if you're the Huns, is that whether or not Tuggy saves this weapon is actually of kind of little consequence. Sure, it will mean he has less extra cash, but the weapon is far more valuable to you here on the CT side. So, yeah, they're just going to allow him to save. They're not even going to test him.
Twinkle has enough money to be able to drop over another AK as well, should he want to. So Fufu, who's struggling a little bit as far as the cash is concerned, could have that compensated quickly. Unsettled Resentment, despite the fact that they have a very commanding lead over the game, have been losing a lot of close, rather have been winning a lot of close rounds. So, you know, you could always see the Huns actually reset them over here and look to fight for 5.
So good news that they went in for a double AWP, and it has been able to stay alive, stay afloat. Hefty investment, but they definitely needed some kind of change. Even if the riflers are the ones that are actually succeeding, those AWPs can still be a weight on the minds of their opponent.
So far, 9's AWP has been a bit of a weight on his teammates' shoulders as well. This is no different. I am so sorry, 9. I appreciate the attempts that you are making. I appreciate the thought behind your actions, but it is insufficient. Score, now punish, next.
Uh-oh, that's a problem. Bartek looking for some information. Bottom con gets found out. And so now it's just one player on each extreme here for the Huns on defense.
Pick your poison.
Seems to be a play for B. But there still lurks about an Akari that's looking to join up with his teammates be a little while later, even though the first falls. Cobra, 2 instant kills, and there's that pressure from short. Akari able to trade things out, but providing enough of a chance here for Zeralte to try and clutch this round out.
Coming in through short, it's going to be the 1 versus 1 versus the weakened player initially. Elevated advantage is what he thought he had, but Akari is all too ready. Triple kill. And despite Cobra Zera having his moment, it is only just that, a fleeting second to wonder at his own prowess before it is gone into the ether. That shot from Afufu, kind of nasty.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That opportunity you had to reset Unsettled Resentment's money, it's also gone. And as long as they can get a bomb plant or 2 out, they should be relatively fine for the rest of the half.
This can also be some of the problem with trying to be assertive inside of middle, is that if a lot of it is predicated on you having a top mid smoke, or trying to block out utility, get one bottom con perhaps, you're expending quite a lot of your smokes just to feign presence, at least at a bare minimum. So after they do all that stalling inside of middle, you are actually setting things up over at B for what looks to be a burst.
This grenade could be scary, but it might just sail past him. It doesn't do that much damage at all. Only Akari's really tickled by it. Cobra Zera thinking there's someone already dropping down, but it's Score picking up all the frags. It is a mincemeat machine named Score. This is fantastic. Exactly what they've needed all half long.
Yeah, got the grenade to slow things down. Got the right reaction, didn't get overwhelmed. Players weren't caught out in the open, sort of swapping between spots, didn't get caught in a jiggle. The Huns this time were in ample position to silence UR before that hit even really got going.
Well, last round by is not exactly what you want to see from Unsettled Resentment. Their utility as well is not in the best of places. Of course, a few smokes used early on, flashes as well. But if you're looking to pop into the A-bomb site with the full execute, this is a difficult way to make it work. 9's got an HE at the ready, so if you pop open that jungle side smoke, that'll be big. Flashbang is perfect. Bartek able to take down Akari. Now the duel is in the open. This is not the duel you want, Bartek. M4's already out of ammo though, and Afufu's gonna realize that the hard way. HE grenade to pop open, the smoke won't matter. 9 now a chance given to reclaim lost honor. That chance is lost. 2 versus 2's Leia, only with an eagle. AK in the hands of Twinkie. And as Leia continues to peek forward, it is behind the boxes. He is peppered up. Cannot finish off Zeralt on 9 HP. It won't be a kill. It won't be the post-plant success that he thought he'd be able to provide. The Huns find respectability in 4, but it's still a far sight from success. Can they find that in the second half, or will Unsettled Resentment close it out? Let's find out after a break.
quite a long time. Been looking all over without a sign. Through highs and lows where I've never been before. Now found the missing part that I've been looking for. Yeah, I have finally found. Now I have finally found. Yeah, I have finally found what I've been looking for. What I've been looking for. I've been searching all over through night and day. Been looking all over.
A ray of hope, but it might be snuffed out. This pistol round matters oh so very much for the Mongolian side. Unsettled Resentment on 8 rounds after a spectacular first half.
Yeah, I mean, it's been unsettling just how good they've been against the Huns. Let's see if they can keep it up. They have to be able to. I mean, we've yet to see any evidence to support that any team that's trailed going into this second half has been able to redeem themselves.
Well, it's going to be a straight up B rush, and it is met by a Fufu. Good for 1. Can he make it 2? No. Can't score. Doubles up himself, and the Huns have full access to the bomb site. Quick jump over from Slayer is going to be heard by 9. He's able to trace it out. 9 struggled a fair bit in that first half. Op shots weren't really looking like they're connecting at all. But he did get a round at the very least where he helped out his team a fair bit.
It doesn't look like there's going to be a real attempt at a retake here for UR either. So pistol round here is safely in the Huns' possession. I think they were really hoping for more out of Madness, given that he had the dualies. He was playing, quite close to the apartments, just unable to wrangle in at least one of the encroaching Ts. And Akari sticks around too close to the bomb. Even if he finds one more head, does lose his life in the process. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that a Fufu could do once he lost Madness as quick as he did.
Yeah.
The Huns will take it. That is the first step on the path back.
No force buys from Unsettled Resentment. They'll just be going for the good old hold hands and hope. The HH and H.
Yep, just a full B stack. And I love when people make calls like this, basically from spawn.
I love it even more when they work.
Yeah, silent stacking will be very, very beneficial. Damage is great. They find 1 kill, an AK to recover. Cobra sink down to 18 HP. I'm sure there's support behind him, but there's still an AK they have to deal with. Akari, all these distractions ahead of him, just needs to find a quick kill, but Zeralte does deal with him. And so that AK retrieved and upgraded.
Cobra's very lucky that he manages to keep control over his, or rather regain control over his Galil spray in time. Otherwise, this would have been a much more difficult round. There was no way to kill that van player unless you start to push forward, and at that point you make yourself a potential target for Akari's AK. So yeah, good on him, I suppose, but decent enough round for Unsettled Resentment.
Yeah, it could have been a player that, manages to sneak into short or anything. If you end up at the end of the balcony or at the end of the apartments trying to hunt down that van kill, you're just open to so many angles.
Early boost down for Twinkie. Only 1 player on the A-bomb side though is not going to be particularly helpful, and you've already lost him. Akari is gone. His AK-47, that one he worked so hard to regain? Well, it's not going to matter. 9 makes it so Fufu doesn't matter either. Twinkie, in his retreat back from 9, finds out, well, there's one more former I8C player where that came from. Score and take him down.
Well, dang. I mean, none of these fights even felt really that fair. It was almost as though each of the Unsettled Resentment players was getting funneled into another Huns member. whether first catalyst is of course 9 inside of ladder room, but the fact that he's able to get there quick and it's all his teammates running out towards A. The player on short doesn't sneak out as far as that without his teammates taking presence first, and then because they knew he was ladder, player window falls back right into score. It's just felt like there was a total domino effect there for that CT setup. And that was a full buy round for Unsettled Resentment that's just kind of brushed aside, easier than when they were on a full save. Aggressive on both extremes. That is not what you want. Kari got the information, and in an attempt to fall back, gets caught in transition. There's no one that can act as a fast respondent to this either. They were leaning more over to B, even with the forward play of a Fufu, to make sure that short can be ran through. Now they realize they're in the wrong spot, but a Fufu's got his one. And an AK to boot.
Well, suddenly it's all falling apart. It's there with an AK. We'll be able to pick up another one. This is not what the Huns thought was going to get out of hand. It's deagle shots galore, and, well, I like what I see.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna challenge like that, then sure, all it takes is a couple of kills of punishment, and suddenly the round is flipped on its head. I mean, the Huns had space, they had a plant, and then suddenly it all crumbles just as that plant is being punched in. They don't even really get to set up. They find themselves at a massive man deficit before they can even really make adaptations. They're dealt with quite handily, so kind of a surprising round to break the minor run coming into the second half.
Ooh.
Cobra had to spawn, and so it will be a swing and a miss, but still sticking around. His layer and finds the kill round the edge of the smoke.
God, I mean, Bartek in the meanwhile found a Fufu. That could be the only reason why they still have a chance in this one. If a Fufu stays alive over there, even if Bartek tags him up. Coming up through connector would be impossible for Score, and Score's managed to do just that. Up in the stairs he goes, but Twinky's expecting it, and Score's not ready for the reposition. He was so convinced. And Twinkie would still be nearby. Now, Akari reveals position. I'm not sure if they've quite clocked the fact that the smoke was thrown from inside main, but the bomb starts to re-navigate back over towards B. Cobra Zero with an AWP probably doesn't want to lead the charge, though.
Yeah, there will be some reliance on Zeralt to get something done. I mean, Bartek is nowhere nearby enough to throw any presence that basically anywhere. I mean, unless he wants to try and throw some utility mid, but even then that might lead them a particular direction. Damage is great there from Cobra. Should know there's a player low, but that's the bomb drops now into the apartment. Now onto Bartek to retrieve that and try and carve out a path.
Slayer hoping that he'll be giving up a free target, but Bartek in the meanwhile is hunting through the smoke. He had to make a risk, but unfortunately it just doesn't work for them. 10-7, the T-side economy is gone. The Huns were even given a opportunity to come back into the round with Bartek's skill, but afterwards when Score is not able to get any capitalization there, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I was not expecting Unsettled Resentment to shoot harder than the Huns. You know, maybe a couple cute pocket strats and maybe something a little anti-stratty ahead of this game. But, you know, aim actually I thought would maybe be the deficit. But they're shooting just as well. They are showing some of the cuteness of their plays, and maybe it doesn't manifest itself on Inferno, but on these more flat fighting maps, the fundamentals are looking good.
Well, Fufu still managed to come out on top, and with the Huns who are hoping for a similar miracle to what Unsettled Resentment were able to collect with the Eagles, unable to find one. They might also be unable to find their pathway forward in the ESL Pro League. I mean, when I looked over towards the win that Unsettled Resentment had before this match versus Victoria Sumas, the Indian team, I was thinking, okay, you know what, this is fine, it's whatever. I'm not sure how good Victoria Sumas really is, even in the domestic scene compared to, you know, some of the other South Asian teams. I'm thinking, okay, you know what, this is fine, but it's a 13-9, 13-10. That probably means this team doesn't shoot that hard, if I'm being honest. I'm so wrong. Just, it's a 3-map series, where in 2 of them, the Chinese side just looks better.
Yeah, and you know, considering the kill deaths on those maps, I actually thought they maybe shoot hard, but they make like a lot of mistakes, and you know they overswing, or maybe they're careless. No, but not seeing that really much either. When you see high kills and deaths, and not a lot of like, you don't see like a massive stomp, it does feel as though there's an air of carelessness often darted around. Losing rounds you probably shouldn't.
Maybe a different attitude versus a team like the Huns, but whatever attitude they came in with, it is the right one. Score. Push into the smoke, will not be able to find a Fufu, not easily. A Fufu retreats. And Score misses his chance. Incendiary will separate him from Zeralt. A deep grenade in will also keep 9 honest in connector. A second Incendiary. Score keeps being funneled forward, but is Twinkie ready for it this time? Bartek takes Twinkie and Akari's life away. So the double entry gives them a much needed opportunity. Flashbang doesn't quite land, but Afufu still to commit with the Tech 9. Out in the open looking to deny. The plant. Score will be able to protect.
Yeah, just the fact that the plant is a little off-axis, Slayer could do nothing to prevent it. It's holding for a frontside triple plant, and just not to be. Did feel like Afufu was the main way back into this round. In the absence of that, Slayer will instead try to hold this ult, but it is being hunted down. Very aggressively so. It could come back to bite the Huns if they expend too many members. They just jump at him. And I can kind of respect that. He's going, oh, can't kill all of us.
You'd hope.
I mean, if he does, fair play. It must have been an
Pretty
insane
wild
shot.
if he does, yeah. Wow.
No one likes fighting mid-floor anymore. It was so fun and engaging when everybody saw Donk do it and thought, I could do that too. And then, now Donk ain't even really doing it that much anymore. It's all about underpass these days.
Ugh. Disgusting.
Yeah.
The sewers of Mirage.
Yeah.
How ratty. While the mid floor is avoided, I think the Huns are hoping to avoid a loss out over here. Another round win would at least put them in a better position to feel like they're still in this game. And yes, I know they are. 8-11 is hardly the worst score line, but when you are a big favorite, when you do have a reputed habit of not doing too well in situations like this, things can get in your head. They're all down.
Yeah, the scoreboard down to 7 HP as well is
not great.
Really not ideal. I mean, they do swap that AWP into his hands, so he's hoping to get some extra mileage out from that, but they need the initial attack into B to be successful.
Wow.
Slayer does not miss his opening line.
He's just so fast. Smoke doesn't go quite as deep as he would like to have it be, so you can keep an eye out on Score's progression forward. Akari through the smoke will collect 9's life, and guess what? Bartek will feel a little bit hard done by. He's been the first to die trying to take the bomb forward, while Score on 7 HP has been left with an AWP, and that AWP is missing shots. Now being cornered in, Madness trying to spam away. Score will find space in underpass, but as he tries to rat, he will still be flanked. Akari shuts him down.
Well, 4 chances to close this series. This would be a crazy upset. I mean, a team that comes in unranked from the open qualifiers, taking down the Huns in the single elimination stage. When they're one of our VRS direct invites, they're one of our favorites for this qualifier.
Team that feels completely lost right now. You're looking out towards their individual performances as well, and unfortunately, I hate to point it out, but primary opera being missing certainly might have been a major factor on the CT side. It doesn't feel like that's the only reason why the second half hasn't been successful.
And listen, you know, we had IHC Wings Up earlier. You know, Wings Up were also potentially one of the sort of quote-unquote favorites, but they've also only rejoined themselves in the past 10-15 days. So, willing to cut that a little bit of slack. I get it, the Huns betting in score or trying out score or whatever the arrangement is. Betting him in, I think, is official.
They bought him out from Eruption.
Yeah, so just trying to get that to work. I understand could have some growing pains, but also the 4 core you retain.
They have history.
Yeah, it should be enough. But they've been, to be honest, on the maps that they've been losing, they have been getting outmaneuvered and outshot.
Absolutely. These are the moments where you start to question yourself. The Huns have only a bunch of pistols, 1 primary rifle, a couple of secondary ones. And they have the A side as their destination. Slayer has been a mini monster on the AWP. Really taking control, but now as he realizes it is the T side coming over, he only has to try and protect. Cannot protect Akari. It is the Stairsman Twinkie who has to keep a hold of his area. Will not be able to do so. Nine's timing is impeccable. Slayer misses his shot, pulls out the USB. Retreat is not guaranteed when score is behind you, spamming away with that Tech 9.
Alright, where was this Huns? That was smooth. I mean, fast ramp play, flashes were on point. Everybody knew where they were going to go next after they get first kill into second kill. All seemed very free-flowing, and where they asked for flashes, the flashes were ready. They were there. They're baiting shots and swinging together. That felt almost too easy, actually. And it comes off the SMGs and pistols, and sure, there's a rifle involved. But it's largely off of those hypermobile weapons. So a pacey decision there from the Huns. Maybe a bit of a Hail Mary, but a chance that they hopefully don't squander.
Well, Score certainly doesn't want to let that happen. Akari, great shot in middle again, man. He's been a different kind of beast over in Connector. He was waiting for his teammates to provide a bit more assistance. Afufu slightly late